Musicians across the entertainment industry are going to be starting negotiations with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, the AMPM. They want better AI protection, more money, better health care, improved working conditions, and residuals for streaming content. I always think this is interesting. The industry has changed. The union says that musicians will record on soundtracks with 75% less on streaming content because of the residual effect.
no ball. So California Governor Gavin Newsom vetoed the measure about kids 12 or younger playing tackle football or otherwise in this case banning it. And you've got Rob Gronkowski, who is a Super Bowl champion, saying he supports it. He says he thinks it's a fair proposal and he's for it. But he says he loves that kids want to play tackle football, but he says that at such a young age it's incredibly dangerous. And the governor vetoed that. Well, he was before it. 8-year-olds should also have the opportunity to get concussions. So we don't want to discriminate against kids. The good thing is that Governor Newsom is going to try and bring youth scouts back into the site. They get up to the podiums. It's really cool. It's big. It's going to be fun.
Mail almost anything anymore. Breakfast sandwich went up again. It was 66 cents on Friday. Today, it's 68 cents for a first-class forever stamp. Postcards and international postcards also went up. The hike is the fifth increase since the introduction of a 10-year plan designed to financially stabilize the United States Postal Service,
which is not even coming to be close to be stabilized. Well, you know what? I know that people complain about this, but when you think about how little it is to send something as far as we do to the United States Post Office,
compared to when you use a FedEx.
it's pretty damn amazing that they do that. Every time I see a letter carrier come, I'm impressed by the process itself. Even on its worst day, it's pretty impressive that you did it. Or before your dog has chewed the leg off the carrier. Oh, no. I keep the dog inside. Believe it. Okay, I hope you're not cool coming. And I know that Bill's going to care about this a lot. So when I look at figures, I don't understand this at all. It is I don't either, but the process of Tom goes who are headed for the Rose Bowl that's February 17th and Sunday 18th. This could be massive. You're going to have 80% of the attendees are coming from all over the country, all over the world to get there. My son collects the cards and stuff, but I don't know that. I guess it's kind of this is not a gaming event. This is not, a massive Dungeons and Dragons thing. It's photo off. This is Pokemon. Yeah. Well, we're putting on. It's huge stuff.
Yeah, it's just a big giant photo.
Yeah, it's one of the people that are dressed up. You go to Western costumes and wear the same costume, and what do? You charge $60 for a photo op? Come on. That's a really written and just, all right, we're done. Well, coming up, something we talked about, and that is for those people that can never afford a down payment for a home, there is a California program that lets you, that gives you the down payment. And you don't have to pay that. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Moving houses, pharmacy rates, stimulating costs. And AOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Smash, crash, and grab. I'm Amy King. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, a mob of thieves has used a stolen government car to ram into a clothing shop in Tulsa.
The group stole more than 500 items from IT that surveillance video captured the group was bursting a stolen government car into the front of the store to bust in. One image posted online shows more than 10 beats about to enter the store. Various IT that posted on social media that the break-in has led them to stop the opening of a second location in La Alameda. They also encouraged customers to shop online as in-store shopping is currently suspended. Morning Live, let's go.
According to quarters, the state and Huntington Beach to resolve an affordable housing crisis gone back and forth for years.
Now that the beach says state affordable housing mandates are unrealistic and would redevelop the beach in our community into high-density housing. The state says Huntington Beach must do its part to help solve the housing crisis with more affordable housing. The state has sued to enforce the mandate. The city has sued claiming it's a charter city and therefore exempt from the mandate. In a appeals court Thursday, talks of lower court ruling that caused enforcement of the mandate. The order that carries is set for a trial date Northern Parsons, finally.
3 or 4 men found dead in a home in Palm Lake and identified. The medical examiner himself has said elderly paramedics found the men last week when they responded to a report about men with medical complications. The sheriff's official said it looks like the men had been dead for a while. One of the men was in his 60s, the other 3 were in their 30s. Saudi Arabia says it will not normalize relations with Israel or contribute to conflict reconstruction without a credible pathway to a Palestinian state. Minister Daniel says Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has rejected Palestinian state earlier, primarily insisting it would only be a security risk. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says establishing a Palestinian state would be the best way to protect Israel as the Arab world and isolate Iran. JetBlue and Spirit Airlines say they're going to appeal the judge's ruling blocking a merger between the two carriers. The government says JetBlue made a nearly $4 billion bid in 2022 to acquire Spirit Airlines.
But the judge at the budget argued that a merger would reduce competition, harm consumers, looking for the appeal.
President Biden has a ruling blocking a merger to win for consumers. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has, he's got some Republican candidates. He has dropped out of the race for president. He made the announcement yesterday, hours before New Hampshire's primary.
The Democrats are not the use to produce a favorable outcome. More campaign costs, more interviews, how to do it. And then I start to put it volunteer their time and donate their resources. We don't have a clear path to get through it.
DeSantis endorsed former President Trump. South Carolina Senator, also a former presidential candidate, Scott also endorsed Trump over the weekend. In and out is out. In Oakland, Burger King's only Oakland location closing because of Trump. The company's chief operating officer says they've taken repeated steps to create safer conditions. The customers and employees are regularly breaking damage, theft, and even armed robbery. The store in Oakland is profitable, but they can't ask employees to work in an unsafe environment. The restaurant has been open for 18 years. Was closed March 24th. We've got some continued problems on the fire with this behind the sky this weekend.
If you are seriously overweight, I know how you feel about using your weight to 900 pounds. And then I underwent bariatric surgery that literally changed my life. It really didn't take me long to do it. You can get home to less medication. That's the team at West Medical. It saved the lives of thousands, literally thousands of patients. West Medical works with the most open scale insurance. They help cover cost of the weight loss. Call 800 West Med or visit westmedical.com for free consultation. 800 West Med or visit westmedical.com. Result of those teams. Visit 3 to go.
Back on weather from KFI, rain heavy at times with a chance of thunderstorms and gusty winds, especially in the back. 3/4 to 2.5 inches of rain possible in the Rocky Mountains. Up to 2 inches of rain along the coast.
I'm gonna be cozy with the baby and swaddle.
The KFI market report, the Dow is up 601 points, the NASDAQ at 108, S&P 500 is up 25. Hey, some events wherever you're headed this morning on the road.
Yeah, at least a half an hour. At least a half an hour. There's no wherever you're headed. Maybe like 45 an hour because everything is just red. It is correct. There's parking. You're still put out the south side. So now you back to clear. On the freeway south on record, someone Boulevard, so there, so street as a result. Corona, there is with walking right or westbound street, wherever you're going to start your place at 6th Street. They can take on a freeway northbound export all the way to left lane. Left to the right there, left lane, right from the 6th freeway, Long Beach, down lane, north on the 405, south lane, 23.
Every time I end up on the trigger, somebody will say,
And both sides from 110 are closed in parking. So between Carson Street and Thornton Boulevard, 405 to get around that area right now, so Street is Long Beach. It goes right. They have on a step. Attorney Joe Cortez. Business owners and professionals make special challenges in divorce court. that they are earning more than they are, probably claim from their business or practice itself. Clients with assets depend on their divorce lawyer skills in these matters, and that's why it's so important to hire someone that has those skills. San Diego, California, 93100. They came up with a program that offered no interest, no monthly payment loan. This is for the down payment. To help lower income residents come up with that down payment and to buy their first home. The program has $300 million in it. First come, first served, 10 and 11 days. All right, so now we try to put south and west the agency has now moved an additional $325 million in the program. Result of negotiations with a budget there, state budget negotiations. And the stories that are board was from the spring. And they're looking at that because it's not just one for third, it is a cooperative. It makes a lot of sense. 2,100 loans went out last April, and now they're looking at several thousand loans that are going to be handed out this spring. Now, if we're going to down payment closing loan, first home will max out at $150,000 for 20% of the home purchase price, whichever is smaller. What these are effectively second mortgage. Except there's no payment required. There's no interest on them, and you don't have to pay anything. And what the state is actually doing is investing in real estate. Because if the home is refinanced, resold, and that first mortgage is paid off, then the government gets its money back. And it can actually make money because the government is investing $150,000, let's say, into your house, and then it goes up in value, which happens historically, and they get their money back plus the percentage of what that $150,000 was for the home. So if the home goes up 8% or 10% or 20% over the next 10, 12 years, then it's how much at that home, how much of it is value the government gets that percentage back on top of the money they gave you. So I think long term, the government's going to do okay on this. Very long term, insanely long term. Now, loans can be applied for, yes, but you can work with completing lenders on the paperwork. And there are a bunch of rules now. All in every state Canadian house in the United States in the last 7 years. Parents so far cannot currently hold the state in a home, and if they're dead, they may not have owned a home at the time of their death. And it's something in California who has been placing foster care or institutional care. And there's more than one buyer involved from the current California resident. It looks like out of state, so not that now, because they're always the California resident. At least one is a first generation home buyer, or a U.S. citizen, or a non-citizen authorized to be in the country, a green card, or photocopy that. So work with a lender, participating, you get a pre-qualification letter, and then before you get that letter, the credit report is running your debt to income ratio, how large loan can you actually afford, even though you're not paying it back. And that online portal opens up the first week of April. And I gotta tell you, this is if you qualify, and we're getting smaller and smaller numbers that qualify, but these qualifications, well, you're going to get your basically $150,000 loan, and what is that? It's like $300 million. You're talking into this thing is $245 million this year. Is good for about 1,670 loans specifically. And you have to know, find an amount that you can afford. That's probably not going to happen. Persuade the owner to choose your bid, which is probably not going to happen. Qualify for the mortgage from a bank, credit union, or other lender, which is probably not going to happen. But maybe the program is, for example, let's say you make $150,000 a year, and the house is $1 million. Which is here in Southern California, look out the window, Burbank, which is a 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom house, or one downtown is $1 million. So you put $150,000 down, which means you only have an $850,000 mortgage. That's 6.5%. And whatever the it's right under it, you can't afford it.
Hey, don't let it quickie. Listen, tell him you can. That's my chance to read. Yeah. Hey, don't let it. Tell him you can. That's my chance to read. You ain't coming on to the other one. Shut up. Let's go. Fish.
large rifle required. So from the front row, from overflowing the forearm line with that forearm that's in front of that access to the line. Into the line, the floating on 4 or 5 centimeters for the only function of the parent. So from 7 to 10, and both sides for the rest of the full shut down to the left as well. We parse the screen and full of line. Still full of flavor. So look at line and style. Mr. Golden's concert knowledge is scheduled. Did you know Discover wants everyone to feel special? That's why when you're Discover Guide, you have access to 24/7 customer service as well as $0 phone reliability. We push you to help responsible for unauthorized purchases. Learn more at discover.com/Discover.com. Limitations apply. And you're right. They offer to the relationship sex is an uphill climb. TRUMAN started in the family business. Through hard work, it's not what America's most successful shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have support of reliable, hard-working partners. With over 41,000 items ready to ship, whether your company is still engaged in office or expanding across country, TRUMAN will be there on your path to success. Visit TRUMAN.com. Dental condition pain and embarrassment of use, missing in one teeth go away in just one day. Dental is the pioneer of the teeth and one-day procedure. It has a giving smile great since 1968. Walking with your loose, missing and embarrassing teeth. Walk down with a beautiful smile that same day. Change your life, increase your confidence, and enjoy your favorite foods again with no more pain and discomfort. All for a free exam, CT scan and x-rays, a $1,500 value. If you're scared of the dentist, we offer sleep dentistry and can do all of your dental work while you sleep. Easy financial options are available, and we offer special discounts for veterans and active military, law enforcement, and more. Call now and receive $4,000 off your new teeth in one day. And we will beat any competitor's rate offer. See the amazing cancellations and read all their 5-star reviews at CunningDental.com. 888-640-SMILE. 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 Restrictions apply. City of Los Angeles landlords can own rent-controlled properties. Starting February 1st, you'll be able to increase rents by 4% for your rent-controlled property and up to 1% for utility, up to 6% can be added only if you pay the entire gas and electric bill. And don't forget to give your tenant an advance 30-day written notice for your rent increases less than 10%. It is state law. Learn more about the rent increase at housing.lacity.org. That's housing.lacity.org. Hey, my name is Jay Shetty, and I'm the host of Fun Podcast in the World. Join this week as I chat with a fellow Rabbi, the woman of the next step in grace. You know that we navigate through the plastic of our life uncovered the problem, but if we look at it with a fine story, she wants to see up all the things that I know, the war in the region, what is AI going to do? Look for all message with Jay Shetty and the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your podcast. The very narrow scope of the accessibility has taken over for 92% of the tweets and 6% of the public. Because what the rest of us do? We don't work. So we go, well, we don't have time. Well, it's 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. January 22, as you can hear it on the report before that. India is raining big time. We're in the middle of a nature storm for this whole morning. We were outside in the rain. We're looking at 2 inches of rain in certain areas in the Southland, and flood warnings all over the place. Yeah, it's not as bad as it is that week. That is that the economy control on that side already. And storm after storm. Amy, we have, is it the last time we have more rain?
No, this is the last extreme. It's also the heaviest. There's a southwest system for extension to the last inches of rain. But it's usually about 1 week time to see that thing go up. So that's right.
After those Southern California weather, also weather big news. Politically, with Ron DeSantis has dropped out of presidential race through the nomination. And that is what
Joe Rogan Experience. Showing my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night, all day. Bring my motherfucking glasses. Do you need some? Yeah, I have some. Just in case. You're going to show me something. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So I started doing this red light bed. I started doing two things to help my eyes. One, I started taking pure encapsulations. They have this, what's it called? Macro support? What's it called? Anyway, it's a bunch of supplements that they put together to stop your eyesight from going bad. And it's legit. Macular support, that's it. You like it? Oh, legit. It stopped whatever the deterioration that I was experiencing, or my eyesight was starting to go. It stopped. Just stopped it. And it made it a little bit better. And then I started doing this red light bed. So I had this guy, Garrett Breck, on the podcast, who explained to me how red light revitalizes your capillaries and helps your vision come back. So I've been doing that now for about 6 weeks, and I've noticed an improvement. Like, I don't need reading glasses as much if I'm reading things on my phone. I can read some things that I just was not going to be able to read. And more importantly, it's not getting worse. It's like, it was like kind of every 6 months, 8 months or so, I noticed, my God, my eyes went worse. This is terrible. Like, after like 46, it seemed like. Somewhere around 46, it was like it dropped off a cliff. And you did the right thing, because you didn't submit to these. My mistake was to submit to these when I was like 43. By 44, I could see I was having problems already. And I submitted to these. And this is worse for you. That's why you should take the glasses. Put the glasses on. Hold on. Yeah. Make your eyes muscle. That thing. It's like when you wear fucking hearing aids. Like, your hearing gets lost. I say with vision, like, the problem is we're looking at things that are real close up all the time. And your eyes are supposed to do a bunch of different things. They're supposed to look at stuff in the distance. They're supposed to look at things up close. And if you don't look at things in the distance all the time, you lose that ability. Well, I'm going to be as honest as I can with you. I'm not trying to be cute here. Okay. I lost my eyesight and I stopped doing coke. Because when I was doing coke, my eyesight was on point, Jack. I could see a light from fucking 2 miles away. That light green, we gotta make it. Once I stopped doing coke, my eyesight went right into the fucking shit. So when I was snorting, I had 20/20 vision. I could see coke rocks in the carpet and shit. Now I can't see shit if there's a coke rock on the fucking floor. So that, I guess it's blood flow. If you think about it, blood flow to the brain. I mean, doesn't coke give you like a crazy amount of blood flow to your brain? I mean, it must. I have no idea. I have no idea where the blood goes, Joe. Thank God I never got into that. No, thank God I never got into that. And especially now. Like now, I see these people that are snorting anything. Yeah. To snort anything today, you gotta be fucking crazy. Yeah, you can die. Heroin, these people put the fucking test. Like if you go to a bar in New York, they have tests. Yeah. They check the bathroom. Yeah. Are you fucking kidding me? They have to. You don't want to test cocaine, it's time to do something different. If you're gonna test your coke, it's time to do something different. You gotta fucking, you know what's going on here? Ketamine. Everybody's doing ketamine. They do nasal sprays. We had some lady go into a K-hole in the middle of our comedy show. She just fucking falls down like this. And they brought in the Narcan and shit. They were worried that she had overdosed. And our worker said, no, she's just been doing ketamine. She just did too much. I did a couple of lines of that one time at the podcast. Yeah. And it was okay. I did the podcast. But whoever gave me ketamine left like a pile of it on the desk. You know, we did a couple of lines. So he left and me and Lee were talking. And I go, Lee, what are we going to do with this fucking thing? And he says, I don't know, throw it away. I go, fuck that. It was about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. I had done 3 lines maybe, and I was buzzed, but it didn't take me over the top. I did those. Now, I lived 6 minutes from the podcast studio in LA. When I got to the first light to make the left, I knew it was not going to be a good drive. It was not going to be a good drive home, okay? I had done too much. Then I got home, and when I put my foot out of the car, that was it. It was lights out after that. And I'm like, I am fucked up. I'm leaving like lights out. Like I was fucked up. I don't know what was going on. It's a different kind of fucked up. It's a different type of fucked up. And I went in the house, and
damn it, my wife is awake.
Oh no.
Now I gotta talk to her. So I ran to my office. I'm in there 15 minutes, getting higher and higher.
Oh no.
And shit, my body's feeling weird, and I go, I better go out there before she comes in here.
Right.
And she was watching True Crimes Detective, whatever it was, on HBO.
Oh, okay.
And it was the dude from the Green Book and the other guy, the brother, the guy who won he was with the Green Book with the guy who drove him to the South. He played the piano player. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So, you ever saw the Green Book?
I don't think I saw the Green
Good fucking
We were talking about him yesterday, Marshall Ali.
Yeah,
That guy's awesome.
he's awesome.
He was great in that Netflix documentary, Netflix show. We were just talking about the end of the world. Joanna Roberts and Ethan Hawke.
Oh, I didn't see that.
It's good. Fucking Giannis hated it though, huh? He's trying to get me to hate it. I kind of went with him a little bit, right? He influenced me. I was like, yeah, there were some parts I didn't like. CG animals. Yeah, a bunch of CGI animals staring at people.
No, but I looked at him, and when I was watching TV, his head kept getting bigger. And I'm like, I couldn't take it. I'm sitting there. I got no T-shirt on. She's kind of looking at me. I'm kind of looking at her.
Your wife is a fucking angel.
And finally,
She really is.
I couldn't take it no more. I couldn't take it no more. I go, what the hell's going on here? And she said, what? I'll change it. She didn't know. I told her the next morning. I said, let me tell you something. When I came last night, I was not doing too good. You know, people think that you fuck around. Like when I was living in LA, people think like you fuck around and you don't have no. Everybody always thinks like I just got high and had no fucking consequences. I just never told you about what I dealt with. You know, one night I ate mushrooms and I went home and the fucking mushrooms hit. I didn't know. I ate like 3 little fucking things at the office. The mushrooms hit. And that's the day The Exorcist came on. And I had to watch it. And I'm like, okay. And I finally ran into the room and put the blankets over my head. It was too fucking real. Like I have horrible high stories. I just don't repeat it because, you know, forever won't believe it.
I remember when we were on a plane once and you were eating Stars of Death, and we were like almost at New York, and it was like an hour before the plane landed in Toronto. I almost fucking lost it. I was having a panic attack. It was getting bad. And then you go, but I'm back. And then you popped you. I'm like, how did you just fucking do that? You just had a panic attack almost.
You know, for 3 years I cried about this anxiety. I can't take it.
Yeah.
Fucking, I don't do edibles now.
Is that what it is?
Monday nights.
So it was edibles that was giving you the anxiety?
You said it yourself. You can't live on 2,000 milligrams a goddamn day. Something's got to fall apart eventually.
Yeah.
You know, that was kicking it up. And then
I would get, anytime I would get above 200 milligrams, the whole world was just like very slippery. Very slippery. It's like, this is like, I could see how edibles can get someone to legitimately lose their mind.
Definitely.
That's why when I was talking to Alex Berenson, he wrote that book, Tell Your Children. It's all about schizophrenia, and about how there are people that get introduced to high doses of marijuana and it induces schizophrenia. We know people, we both know a couple of people that have had that happen to. I'm like, this is real. But I think marijuana is very beneficial in the low to moderate doses. When you get above certain doses with certain psychologies, certain people, certain times of their life, you know, certain things they're going through, you never know. You could fucking crack. You could.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
Sometimes
It gets. Marijuana at the high doses is not what people think it is. It gets to that very psychedelic place where it's like, this might as well be acid. Like the real high doses. There's some time where Eddie Bravo had these THC pills. One of his students had made his own pills that like turned keef into pills. I forget how many we took, but I was talking to this one dude, and I might as well have been in another dimension. Like my relationship to reality was very slippery. I was like, if I was losing my mind right now, or wasn't in a good place in my life, my life is falling apart. Maybe you're getting fired, your house is repossessed, going through a divorce, maybe you have cancer, who knows, whatever it is. And then you get that dose, it could send you over the top.
Bro, I had a guy come over from jiu-jitsu one day. We just hanging out. He wanted to do a bong hit with you. And I gave him 2 bong hits.
This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. That's the only coffee I drink. I drink it at home. I drink it at work. Sometimes I have to drink other coffee, but if I want to drink the coffee that I enjoy, it's Black Rifle Coffee. If you haven't already heard about Black Rifle Coffee Club, you lucked out because now's the perfect time to get on board with this community for a massive discount. New members who join today use the code Joe, and you're going to get 30% off their first month with the club. It's the best way to get premium coffee roasted right here in the USA, shipped to your door on a schedule that works for you. Club members also get exclusives like free shipping on all deliveries, special discounts on roasts, access to products that you won't find anywhere else, members only content, plus discounts with a bunch of your favorite brands. Joining the coffee club is the best way to get the full BRCC experience. So sign up now, use the code Joe, and get that massive 30% off your first month. You get to enjoy the best coffee in America, the best coffee club in America, and most importantly, join a mission to give back to those who serve. This episode is brought to you by Traeger. My Traeger grill has really been a game changer when it comes to cooking up a feast. They're easy to use and make controlling temperatures a breeze, and Traeger is now offering special pricing for military members and first responders with up to 20% off select grills and up to 15% off select accessories. Head to Traeger.com to learn more. Use the code Rogan at checkout for free shipping.
See, I knew people who had that, but they didn't have multiple locations. So the cops could never get a hold of you. Except when you book numbers on the phone, we had to get a new apartment every 3 weeks. not a personal apartment.
Right, to look out.
To book out.
Yeah.
So I would get my mom would get an apartment, and then she would get 3 different apartments out of that apartment. So nobody could read what you're doing. Then a month later, next door. Then a month later, around the block. Then you're back to that fucking building. So you pretty much pay rent on it. All those years, rent was cheap. Now you can fucking.
Isn't it crazy how much underground gambling there was with bookies and the numbers? And the numbers was a big one.
Numbers was big. You know, underground casinos. I used to go with my buddy Martin Perez to this judo school. I never wanted to go. I was more of a karate guy, but I would go with him. And there was like this old fucking Japanese guy and this old Cuban dude. They would throw each other around. There was a Russian guy there. There's the 70s. And up the corner, there was a place where people would play cards. Then I found out my stepfather would go there. And one day I went to judo on the way out. As I was walking towards the bus on 7th Street, I saw unmarked cars. I saw like 2 unmarked cars. When I got home that night, my stepdad was getting ready to leave him. He goes, I'm going to play cards. And I go, you going on to 8th Street? He goes, yeah. I go, don't go down there. He goes, why? I go, because I was down there with Martin and I saw the fucking 2 unmarked cars down there. He goes, what the fuck do you know? I go, what do I know? That since I was fucking 5, I've been wanting to be a lookout. So I'm 5. That's my job, to look. Right? I keep my fucking eyes open. And I would just pick up shit like that. I would just pick up 2 unmarked cars. He didn't go. He thought about it. He goes, okay, if you saw it, we'll go. Sure enough, the next day I woke up and he was 50. He's like, dog, how the fuck did you go? Because I'm telling you, I fucking know. They didn't know in those days. The cops would go early and they park like 2 blocks away because they're fucking lazy. Right. You know, if you're gonna raid somebody, can't stay the fuck away from their own goddamn thing. Yeah. They come in at night. Don't fucking lurk all day, you know. Second good fellas, they were following them all fucking day with a helicopter. Just bust them cops. Yeah.
Well, they want to terrorize you.
Well, they want to see what they want to see how you respond.
Well, if you're cracked out, you're gonna go to try to get rid of something. Or you're gonna go to try to hide something.
Yeah, they got your phone tapped, they got everything. So they put a cop car in front of your house to see where you react, to see how you react for the day. Then you start cleaning the house. You know, you call people, get everything out of your house, whatever the fuck it is. You know, it's a different world out there now. So I don't know nothing about that fucking world. Yeah, it's different. And I don't want to know. Because now those shootings just for being there.
It's a different world in terms of law enforcement too. People getting out of jail like that now.
They still won't drop my warrant in fucking Seattle.
You can't even get arrested in Seattle for what you did. You can't even have a record.
You cannot. You can hit somebody with a stick and be out that afternoon.
Yeah, you wouldn't have a record in Seattle.
I'm still going back and forth with these motherfuckers.
So you still can't get your
passport. No. I just sent them the last day.
If you get a passport and we go overseas, when we do gigs overseas, you will get a passport.
Yes.
When you do this, we're gonna have to fucking fly in a day early. We're gonna make it so, because I don't know if you're even gonna get in over there. It might be a hard time once you land.
Where?
Anywhere, UK, anywhere. Oh, Canada's a big one.
Canada's not going to take me. We're not going to go to Canada. And I love Canadians. I got nothing against Canada. It's the way the country works. They won't let the nicest guy we know has got a DUI and he can't get into Canada. But they used to pay a tax. Like Snoop Dogg. So you're telling me Snoop Dogg can't play Canada? There's a tax you can pay, a little heavy, and then you get out. It's like everybody else. We could all settle this with an envelope.
Well, they get an envelope anyway. When you do a gig in Canada, yeah, they get a big tax envelope. You get that in the UK too. So you do a gig in the UK, you're paying.
Let me tell you something. Before 9/11, I was one of the had all these criminal charges, no warrants or anything. My friend from the Miami Improv dated a girl from Buffalo, and he called her father to pick me up from Buffalo and take me to his house and cross me over the border. Before 9/11, it was a casino they called it. And you just drove in, right? No ID, no nothing. And he would drive me to Toronto, he would drive me to Ontario, and I take the bus to Toronto for 2 weeks and come back. And on the way back, I would come on the bus. I would drive those motherfuckers crazy, dude. When I get my license, they just look at me and they go, "When did you come in here?" And I go, "Last week. You were the guy that was working." They would say, "No, I wasn't. I would have never let you come through." "Well, you let me the fuck out now."
Because you record?
Yeah, they would hold me for like 10 minutes. Like, "How did you get to this country?" I'm like, "On fucking bus. You guys let me in last week." "No, it was a mistake. We could have never let you in." Dog, I would fuck with them all the time. I tried to do that cute shit during 9/11. They yanked me right the fuck out of there. Yeah, without taking that shit. But to answer your question from before, my plan is this. I'm doing 10 spots. Okay, I'm up to number 3. Okay, I'm going to do my 10 spots. I'm going to decide what I want to do. I'm not going to travel no more. I'm not going to get on a fucking plane. That was brutal last night. That was brutal. 3.5 hours on a flight for me. I can't do that. Really? Yeah. I'm good for like an hour and a half. I went to Nashville on JSX. The private plane, the semi-private, 30 people on, tremendous. I recommend that to anybody if you don't like turbulence. I fucking loved it. But they don't fly to Austin yet. They fly to Dallas, and you have to connect to Austin. My plan is this: start doing some sets at the stand, start going over to see Chris Brazilian and Gotham, do a couple of those, and when I feel like I got 45 minutes, I'm going to take a residency.
Where are you gonna go?
AC or Parks Machine.
Where's Parks?
Philadelphia.
I
I have no problem.
Philadelphia's great.
Nobody's gonna ever walk out of my show.
No, they're fun.
Yeah. Nobody will ever walk out of my shows in Philadelphia and insult me. Nobody will get their feelings hurt. If I say a joke that, I'm on the spectrum, somebody's not gonna cry after the show and say that their nephew's on the spectrum. The show hurt their feelings. Philly, that's never gonna happen.
Animals.
And Atlantic City, animals. That's never gonna happen.
Same people. Animals. Same people sell jerseys.
That's why people.
Yeah.
That's why I would.
Yeah, you can easily do a residency.
I would love to tell you I'm gonna put a tuxedo on and go to Vegas, sing a couple songs, and then come and do an hour of material. I would love to tell you that.
I get it. Do you think you'd ever live anywhere other than Jersey?
Yes.
Because if you lived in Vegas, you could do a residency there.
We're not fucking crazy. That's a tough thing to retire in New Jersey. Not cheap, bro.
Jersey's not cheap.
Not fucking cheap, bro.
Jersey's
And that's why everybody from Jersey flies to fucking Florida, I like to lean towards Nashville. Outside of Nashville, yeah. Bro, right now you can get a house in Nashville. The ones I saw over the holidays, brand new. Not much, Joe. Because it's just as bad. It's just a property to retire.
right.
If I turn 65, there's money in the same way I have in Tennessee. I'm living in a lot. I want to get a tax convention.
Yeah.
Tax convention.
I read about Dubai. See if this is true. Dubai, there's no tax. There's no income tax. None at all. They just have so much money they're like, and everything's clean. My friend Will went over there and moved over there. He said, "I just want to get shot." So I could live completely safe. UAE does not levy income tax on individuals. However, levies a 5% value-added tax on purchases of goods and services levied at each stage of the supply chain and ultimately borne by the end consumer. Yeah, but that's okay. You know what that is? That's a big difference with that and income tax. You don't get any say in where it goes. You see what's going on in Ukraine, you see what's going on in Israel, you see what's going on. All the different shit that the Biden administration spends money on, all the money they're giving to illegal immigrants that are coming into the country, all the money they're giving for programs that are ridiculous. That's your money, and you don't have any say. You can't argue about it. There's not a competition. So there's not a better company that's going to come along and take care of the taxes in a better way, more efficient. There's no incentive to do it better. They say, fuck you, give me the money.
We're not giving Ukraine.
Yeah, that was one of the things that they were arguing about. That they have to do both. They wanted the Ukraine budget to be lumped into the border fixing budget. So it's wild.
That fucking border.
It's a wild thing.
It's wild. That border, what happened is doing that. They're telling those motherfuckers to step off and shit.
I met Adam a few times. I like that guy a lot. You know, the sending the buses filled with immigrants to sanctuary cities is such a crazy move. Like, fuck you. You take care of them. You're just letting them in. Your policies are letting them in. You're encouraging them to go there because you're a sanctuary city. We will help you out. We'll help you out. Bring them right to you. Now the same politicians that were running on this platform, this mischief, it's a fantasy platform. This is a fantasy. Like, come here, we'll accept you all. Let's say the governor now, she's like, that's enough. No more. You can't come here. Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. What does that mean? Go where? They're already here. There's too many. There's millions. You guys have let millions in. There's more illegal immigrants over the last few years than are legal residents in like 5 states. If you put together like Idaho, Wyoming, you know, like the weird states with low populations, what's the number of illegal immigrants that have entered into this country over the last 4 years? Let's guess. What do you think? Yeah, 100%. 10 million? Maybe 12. What do you think it is, Jay?
I saw those fucking lines.
They don't even know, by the way. They're just guessing. They're just guessing. They're just guessing. They're not counting them all. Just try to.
No, I get it. I've tried this before. You can't. I don't know how to differentiate illegal versus legal. Another thing I'll do for you. They have to figure it out themselves. And you're allowed to cross.
But they're trying to make everybody legal. That's part of the hustle. The hustle is make everybody documented.
Effectively, illegal immigrants entering the U.S. by 2022. Arrivals of migrants without prior authorization. I don't know if that's even legal.
So in 1 year, arrival of ports of entry migrants, but that's ports of entry. That's not like coming through the border.
Right, I don't
Coming
know.
through the border.
That's like
Right. Why don't you Google this? How many illegal immigrants sneak through the border? Just Google that. I don't know. Google it. How many illegal immigrants? But just do it in my language. Do it. How many illegal immigrants sneak through the border? Right there.
Eric can't find the difference.
Sneak.
About them.
Record numbers. Okay, this is real recent. December 24th. How many per day? Just that not can't be that much, is it? That's crazy. Okay. There it goes. Okay. In just the last 5 days, Border Patrol processed nearly 50,000 miles. Whoa, 5 days. went to the U.S. illegally, with daily apprehensions surpassing 10,000 thrice, up from the 6,400 average last month. According to federal data obtained by CBS News, roughly 1,500 immigrants are being processed each day at official border crossings under the Biden program powered by a phone app. It says it, but they are. It says entering the U.S. illegally. Right. Right, but they still made it across illegally. They entered in illegally. That's just what I'm saying. I'm saying that's really what it is. They're processing anybody, but they're just letting them go. This is what's crazy. They're processing you, but it's all bullshit. They don't say you have to go back. There's no going back. You go in. They give you a phone. They give you money. A phone? Yeah, some places they're giving people phones. And so, if it's, let's say if it's, go back to that, it's past 10,000, instead of past 10,000 thrice. So let's just say it's 50,000, so 10,000 a day. If it's 10,000 a day, daily, that's the high end. Let's assume that they're not counting a lot of them. 10,000, that's 3,650,000 a year. That's
how much, when I read all this shit,
that's
I hear all this shit, how am I supposed to do it?
If it really is 10,000 a day, that is fucking bananas.
But think about it, how am I supposed to feel?
How am I supposed to feel?
I gotta hear this shit all day long, and I feel terrible about this shit.
I would do it.
But do you see the lines of the people that are fucking coming
It's
through?
nuts.
And, listen, I don't know if a lot of people know this shit. Sanitation, police, all this shit in New York, there's no overtime. Because all that budget has gone to the migrants.
Yeah.
And the migrants are not happy.
No.
They're losing their fucking minds.
They thought they were going to get jobs.
Yeah.
They were told they were going to get jobs. They're trying to start families. There's nothing there.
There's nothing here.
And, we come out here to be homeless.
The sanctuary cities, no, I don't even know. New York City's a sanctuary city.
Yeah.
Whoever made that, didn't check with the people. No. You know what I'm saying? Like, whoever said, we're a sanctuary city in New York City, didn't check with the people in the
You know what
community.
it is? It's just letting everybody know you're not racist. You're not racist. You have no problem with immigrants.
We're not racist.
We're not, of course.
We're not racist, but I see that my friend who's got 2 children that depends on overtime in the sanitation department can't get it. He's a supervisor. He lost thousands in fucking salaries.
That's all going to this.
The migrant things and cops, no overtime. So this is what this is doing. And this just isn't New York. It's got to be in all the big cities.
Chicago has
Houston,
a big problem with it.
Texas, Houston. And what comes from this? You don't know. Again, we're going back to the Marielle thing. I don't know who the fuck is coming in.
Yeah.
I don't know if they raped 22 women. I don't know if they raped 22 boys.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're perfect fucking citizens. We don't know these things. So we're, this was just something. Listen, when I think of politics, I don't get involved, Joe, because it scares me. The only thing that doesn't scare me is how a man can have 20,000 indictments and still lead the presidential fucking in our country. This is why America's America. How can fucking somebody have 92 fucking indictments? He's in New York yelling yesterday, but he still has 50% of the fucking country on lockdown. Right? Isn't that like he's beaten Nikki Haley and the other guy?
Well, because it appears that they're prosecuting him for political purposes.
Yes, they are. I mean, I'm not a political guy, and I'm telling you, they just keep fucking throwing things like this.
They're throwing things at him also that don't make sense. Like we talked about the Mar-a-Lago thing a bunch of times when they try to say that they overvalued Mar-a-Lago. The judge said it's worth $18 million. Nobody thinks that. Nobody thinks that. There's not a fucking human alive that thinks that place is only worth $18 million.
Did you see him raise his hand this week? Sammy the Bull.
What is that?
Talking about fucking Trump. He's great. We can never corrupt him. The mafia can never
love Trump. The Italians.
He's uncorruptible. He was saying it the other day. I'm like sitting there scratching my head. Fucking Sammy's a savage. He's a savage.
Yeah, this is a strange time because there's people who's trying to paint everybody that's supporting Trump as being a white supremacist or a racist or an anti-immigration person or anti-human rights person. You want to vote in a dictator. They're trying to say the most ridiculous versions of what most of it is. Because what most of it is people that are fed up. They're fed up with the open border. They're fed up with the increasing government scrutiny on things like social media. They're fed up with the influence that big companies have over the things you do and don't do in this country. They're fed up with us being in these fucking wars, constantly being involved in wars. And they know that Trump was one of the few guys that when he was in office, we didn't get into wars. We didn't. And they did do a great job of stopping ISIS. They did a lot of things with the economy that seemed to have been working. I'm not an economist. I'm not the guy to have this conversation with. If you want to talk about policies and what's effective, it's not effective. I'll tell you it's not effective. What's going on right now? What's going on right now is not good. You want to continue this? You're out of your fucking mind. You look at the just sheer raw numbers of dollars that we sent to other countries this year. That you have to realize that if you wanted the country to be better, you would have spent that money here on us. And if you spent that money on us and it stays in America, you got American jobs to make American cities better. You could have done a fucking substantial amount of rebuilding American cities with $170 billion. There's so much they could have done that could have elevated so many lives, and they didn't do it.
You're just talking about Buffalo,
Yeah,
Cleveland, Pittsburgh,
yeah.
all these cities up north, New York, and all that. They need a boost up there.
They need something, man.
Cleveland needs a boost. I went to Pittsburgh last year after the pandemic. Half the fucking town was closed.
Yeah.
Places had closed down. I'm like, come on. Something called like a good restaurant closed down. How can they close down?
You can't have any business for 3 years. No business. I mean, Tony Esco's dad has a restaurant. Tony Esco's dad had a restaurant in Youngstown, Ohio, for 25 fucking years. He couldn't, he's getting by. He was getting by. He's doing well, getting by, making money, good restaurant, real Italian food. Fucking goes on. You know, it's like, God damn it. You didn't even give people the option of what they wanted to do, and you were wrong. And no one is punished for it. They were wrong. They shouldn't have had us locked down for that long. They were wrong. None of that shit made sense. All that 6-foot social distancing. Fauci now admits it's all bullshit. They just came up with that number. People just started saying that number. Remember those stupid stickers on the ground at the bank? You get a sticker. We weren't allowed to stand here. And then the other person has to say 6 feet in front of you to stand there. You're not allowed to get close. It's all nonsense. It was all nonsense. And they scared the fuck out of people, and they kept businesses closed. And they closed restaurants in Los Angeles. They closed outdoor dining just because of the optics of it. Because COVID started to surge. There was no evidence at all that it was causing outdoor transmission, and they closed those fucking things down. They shouldn't be allowed to have that kind of power over whether or not you can make a living and the choices that you make, because they are just human beings too. And not only are they often uninformed, they're often misinformed, they're often absolutely victims of some sort of corporate propaganda that they've been used as a mouthpiece to promote, and they're affecting these people that have worked their whole lives for 20, 30 years. And it's such a selfish, shitty, fucked up way to run a city. A selfish, shitty, fucked up way to run a country. And you didn't listen to all the experts, and you didn't take into consideration people's health, mental health from losing their jobs, how many people would have been fine, how many people need this fucking medicine that you're trying to push on, and how many don't, and who's making the money off of it. The whole thing was insane. And it was right in front of your face, because we live in 2024 and the fucking internet is everywhere. You can't run these giant scams like this where you're just fucking over the whole country without everybody just being able to piece it together at the end of the scam and go, well, now we know how they do it. Look at, they all were working in cahoots together. They were literally paying media companies to shame people that were anti-vaccine. The government was involved in censoring social media posts. Wild shit, Joey. Wild shit. So for people to go through all that and lose their business and be on the other side, and then Trump comes along and he's like, that's enough. You can't just label all those people as white supremacists. You can't label all those fucking people as hateful bigots, because that's not what it is. They don't want any more of this. They're tired of this nonsense that you're shoving down people's faces. They're tired of it. So that doesn't mean that they're evil. And this narrative is stupid. This narrative that everyone on the other side that disagrees with you doesn't see the fundamental problems with the way things are being run right now. Everyone is hateful. Everyone supports a dictator.
That's right. And then we got Cuba. And they're dying of starvation still. So
What are they doing now that Castro's dead? Is the sun running you? Who's running Cuba? They're not having elections.
elections.
Just bring back her mom. That's what it was.
See that fucking paper.
That's what it was. Well, shit, man. I used to love going. People used to love going to Cuba. It used to be the place to go. They had gambling there. They would go and gamble. And like famous people used to come to Cuba before the revolution, right? Like Kennedy.
What's the guy's name you introduced me to? He owns a company, really nice sweet guy.
Oh, Greg from Waste to Wealth? Yeah.
Me and him had a tremendous conversation because he went to Cuba and he had to get a visa as a student or something. He was blown the fuck away. But he was more blown away about going into those palaces, those casinos, and they still have pictures of the people sitting there, Sinatra, Brando, Rock Hudson, all these, we don't even know how many planes would go down every day with fucking people from here. It was amazing.
I'll tell you one thing. You ask a Cuban in Miami, you're gonna get a red wave. You want to talk about people that vote Republican. You want to talk about people that don't want to hear no bullshit about so. Shut the fuck up. Cubans will yell at you. If you want to talk that nonsense woke hippie shit about Marxism, they will fucking yell at you. Oh, those people have actually felt it. They escaped it.
You're not upset there, Joe. And they're talking about Trump on some CNN or something. And I had to stop and go. I can just imagine Cubans in Miami are saying, man, it is fucking hilarious. They love Trump. They love Trump. Because I just spoke to like a cousin of mine. He's like, bro, and I'm like, oh my God.
They love Republicans.
They love Trump. And I can just imagine them going, oye, ¿en qué país un tipo que lo están vigilando con toda la pinga esta todavía puede ser presidente de los Estados Unidos? For a Cuban, they fucking love that shit. What I just said was, what other country? Caballero, tell me, what other country can you have 30 indictments and still be fucking president of the United States?
Yeah, that's it. It's only one.
I mean, maybe there's another country. If you don't give me that fucking can, I'm gonna stab you. Open it, because are you trying to open it? Oh my God, I'm like, okay,
I'm not just playing with it, sorry. You're just struggling with it. Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Now, what is that?
No, it's nicotine pouch.
They good?
Oh, yeah, they're good. You want one?
What flavor?
This is spearmint.
Am I gonna fucking get dizzy?
No, you get a little excited. Check this. Put that 6 milligrams. Let's go. Woo, right? Like right away. Jesus. Yeah, the whole presidential election thing scares me. It's if the Democrats stay in power and Biden stays in power, in the same administration, we're headed in the same exact direction as we are right now. And if Trump gets into office, then people are going to freak the fuck out. And there's probably going to be riots. There's probably going to be some craziness. It's probably going to be organized stuff, too. There's probably going to be various groups that organize people to start civil unrest. That's a real thing. Whatever those groups are, whatever you want to call them, that's a real thing. It's Antifa, whatever you want to say. Groups of human beings that will purposely start civil unrest in order to push a narrative about a political movement that the people are tired of Trump, they're hateful. You know what Jim was about the Women's March? Because remember when Trump was in office, the Women's March? The Women's March is, yeah, you knew who a woman was then. Isn't that a great joke? That's only 2016. 2016 he gets in office, there's this giant women's march. And now no one can tell you what a woman is. If you had a giant women's march today, we have guys. And you can't say shit. There's your sisters, and then they'll hold an election, and then you're progressive. You got a man running one of these organizations.
The crazy fucking
You see this video? This is a lady in Chicago. This guy is trying to use the women's room. She's going in there with her daughter. This guy has a full beard, just a full beard. And she's yelling at him. She's like, you are a whole man. And he's like, I am a woman. And like, big, deep breath, big, deep voice, big, husky guy with fucking beard. What the fuck, man? Like, what the fuck? Is this really, is this being kind? Is that what this is? Is this being open-minded and compassionate? Or is this opening the door to fucking psychopaths? This is it. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. What size is that dude? You see this guy? This guy's a big dude with a beard. So that's a real thing. Now, the people that want to deny that that's a real thing, you're doing a disservice for everyone. You're doing a disservice to all the innocent women that have to go into those bathrooms and don't feel safe. And you're doing a disservice to real trans people. There's gonna be a bunch of people that game your system. And there's gonna be a bunch of perverts with fucking beards who want to go where the little girls are shitting. People are out of their minds. There's a certain percentage of people that are out of their fucking minds. It doesn't mean that all trans people are bad. It doesn't mean that all trans people are out of their minds. It means that you have to know what's crazy and what's not. And that's fucking crazy. That's crazy. That's a mentally ill person with a fucking beard trying to get into a bathroom when a mother and her daughter are in there. That's crazy.
the cops won't call.
Well, it's Chicago, right?
And what happens if the cops come down? What happens in that situation if the cops come? There was no assault.
Shit, if that was in San Francisco, they might arrest that lady. They might arrest her for being a bigot. Who fucking knows, man? It's Narnia out there. It's a fantasy world. People have lost their fucking mind, and I think it's engineered. I think that China has been TikToking these fucking people into a coma. I think all those little videos where, you know, trans awareness and, you know, and maybe you're trans and there are no genders, just and then psychos like that guy now think that the culture has moved to the point where they can kind of get away with it. Maybe the culture's changed their opinion on things. I think I can get away with this. I think I can wear my full beard with my dick out and go around women. And there's gonna be guys like that, just like there's real trans people. There's gonna be guys that are crazy, that take advantage of this thing that I think has been at least partially engineered by other countries. I think the algorithm supporting that and pushing that out to people are super easily influenced, man. Super easily influenced. And if you make it this thing where you just have to accept everything that happens to be trans, everything is fine as long as you call it trans. Well, then what about perverts? Don't you think perverts are going to game that system? This is a Willy Wonka golden ticket for perverts. That's what it is.
Wasn't there a fucking TED talk a couple years ago about some chick saying that we need pedophiles?
Really? Yeah, I've seen other videos like this where there are people that, I don't know who they are, but there are people that will make videos like this that make them seem real. And then
God, that lady's a great actress.
I'm not saying it is, but I'm looking at a lot of comments on TikTok and this is staged, this is fake.
Well, they might be right. But that lady, if that's true, that lady's a fucking great actress. Because that lady really did seem like someone who was very flustered and was trying to protect her daughter.
Yes, she was.
And if it is satire and you use that girl was a really good actress too, because she looked like a girl would respond if a fucking grown man was trying to get in the bathroom and her mother was fighting with this grown man like she was frozen. So that if that's true, if that is fake, they're really good actors.
I tell you when I knew the world was going crazy. Weight Watchers is offering fucking those shots.
Those fake shots.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lot of money in those shots, Joe. Yes. I don't know if you know that.
No, I didn't.
Oh yeah. Do you know that those weight loss drug shots, like these peptides, it's one of the biggest weight loss markets that's ever existed. That it's emerged. They're everywhere.
Everywhere.
Like, what are the? How many people are on Ozempic and Wegovy and all these other? Like, what's the numbers? Yeah, agonists or whatever they are. That's not a free ride either. Brian Simpson tried that shit and got wrecked. He's one of the few people, like a certain percentage of people, they do have a bad side effect, and he was one of those. Terrible gastrointestinal pain, like he was in agony. Yeah. He had to quit it right away.
One database that has.
I'm still a little apprehensive of the vaccine. Just another thing that just popped up.
Yeah.
I've been talking about it for a few years. I would have jumped on it, but it just popped up.
Well, some people, Brigham supports it. Brigham says it's like for people that want to lose weight, it is one of the only ways where you can like kind of guarantee that they can lose weight. But there's the argument about that a lot of people are losing muscle mass and they're losing bone mass along with the weight. He's saying, yeah, but that's because they're not doing it right, and they should also do it with peptides. And he said they should do it with resistance training.
Well, the guy I really know that he even talked to me about it. He said, Joey, consider it.
So look at this. It says 1.7% of people in the U.S. have been prescribed semaglutide medication in 2023, up 40-fold over the past 5 years. So I never even heard of it before 2022.
No.
Okay, so that's then. So 1.7% now. So somewhere around, in the neighborhood of 2 million.
No, my friend said if you do it correctly, because what happened was doctors prescribed it to you, and nobody did the fucking research on it.
So they did the wrong
I
dose.
work out with a guy, Joe, with life. This motherfucker, he's very smart. Like you, this is his thing. And I asked him, because he asked me, was it really considered? I don't know. You recommend it to the patient, do it correctly. It will work. I read it to him, which is what he goes, what they don't tell you is you have to change your eating. You have to eat the protein first on your dish. Because you're going to get too full by the time you get to your carbs. So he goes, people were eating salad. And that's why they were losing the muscle mass and everything. That makes sense. You got to double your protein intake. Now, like a bodybuilder needs 150 to 180 grams of protein intake. Joe, I could squeeze out 100 of buddy. Eggs, 7 grams each, right? 3 eggs for breakfast, no steak. I'll eat all that shit later. But how do you do 150 grams of damn protein?
All I eat is meat.
That's
I'm sure I
fucking
probably
meals. That's 530-gram meals.
I'm sure I get close to that.
So that's what he was saying, that people are not doing it right. It works 80% better with resistance training.
I'm sure.
80% better.
I'm sure.
Okay.
Anytime you're essentially what it does is it kills your desire to eat, right? It kills your appetite, right? So you eat less, right? It's basically doing the same thing as if you had a controlled diet and you decide that you're going to eat less. When you're going into starvation mode, so you're burning off more calories than your body consumes, your body's going to start eating its tissue. You're gonna eat some muscle mass. You're gonna eat some because you're just not doing. But if you did do it with peptides and you did do it with weightlifting, I would imagine you probably. I imagine a lot of that 35% they're talking about is like people didn't do anything. I bet a lot of people just took the shots, and especially if they're overweight already, drinking alcohol, they don't have a healthy lifestyle. Yeah, but I do know that some people get side effects, and that was Brian. Brian got one of the bad side effects. They're pretty common. Enough people get to that. It's something you have to consider.
I could call you about the peptide that you turned me on. Thank you again for the stem cells today.
Yeah, I hope they help your neighbor.
I didn't pass out.
Good.
Beautiful face.
I had to leave you in the room.
No, I
St.
wish
Joe's
you would.
freaking out about needles.
No. I wish you would have came and talked to me a little bit. The nurses were great.
They're great. Ways to Well's awesome.
Listen,
I love that.
I can tell you, and I even told her to her face, I go, I'd love to tell you, I'd love to meet.
Wow. Well, they're really good. They're really good.
I love to tell you, I felt the need. I didn't even feel it. I put my iPod on.
They just
Sat down.
beautiful.
When I did the fucking IV,
Damn people like how all the time.
he was
You see
telling
the
me,
needle?
he was telling me about GSP. He was telling me about GSP scamming needles.
That's hilarious. Isn't that funny? That guy?
I'm telling you that it is the weirdest fear that you could ever fucking have.
GSP is so interesting because he's such a man that he's not afraid at all to tell you what he's afraid of. You know what I'm saying? Like, he doesn't put on any.
No.
There's no bluster. There's no bullshit. What he is what he is.
Look, I had my friend's parent when I was a kid. He brought a snake into his house. This guy was a fucking iron. As tough as nails, drinking Irish. This guy was on the wall, corner, saying to Joey, I beg you, get out of my house. And I kept busting his balls. Come on. Are you really scared of this? Who's the little car, this thing? Oh, ready to climb into a fucking corner.
That's a real thing.
That's phobias.
Ophidiophobia.
The best when I was telling her, I didn't tell her the truth. I told the nurse about a different story. But when I went to prison, you have to do a physical. So here I am in prison, you know, like you gotta fucking hold your own.
Right.
I go in there, they put me at a desk, and I'm like, Lord, don't let me pass out today. Because I will wake up, these brothers will yank me, do not pass out. Joe, I kept that thing out. I went back into the hole and said, what up? Yeah, you know, we did. Next thing you know, I fucking put the arm down, cut the wall off. There was a red dot on blood on my fucking feet. I have thousands of them. I never told anybody the truth of how I ripped my meniscus. Let me tell you how I ripped my meniscus.
Yeah.
I was an acupuncture. I was like this. Because at that time she didn't lay me down. She sat me down. Sticking needles into me, and I fainted in the chair. I buckled, and I just fell off the chair onto the floor.
Oh, no.
I tore my meniscus at acupuncture. Who does that? Dog, I have 1,000. You know, my wife had to stop. She was my girlfriend. She would send me down to get a blood test. I wouldn't go. I would be petrified. Pet needles. Petrified.
I used to date a girl who, when she saw someone getting a needle in a movie, she would faint.
Bro, I fainted in Pulp Fiction. When they stuffed the needle in the heart, I was on a date and all of a sudden the girls put raisinets in my mouth. Saying, I think you passed out. I did fucking pass out.
She was trying to revive you with raisinets.
Raisinets, you didn't know. I just passed back. Come on, guys. I got 10, you know, and it's always hit and miss. Lately, the last 10 years, I've been very good. Except for a couple IVs in my hand. That didn't work. Besides that, I've been very good. 2-3 months ago, I did the PRP on my knee. They took 6 tubes of blood out. That was no point.
You know my boy Tommy Jr.
Yeah.
Tommy just fell sick on the wheel. Shoveling snow all day, shoveling his car in the snow, driving. He's got a gas can full of just falls asleep. He hits a fucking wall. Yeah, he's banged up. He's banged up. It's some injuries.
He fall asleep.
He just doesn't know what happened. He's blacked out. He's blacked out driving from exertion. You know, if you're a guy who's out of shape, snow is heavy, right? Especially if it's melting a little bit. You gotta do your whole driveway. That's a workout.
It's a workout. It's not a workout. Not good after 50.
Well, it's not good if you're not in shape. It's great if you're in shape. It's a really good workout. Like you could get it. Like I could put a fucking chest strap on and set an app for a workout and shoveling snow.
Oh yeah,
And it's a real workout. We used to shovel snow when I was a kid. That was a great way to make money.
I shoveled fucking snow when I was an adult.
For money?
When I was 19, I shoveled snow in Aspen.
They would knock on people's doors.
No, the guy I was part of the building crew. It was 15 an hour. And you went out there, whatever hours you wanted, and work your own hours. Yeah, fucking fantastic. I loved it. I was also casing out joints. You know, that's where the drug dealers live, so I was shoveling casing.
Yeah, when I was a kid, we would make a ton of
money. Now you can't get a kid to come up. In Jersey, nobody knocks on my door. I was out there last week.
It was understood in the neighborhood. That's how people would make money. So like the moment like it would start snowing, people would be showing up at people's houses, asking if they wanted to get shoveled out.
That was the second. I used to go on the road. Push motherfuckers. That's a quick money.
Oh yeah.
You push a motherfucker out of a hole, he'll do anything for you. Seriously.
Oh yeah. There's always people stuck.
Pushing and then shoveling them out. They got stuck. Rocks up there.
The thing is about like real cold places like that, people will fucking help you because they know you could die. Like if you see a highway and some guys it's snowing, some guys over the side of the road and his hood's up, let's pick this guy. Like it's a dangerous thing to do, but a lot of people do it there. A lot of people do it. They'll pick people up in the snow.
I would. Hey, listen, man. I just was told when I moved to Jersey, be careful when I shovel. A lot of people drop. Fucking shoveling snow.
You get have a heart attack. It's real work.
But is it because of the cold weather, or
it's the weather's cold, but I don't think that's fucking you up. I think it's just the exertion. It's a lot of working out. Like if you let's say you have 100-yard driveway. You know, that's crazy. Okay, let's say it's 20. Let's say you drive. That's a lot to shovel. If it's wet, if it's melting a lot, let's say that every shovelful is 40 pounds. Okay, if you're doing every shovelful 40 pounds, 4 reps. So you're essentially doing this 4 reps and then carrying it. You're doing 500 reps. For example, after only 2 minutes of snow shoveling, study participants' heart rates exceeded 85% of maximal heart rate, which is a level more commonly expected during intense aerobic exercise testing. The impact is hardest on those people who are least fit. And that's unfortunately my poor Tom. So he just just blacked out.
Yeah, I just snowed. It snowed 2 weeks ago. I got a 2-car driveway. I shoveled it with my wife. My daughter came out and she fucking saw. I hit the stairs. We didn't touch the sidewalk.
If you're fit, you should look at it as your workout. Dude, that's a workout. Get out there and fucking get after it. Do it like a workout.
Bro. Young Jamie can ask you for a favor. Can you show Joe the people shovel at Buffalo Stadium? They pay you $20 an hour. They feed you. They give you 2 tickets for the game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a bad deal. If you're a kid, that's a good deal. You get to see the
game.
game.
There were no kids out there. There was a bunch of fat dudes like me out there laying back.
These are my tickets.
Yeah.
Let me see what that looks like. Dude.
Oh my God! Look at this! Look at this!
Wow, they're pushing all that snow down the chute. That's crazy.
Get it out there, just like pick your seat.
So did they play in that snow?
No. They would.
How would they know where the lines are?
They come out after every play and blow off the lines.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. They only blow off the lines, so you're running through snow. What's like the heaviest snow they've ever played in? Look at that. That is crazy.
And it's Buffalo.
That's crazy. You know, there's something very American about that. That you have to play in the snow. I mean, that is the game, right? Because in baseball, they're like, oh, it's over, folks. It's raining out. Can't have these players get wet. Not this. Why don't they play baseball in the rain? Play it in the fucking rain. What are you doing? Play the game in the rain. Who gives a shit? Oh, it's a rain day. We called it for rain. Fuck. Meanwhile, it's snowing. It's 0 degrees, and those guys are playing football.
Last week in Kansas City was the coldest football game of all time. How cold was it? Motherfuckers with no t-shirts on. I guess like 60 people went to the hospital.
Audience members.
69 people needed help from heart.
Do you know one of the dudes that survived the Titanic? He was in the water for 2 hours. I think he was a chef. And the story was that he got drunk before he went in the water. He just got hammered because he knew he was going to die. And somehow or another, because he was drunk, he survived. See if you can find it. I was reading this. I was like, how does that make sense? How a baker survived the Titanic sinking by getting really drunk.
and put it right over someone's heart, and boom, they
Okay. So, can you go back up to read the scroll? So it says Charles, how do you say that? Johin? How do you say that? Johin was one of the disaster's most unlikely survivors, and he did it thanks to industrial amounts of liquor. So this dude got super duper hammered before he went in the water, and somehow or another it helped him survive. It was an almost physiologically impossible feat of survival, and according to the British Titanic Inquiry, it was because the 33-year-old Englishman had the presence of mind to greet history's greatest maritime disaster by getting smashed. So he knew he was dying, so he just decided to get fucked up, and he survived. In survival situations, having all that warm blood away from the vital organs means that the drinker is at a greater risk of hypothermia. However, Canadian hypothermia expert Gordon Geisbrecht figures in the minus 2 degrees Celsius temperature of the North Atlantic, the water was cold enough to quickly tighten Johin's blood vessels and cancel out any effects of the alcohol. So then, at low to moderate doses of alcohol, cold will win out, says Geisbrecht. The University of Manitoba professor has performed hundreds of cold water immersion studies. What Johin would have had, however, is the awesome life-saving power of liquid courage. Alcohol remains a leading cause of humans getting into fatal situations, including freezing to death. Nevertheless, the relaxing qualities of the drug have long been known to give humans an uncanny ability to survive trauma.
The lady that passed out in the snow, her friends found her like the next day. They brought her in, she was still alive.
Yeah, they're saying right here in the ER, cold patients who are really drunk can walk in and they're conscious at a temperature that they shouldn't be. So being drunk keeps you alive. Keep scrolling down a little more. That's it? No. Yeah. His actions might speak to a man unfazed by impending disaster. Immediately upon hearing the collision with an iceberg, the chief baker leapt out of his bunk and began dispatching his staff to stock the lifeboats with bread and biscuits. This done, he popped back into his cabin for a drink before heading topside to help load lifeboats. Not only did Joaquin, however his name, Joaquin, refuse his own place on a boat, but he and a few other men began forcibly chucking
There's
reluctant
no way
women
anybody
into
said
empty
it.
seats, likely saving their lives. He said, "We threw them in," he testified later. Top deck, the increasingly listing Titanic was mostly cleared of lifeboats by 1:30 a.m. To most, this was a panic-inducing sign that all hopes of rescue was gone, but to whatever his name is, it was a cue to head back to his cabin for another drink. So this dude's just getting fucked up. He sat down on his bunk and nursed it along, aware but not particularly caring that the water now rippled through the cabin doorway, wrote historian Walter Lord in A Night to Remember. Lord was in touch with the dude before the baker's 1956 death. He said the dude then splashed topside again, where he took upon himself to begin throwing deck chairs overboard with an eye to filling the water with impromptu flotation devices, so that people could float around on the chairs. Perched, he then worked his way back to the pantry to get a drink of water. The baker was standing in the stern when the ship broke in half, and yet he remembered the violent, catastrophic breakup only as a great list over to port. There was no great shock or anything, told the Inquirer, so he was just hammered. Definitely moving through the swarms of people, he made it to the stern rail of the ship. At exactly 2:20 a.m., he rode the sinking Titanic into the sea like an elevator. Woo! As with all surviving Titanic crew members, 2:20 a.m. on April 15, 1912 was also the exact moment in which the White Star Line stopped paying him. Oh boy. The first stage of cold water immersion is known as cold shock. Horrifying sensation of having the skin cool. The feelings with the Titanic's second officer, Charles Lightoller, described as being like 1,000 knives being driven into one's body. So how did this dude survive? What did he float around on for 2 hours? I was just paddling and treading the water for 2 hours. Oh my God.
Sunk in the water.
this Leo wasn't hammered, and he gave up. This dude didn't give up. He paddled water for hours. I guess it took a couple hours for them to get someone to get to them, which is pretty impressive that they got to them in 2 hours. In 19 what? Was this like the early 1900s? So the fact they got to them in 2 hours is pretty amazing. 1919. Oh no, 107. Yeah, okay. So yeah, 1912. Wow. Yeah, I'll go to. We'll be right back. Yeah. So she fell out of an airplane and she landed on Ant Hill. How big was that fucking ant? And it was fire ants?
Altitude of 14,500 feet. Second parachute also failed to deploy.
Oh my god.
Crashed into a fire ant mound at more than 80 miles an hour.
Oh my god.
Immediately started attacking her body, which kept her alive because of adrenaline.
Oh my god.
And she's still survived. She's been 2 weeks. Had operations.
Jesus. One of the. Did they slow her down at all, the parachutes? Fucking parachutes.
I'd like to try it.
Nah, I can set it up.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
High.
It was
Considering rush.
You might not be able to. You might be too big. Yeah. I think there's a number. The guy was just telling us the other day on Kill Tony that he had to lose weight. I think it was parachute. Yeah. I think there's a number. I don't think you'd be like above 220 or something.
Before parachute.
Yeah. No. And you have to have someone on your back too. The first time you do it, this person's gonna do it. Yeah. I'm sure it's exciting. I don't need that. I love to say.
This is Travis Pastrana. This is a long time ago. This is X Games promo.
Did he go into the net?
No, so he's like the crazy guy. Jumps it out, does all sorts of stuff. Motocross. I don't know if you just noticed, he jumped out without a parachute.
Yeah.
Got nothing.
And he threw his can
With
away.
the Red Bull.
But the Red Bull can is gonna hit someone on the fucking head and kill him.
I think it was.
Yeah. If it's coming from space, bro, that Red Bull can could fuck you up. So someone has to grab him.
He ends up. It looks like that's all they did. Just put his legs around.
Well, no, they gave him a parachute.
No, he's just strapped. He's just locked onto that guy.
Oh.
They go all the way down. And he's like barely attached.
I'm sure it's exciting. Fuck that. Right? Come on, John.
Every once in a while, you gotta do something. Yeah, come on. Yeah. Like today, I went down, I would never drink that shit. It makes you a better person. Yeah, do shit like that.
I guess. I don't know if you have to do that. That's not bullshit. Jumping out of a fucking plane with no parachute. That's not bullshit. I think that's a big thing. I would advise you not to.
No. You can't try shit. I still remember going to Colorado when I was 19 and people go, "Do you want to go skiing?" I go, "Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'll never ski. Skiing, this, that. You break your legs." Until I got up there, Joe. I was so lonely. On Christmas Day, I go, "Fuck it. Let me go get some skis and go up there." Really, it never changed my life. And ever since that, I'm like, every once in a while, listen, it's not going to work out. So I got to get ski now. There's no fucking way. But at least I got to do it.
The thing about skiing is everybody tries to go on harder courses than you can control. You have to really learn how to.
Dog, you got to live there. Or you got to go there. It's like anything else.
Yeah.
You want to get stand up, you got to show up and do the dance. You got to get jiu-jitsu, whatever. Weightlifting, whatever. It's the same thing.
Well, also, there's a lot of people that try skiing that don't do anything else.
No, and the worst thing is when people say to me, "I'm going skiing," they haven't done anything. They haven't done anything. First of all, you go to Aspen. I used to be a fucking security fucking driver, okay? I'd see the people that would come in, the amount of alcohol, the amount of shit. Let me tell you what happens. After one day of skiing, if you're not skiing consistently, bro, you use muscles you haven't used before. I don't care how many squats you do, kettlebells. Let's go skiing. Just 3 times down to medium hill. The next day you'll go, fuck, this hurts in here, my hamstrings hurt. Different things hurt. You use different fucking muscles for sure when you ski. So people go up there. No, that's not you gotta prepare for that shit. But I lived in snowman, so it was like going to a summer camp. I had to ski every day. There was 2 runs before work, 3 runs after work. So you get good, you get used to it. The fall become easier. Next thing you know, you're up there with no winter jacket. Winter jacket, this will do it with its sweatshirt. It's great.
Did you ski without a helmet?
There wasn't even helmets for skiing when I was skiing. This is 50 fucking years ago. You went up there, and then it was just something that I never thought I would do, like whitewater rafting. That shit is great up there, You go down from Aspen all the way down to Glenwood Springs and shit. I loved all that crazy stuff. That was, but I don't like camping because you can't wash your pussy. Okay, I'm not gonna sit with you in the deck for 4 days with a sticky asshole. That ain't an adventure for me. If you want to go camp, I'm like a white camper. I want a shower. I want a restaurant. You know what I'm saying? There's something on the location. And there's those things, but I always wanted to like bungee jump one time or something. Something out of a plane, just something. It doesn't have to be, I jumped off a cliff into water, 20 feet, whatever. But just for somebody to say you could jump off that cliff in Hawaii and land, you got 100 feet under you, nothing's gonna happen to you. Try it.
You can if you fuck up. You land wrong. I know someone who landed on their ass. They landed on their ass instead of straight, and they fucked their back up.
No, you're done. That's funny when you said before about it. Somebody throwing a can up in the sky.
Yeah.
It's gonna kill
That Red Bull can, that's 15,000 feet in the air.
dog. I was arrested when I was like 10. Almost killed the dude in Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico with my parents, my mom, and the other parents left us alone and went out. We thought we were fucking nice off the balcony and shit. We kept on throwing it. Next thing you know, I heard an ambulance and fucking cops were knocking on all the doors. They knew it was us. The guy was on the floor, fucking out, guy. With a little fucking ice cube, 6'4".
Yeah, 6'4", ice cube hit you in the head.
6 fucking
That'll fracture your fucking skull.
Man, I used to do so many crazy things like that. When I was on 88th Street, when I was like 6 or 7, I would play with these kids. There was 205 West 88th Street was on the corner. There was a parking garage, it was still there. And I would play in there with the kids. I would get a little bit of anxiety. I would go up to my apartment, to my bedroom. My mother used to have a 45, the record player at the bar. She would give me the ones you take out. And I'd go by the window and I'd scroll out. And they would come out like boomerangs. They'd come down and go, hey, stop that. And I'd just throw like 50 of them out. And then you could hear like the kids going, hey, fuck you. They didn't know it was me. And then I would come back. What happened? Some motherfucker pissed throwing fucking things out. One day I kid a kid with a thing that he just fell down. Another time, there was a place when I was growing up in Milburg called Duratest. They just made light bulbs. But they made the long fluorescent ones. You know how many times I got in the head with those? We would jump in their dumpster and take all the fluorescent bulbs out and light bulbs and just hit each other with that dust that comes out of the fucking fluorescent light bulb in the 70s. Oh my God. So we would have those light bulb wars all the time. We started having them from the roofs, and people would throw light bulbs up at us, and we would throw light bulbs back. And I would put the light bulbs on the floor, and then that happened. We formed spears, we throw the fucking long fluorescent lights at them. One day I picked up a light bulb. I didn't know I picked up a rock at that motherfucker. And I just threw it at the kid. Most of the kids looking right at me. And I saw that rock just go, and he just went backwards. Now, this was a pervert kid. His name was Ali. Him and his brother, like, we were 10 or 12, and him and his brother were going to hook a house. His father was taking in the city when he was like 10, 11. He would come back and tell us, they watched our dead kid. It was tremendous. I hit that kid in the head so hard with that rock without knowing. It wasn't no malice intended. But when I got down there, the lump had gone up off his head, like one of those fights when the guy has a lump of tumor. and it had like a little pimple of blood in it. It was already filled up though, and it had ice on his head. I felt so bad. I was giggling inside. You feel fucking bad when you do that shit.
His dad took him to a brothel
Every weekend. They were Cuban, the Ali brothers, Juan, Carlos, Ali. Juan was the brains of the operation. Carlos was the slow brother. He was like the Lenny of the spring.
How crazy is it taking a 10-year-old to a brothel?
Well, they were going every weekend into the city. 6th grade, 7th grade.
Jesus
Been telling us about all the stories. Oh my God, fucking Mondays. Oh my God. Well, we grew up with some pieces of work. Not these kids growing up today. People don't do anything. You know, I look at my daughter, her little friends. It's not going to be good for them.
It's gonna be weird. That's for sure.
It's not going to be good for
It's gonna be weird. It's gonna be a completely different world.
I try to, you know, try to talk about the shit. That's the best you can do. It's completely different.
Completely different.
You know, it's so weird that I had a shitty childhood, family-wise, but everything else was fucking ace. I laughed my ass off. I had a great time. These kids, you know, one of the kids we took to the city for Jingle Bells told me, I never came to New York City. She had never seen a cab before.
Wow.
Never saw a cab.
It's only an hour away.
Hour away, 55 fucking minutes. You know.
Different world. New Jersey's a completely different world. People have this idea that New Jersey's like real similar to New York, like the Bronx or something like that. New Jersey's very rural. Very rural.
Well, I think I found out. Let's have young Jamie check it.
Yeah.
Jamie, where's the most horses in the United States? Equestrian state.
That's New Jersey.
That's fucking crazy. Listen, bro, Jersey has Newark, Bayonne, Amboy. Don't get me wrong, you'll get fucking killed.
Camden.
Camden and Saucon. Yep. You know, Jersey City's getting bad. It's not all good. You know, they just had a couple murders in Hoboken. It's not New York City, per se.
But it has cities.
Action still fucking happens.
Yeah, there's cities, but it's a lot bigger than people think it is.
What's that?
New Jersey.
Bro, I'm in shock.
Yeah.
I'm in shock how big it is. I never fucking knew that.
People think it's real little. You drive through it real quick and next thing you know you're in Philadelphia. No, that's only one way. Like if you look at the entirety of the state and how much of it is actually rural. New Jersey has the most horses per capita. 10 horses per 1,000 people.
I tell you.
Wow.
If you thought I knew that, I think it's Kentucky.
You know what also they have?
What?
The highest population of black bears. New Jersey.
Yeah, but that's up north. They don't fuck around. They grab the bears. Yeah,
They're down south too.
I haven't heard.
They're near Rutgers. One of the students from Rutgers got killed by a bear.
My daughter said she saw a bear when they were driving a little bear.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Oh, they're there, Joey. Far Rockaway. There's videos of them in Far Rockaway, like fighting on the street. It's crazy. These giant bears. They're so big and they're fighting over like garbage cans. They're knocking each other over. They topple down into a fucking mailbox, right into the street. This guy's sitting in his car filming these like 400-pound bears going to war with each other in the middle of a crowded suburb. Cars are stopped. Have you ever seen this?
No.
Find that video. That video's fucking bananas. Because you're looking at these giant predators that are fighting each other over territory in the middle of people's cities, and these people aren't freaking out. They've just decided, and this is like before they stopped the bear hunt. When the new governor got into place, one of the things he was running on was he's going to stop bear hunting. And he got in, he did. He stopped bear hunting. They restarted.
Yeah, they restarted
After a couple years, like, okay, yeah,
They got the population out of control.
yeah, it was already out of control. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. Like, look at these two. Joe, I mean, this is someone's fucking yard. Look at the size of these fuckers. And they're just duking it out in front of a mailbox while this guy's car is parked. I mean, this is nuts, man. They're fighting over a female. Look at all the fur they're pulling off of each other. I mean, that's in New Jersey. You know, that's not Montana. That's New Jersey. New Jersey has the highest numbers of black bear in the country.
They're bad.
They're not good. It's not good. Not good to have that many of them. It kills everything. They'll kill small dogs. They'll kill your deer population. they'll kill a lot of the things that you like. They're gonna cannibalize each other for sure. If they get to certain numbers, they already do that. Males already kill cubs. They're monsters. They're fucking monsters. They're not teddy bears. I mean, they're cool. It's nice to have. It's nice that they exist. But I wouldn't want to eradicate them. But you have to keep them in control.
Now, do you know that I'm closer to Philly than I am to Madison?
Yeah.
I'm 44 minutes.
Yeah.
And I'm an hour 5. Nah,
You should do a residency in Philly. That's the move. Yeah, that's the move.
I love Philly.
Philly's awesome.
Bro, I go to basketball games. I go to baseball games there. Really had a fucking great time.
Yeah, you can just do a couple days a week in Philly.
Gosh, last time I went to Philly, rich kid. I swear to God, okay, there's no hate for me. I see 2 guys walking the spit. Chad, I didn't say a word about it. This is going to last. Bro, they don't play. They say shit to you.
What were they saying to these guys?
Not good things. Get the fuck out of the seats. This kid's like, nasty motherfuckers. Off. Another time I saw, okay, I don't know what I saw. They just don't play it.
That's a bold move to do that.
The sports,
Yeah.
toughest fucking run. Remember one time I did a show in Philly, I didn't even go on. They finished, I just jumped into the audience. There was no sense in it because they weren't going to have it. They were going to kick that door down. There was no sense in me going back. They weren't going to be here. I just jumped out to the audience. They caught me. And it was just do whatever you need to do. You guys are fucking great.
Yeah, Philly's a fun city. It's always a good place to go through. Always a good place for pool too. Think about the things that come out of Philly. A lot of boxers, a lot of pool players. It was always good pool.
They still have
Yeah, Fusco still has a place. Jimmy Fusco. One of those guys who was on the top level pool player had a place in. See if you can find FUSCO's pool hall. I know I played there with. Pretty sure I played there with Tom.
bro, he took me to the cop I know. Took me to a place one night to see where some Jackie Gleason used to do comedy there.
Really?
Fuck yeah, it's still there. Some bar. It's like fucking, they renovated it.
Yeah, Fusco's the spot. It's Fusco home. Jimmy Fusco died. Okay, scroll up. It said he died in 2017. But great fucking old school.
It's just how crazy that area, how much, it's like I finally watched the show because I read a book and I said, what's the show? Boardwalk Empire. I don't know if you ever watched that, but
I watched a little bit of it. It's good.
very interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. It took the history of Atlantic City and then the last 2 seasons, it touched on the Haigs. And the Haigs are like fucking huge. And that's where I went through my surgery one time when I was a kid. Margaret Haig. No. That's who you gave birth to kids. I went to Christ Hospital. Margaret Haig was a hospital in Jersey City. And they were all related. So I just followed that and I just started reading all that Philadelphia shit. Like this town, Long Island, New Jersey. They just built a ferry to take you from Island to New York City. That's what fucking Vito Genovese did. I didn't know this shit. Like now, all those towns have a rich fucking history of just everything. Gangsters, fucking food. The fucking food down in Jersey now is fucking tremendous.
Yeah, it's a different kind of food. East Coast Italian food. It's different.
But everybody has a different type of East Coast. Like if you go to Oneida, they got the nice chicken, they got the pasta, the steaks, and that's that place. I go to another place, I just go there for fucking, I go to Osteria just for the beans with the grass, the lettuce.
Pasta was a whole nother one.
Escarole and beans.
Oh, okay.
These times I work out, they just go straight there. Water, lemon, and a bowl of vegetables. beans. It's fucking prosciutto in there. The ham is, oh my God, Joe. I don't even need the fucking sauce and spaghetti. I'm onto it different. And my neighbor, out of all those restaurants, bro, they're all great. But my neighbor, Jody Pooper, probably outcooks all those motherfuckers.
Really?
Yeah, Jody Pooper's the baddest motherfucker I know. She don't cook much because she works in the city. I gotta go over there and torture her. Saying, Jody, what the fuck? I'm immovable, and there's some off the chain, bro. Off the chain, you know.
There used to be a lot of places.
When you went to that sandwich place, he gave you a shout out the other day.
Oh yeah, Gene Ardell.
Yeah.
That place is great.
That sandwich was fucking huge. I can't eat those no more, Joe.
You can eat it once. What you do is you just don't eat anything that day.
I can't, bro. Wetwoods. I love wetwoods. Yeah, you gotta give it a fucking. Oh my God.
You can't eat that?
There's a place that gets the place I go to the fake Austrian. They bring the wetwoods. Just put black pepper on it. Jesus Christ, Joe.
A little bit of olive oil.
They get thick one time. They got that. Salt. Oh my God. The cheese tastes so good. But that shit I used to eat, like prosciutto, mozzarella, fucking. I can't do that.
No.
Too much of a sandwich.
Well, what have you done? Like, when you tried to manipulate your diet? I know you did Weight Watchers for a while, and you lost a bunch of weight. But then, like, have you ever tried different kinds of diets? Have you ever tried like keto or low carb?
I would do the keto, but I can't eat that much meat every day. Like this morning, I got 3 pieces of bacon. I ate 2.
So what about eggs? Eat eggs?
Yeah.
Well, if you wanted to try something that would help you lose weight, just eliminate all the sugar and bread. Just eliminate all that stuff. Just eat only things that are either like vegetables or just only that.
I've been working a lot on fasting.
Yeah.
It took me a while.
How long do you do?
I can eat at 7 and then not eat lunch till 4. I'm down to 2 meals a day in a protein shake. That's what I'm down to right now. I don't eat. That lunch was huge. When your plate came, I was like, I hope that's not my fucking plate. Even though those ribs look fucking killer.
They're good.
Tremendous. I can't do it. I could get like an 8-ounce, 10-ounce steak. Now that's the most meat I can eat at night. Today I had turkey and the brisket was fucking delicious. I eat avocado toast for breakfast. 3 eggs, avocado toast.
That's good. That's a good start. That's a good way to get going.
That's my world. That's great.
Yeah.
Where I come from,
Yeah.
6 eggs, white bread, a stick of butter, and a pack of bacon, and then half an hour after that, go to McDonald's for 11.
Yeah.
I'd say that's a big fucking change.
It's a big change.
That's a big change.
The big one is when you just cut the bullshit out. Instead of the avocado toast, put something else. Just cut that bread out. That'll help you.
I like avocado. I'll eat avocado without the bread.
Good. Eat the avocado. The avocado is great for you, but it's just bread. It's just
It's not good. And that's what I said. Now they're making these sandwiches in Jersey. They're like this. It's a fucking
animals.
wetwoods, chicken cutlet, something else. And
Just smash it together. You
that,
gotta get your
and
mouth
that
around
fucking
it.
semolina bread. I'll stab 3 motherfuckers for that. That shit is good. And that's the one thing those Staten Island motherfuckers did not help my area. Because they brought some serious food to Jersey. Yeah, I mean serious. There's a deli in Staten Island called Raw Ground.
This one.
Joe Rogan, their chocolate bread. The lady brings it there. Thank God they're not my fucking
Chocolate bread.
chocolate Italian.
What is that?
What I just ate, it's Italian bread, little pieces of chocolate all through the bread. Then they have prosciutto bread. And they have mozzarella bread. And they have dog, my neighbor, when I was in the basement getting high by myself, and I'm like, man, I could eat something. And something made me go outside, and I saw a loaf of bread. What the fuck is this? I brought it, said, Joey, I chopped up Staten Island. My mother brought it for me. I brought it in the house. I took a bite of that motherfucker. Holy shit. She goes, did you like it? I go, I fucking like it. It was fucking tremendous. Chocolate bread, prosciutto bread.
Oh my God!
Look at this shit, Joe. And listen, I eat 1 piece. But you're supposed to get that, cut it, and then put it in the oven, then put a nice piece of chocolate. Yeah, that's me. Look at that motherfucker. Italian bread with chocolate in it. So you want to tell me how hard it is to be me?
Nervous just hearing that.
You want to tell me how hard it is to be me? And you're supposed to cut it and put butter on it. I just cut a piece and eat it. Give the rest to my daughter and my wife. I gotta get out of here.
I would eat that.
Paul. Yeah. Paul. And when you walk into Royal Crown, they have a section just for more to double. What they can do with more to double. That's when you know you have a problem. Then they just move down the line. They want capital. Oh, everything is to kill you. But it's fucking delicious. But it's fucking delicious.
Yeah, they don't have any of that on here. That kind of Italian deli.
Yeah.
Not enough Italian. Yeah. If those guys from G&R Deli opened up a shop out here, they fucking kill it. They made those same sandwiches out here. And they import a lot of their shit from Italy anyway.
But look at Rayo's just opened in Vegas.
What is that?
Rayo's just opened in Vegas.
Rayo's?
Like the famous restaurant in New York, Rayo's.
Okay.
R-A-O-S.
Yeah.
They have one in LA,
Yeah, you can do it in Vegas for sure.
but they opened up in Vegas. People are spreading out.
They just opened up a Peter Luger's.
Yes, that's what it was. I'm sorry. It was Peter Luger.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's a big deal. That place is the shit. If I'm ever in Brooklyn, I'm eating at Peter Luger's.
I always go.
That place.
Last time I went with Ari, on a 4 o'clock booking. Dinner reservation.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
let's do it. That place is great. They got a back New York Times, so me and Ari had just gone there. We were like, what the fuck are they talking about? It was fantastic. It was so good. The steak comes over, it's crackling, the butter's dripping all over it. You take a slice of it, you're like, it's perfect. It's a perfect steak. And you're getting the smell from the plate. The plate's coming out of the oven where they finish it. Don't touch the plate, it's hot, okay? It's fucking amazing. Amazing. That place
It's right there. It's easy to get. I
You ever
rather
see
go
a
there
video
than
on them?
City.
There's a video, like a documentary on how they pick their cattle. And how there's like a documentary on steak, and the Peter Luger part is like a big part of it. Because these people are trying to figure out why the fuck are these steaks so good. Like people from other countries were coming to study how Peter Luger's making their steaks. Yeah. That fucking place is tremendous. So they take you through the entire step, like how much they age it, what they do, and then they go to how they treat it. So they get it down to the size and they trim it. I mean, they've been doing this shit for 100 years. Peter Luger's is from the 1800s, I think. When did that place open?
Who showed us they had a credit card?
I don't know.
Somebody we all got their dad.
See, look, they just put salt on it. That's it. And they get it in one of those broilers. So they have those broilers where the flame is above the steak, so it's not like direct heat on the steak where the fat is dripping down, you get flare-ups. No, the flame is above the steak, and then they flip it, and then they slice it up, and then they put it on a plate, and then once they slice it up and put it on a plate, then they put it in the oven. They finish it in the oven. And, oh my goodness, dude. See, they do it like that, they put it on a plate, finish it, and when they pull that bitch out, it's just so that's her right now setting it up. And they bring it out to these people. The drippings on there.
No, I was just looking at my daughter sent me a picture of fucking sled.
It's snowing in Jersey right now.
Fuck, 6 in the morning. When I woke up this morning, I already had a notice that they closed school. School was supposed to be half day. And it started snowing at 6 in the fucking morning. And they went, it's still snowing, bro. That's when you hustle. That's when we made money.
You made money, but you also get to stay at home. You look out the window, you're like, fuck yeah. No school.
I ain't doing that. I turned paper tonight and shit.
Yeah, get the fuck away from me.
Because they wouldn't, now they tell you the
You
day
do it online. Now you'd have to do your homework online.
These kids tell you the day before. There's no action. With us, we had to wait till like 11:30.
Yeah.
And you got a call from somebody. Hey, my dad needs you. They're like, can't from school. So
Yeah.
that dirt paper.
Those are the best when you get a call from people.
Dude, school's canceled. Fuck yes. How do you know? Because my dad.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to take people's word for it. There was times where we thought school was canceled, but it wasn't. Like, are they fucking serious? And then you feel like for sure they're going to cancel the snow. They're going to cancel it. And the snow stops. Like school's still on.
Yeah, but there was a lot of days when we grew up where it snowed, but they didn't give a fuck.
It had to be bad.
It had to be bad. Now, they just get the threat.
Yeah.
Wake up the next day, there's an engine.
Yeah.
So that's the problem.
Do you ever roll blunts or do you only roll joints?
I got pneumonia last summer.
Did you?
Yeah, that's why I have one.
How'd you get pneumonia?
I had no fucking idea. I had Joe. Everything was going great.
Yeah.
Oh, I was getting shot. So I went to the doctor first. They told me I had a kidney stone. And I went and got a scan for kidney stone. There was no kidney stone. They saw something else. They made me go for a lung x-ray. And at the lung x-ray is where they fucking, like, you got fucking pneumonia. I didn't know. It took like 3 weeks to find out. Bro, I couldn't walk to my house. I walked my mailbox and I'd be up and walk to the
How'd you get it?
No,
The blunts were given it to you. Blunts were small.
but that's not, I'm not a cigar guy. I'm the only Cuban. I'm looking at your fucking cigar collection.
Yeah.
I'm the only fucking Cuban that has no.
I like Ron White gave me these little ones. These are little cigars. So if you don't want to have a whole cigar, you just want a little puff. It's little Monte Cristos.
Those are really good too.
Yeah, those are good. Oh yeah, it's good. It's good tobacco. But it's so that you don't have to finish the cigar. Just one little puff.
Those fucking cigars are too big to get me busy. So
It's just a little puff.
I don't know. Something just bothered me. Like, what else can I be doing?
Yeah, that's not good for you. You know, I would love for you to get healthier. And I know at one point in time, like I said, you lost a lot of weight. You lost, what did you lose? And you must have lost close to 80 pounds. What'd you lose?
I started at 4 something.
But there's one time with the Weight Watchers time where it was pretty quickly. It was a period of 10 months. Everybody was like, look how good Joey looks.
Well, I still look 60.
I said,
My shadow. I should look like Ozzy Osbourne.
you had a rough 60. You got 60, you put some fucking miles on your clothes.
You know, I didn't know what my life was about when I read that book. I didn't know. Take a breathe.
Yeah, you've had an extraordinary life, my friend.
That's why when I moved to Jersey, I said, you know what, man, it's time for me just to chill for a while. I wanted to get out of the train of thought I had in comedy. That old mentality I had, I wanted to get that a breathe. I couldn't get away from it. So for once, I wanted to start fresh. I looked at it, what I needed to do. I know everybody kept asking, you quit comedy? No, I'm just taking a fucking breather.
There's nothing wrong with you.
Just taking a fucking extended breather. I want to know what the fuck happened the last 40 years. Is that okay? I started this journey in 1983, and almost in 2020, I'm at the store with a bunch of fucking killers. I wasn't pre-programmed for this. I was pre-programmed to be in jail by now. What am I doing at the store with a bunch of fucking killers doing comedy? And they're talking to me, and we're laughing. It's not like I didn't earn it. It's not like my mother owned the fucking joint and she just gave me a spot there. We earned those things. You know, what the fuck happened? I was a guy that was in prison. They told me it's not going to work out for you. And here we are today. So I had to go process this shit. You know, I had to go process a lot of fucking things. You know, when I was a kid, my mother died. I had to lie to myself, Joe. Oh, shit. Sorry, I got no glasses. You know, when I was a kid, I had to lie to myself. When my mother died, I had to say she's just leaving for a couple of years. That's the only way I could deal with it. She's just going away for a couple of years. I won't been through it in a couple of years. When I went back to Jersey, dog, it hit me. Like I lied to myself all those fucking years. It was a coping mechanism I used just to soothe my fucking back to Jersey. I went to the cemetery with her. She never came back. And I was like pissed about it, like retarded. She never made a comeback. And I'm like, Joey, what the fuck did you do? You herself in that shit that she was going to, you're going to bump into her one day on Bergenline Avenue or some shit, you know.
Yeah.
So that was hard. You know, a lot of things.
It's good to take a break off comedy just to really try to figure out what your actual perspective really is.
Listen, bro, I was in an environment that I don't thrive in. I was in an environment with a lot of fake motherfuckers. I was in an environment where I did time. I grew up around people who were very dangerous. The people I was around in LA were more dangerous because I knew where I stand with these other people. Right. With these people in LA, these agents, you don't know where you stand. Yeah. You have no fucking idea.
Well, you kind of know what they are. You know what they are. You know, it's like that's the old Mike Tyson expression. It's okay to have a snake in the room as long as you keep the lights on. You know what they are. You know, you just have to know who you are. And I think you were coming from this place where you almost felt like you didn't belong. You know, and I remember when I first met you. That was Joey Criminal days. It was fun, man. Because I remember I met you, and I was like, oh, finally, there's someone like people that I used to know. Like, you were like the first guy that I ran into, like, oh, this is like Joey from the pool hall. This is like Joey from the boxing gym. This is like, you were like the people that I knew from the East Coast, the wild people that were fun, you know, and you know, people like you. People were scared of you. I was like, that guy's great.
It should be Smith
I mean,
or whatever.
It's kind of funny over the
Karen
years because
Smith.
I had arguments with agents about you. They're like, he doesn't have any talent. I'm like, you're out of your fucking mind. I'm like, you're out of your mind. I go, I know what comedy is, and he makes me laugh harder than anybody I've ever seen. So he's wild and crazy.
Huh?
Yeah, that's what you get. That's the kind of person that does that kind of comedy, stupid. You don't even know what you sell. You're out here selling comedy. You don't even know how it's created. It's created by wild people. Whether it's wild intellectually, wild physically, they're just a different group of people that are going to create something that's going to make you laugh that hard.
Oh, man, it was fucking crazy those first couple of years there. People would look at me. I remember one day, an agent stole a check from me, and I said, I'm going to come down and get it. When I got there, the door was shut. And he stuck the check out the fucking wall. I said, don't come in here. And then 10 years later, he signed me again. I bumped into him at a vet place, and we were talking. He said, I'll come back.
That's fun.
I had a hard time there.
Well, you were raw, man. You were a raw dude.
Gotta be.
You reminded me a lot of my friend Johnny. You know, because Johnny was like you. He was like a brilliant guy that struggled with substances. Brilliant guy. Johnny was like one of the smartest people I'd ever met. He was a cool hustler. So I didn't know anybody like just a dangerous dude. Just always doing wild shit. And I didn't know anybody like that over here until I met you. And then I met you. I was like, oh, all right. Because in comedy, we were getting a lot of people that were essentially auditioning for sitcoms. What they wanted to do was figure out a way to transfer what they're doing on stage into a lucrative sitcom. Everybody wanted that. That was the golden ring. Everybody wanted the sitcom. And everybody wanted a development team. So a lot of guys really only had 10, 15 minutes. And that 15 minutes was just them sort of like setting up their life for a sitcom. It was almost like they told you where they were from. You know, I was born in Brooklyn, New York. And they're basically like doing an audition for a sitcom on stage. Right? We were doing a different thing. We were doing what our idols were doing. We were doing what Pryor did. We were doing what Kinnison did. We were trying to find our path. We think.
I didn't appreciate that when people said you have to present the set on stage that the agents can see a network TV show. What are you talking about? I'm going to tell you something else, too. When I get this residency, I'm going to start kicking the gas and comedy again. I'm podcasting.
How come?
Never again. I'm ending this career as a stand-up.
Well, but you can do both.
I don't want it.
You don't like it.
I want to end this career as a fucking stand-up.
But you are a stand-up.
No. There's all this other shit.
No
ads and all this shit.
No ads.
Let's do the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Fucking stand-up, motherfuckers. That's why I want to do the residency. That's why. Because I'm ready just to do stand-up. My phone ain't ringing direct.
Listen, you just come here.
My phone.
Anytime you get a
Yeah.
podcast.
Oh, yeah. It's no, always.
And if you want to stay here and do a residency here, you can do that too.
Absolutely. I was going to talk to you about it. Maybe come once a month.
100%. Bro, do that little boy room. That room
I
is
heard it's fucking tremendous.
It's magic.
Jim Florentine.
It's magic.
Oh,
That room's magic. It's magic. It's a magic little room, and that room tells you what's real and what sucks.
like the OR.
Yeah, just like the
Yeah,
OR.
like the OR.
It's like a little bit of the OR and a little bit of the belly room. Like it's like the belly room had sex with the OR, and it created the little boy. And then the main room had sex with the OR and created the big boy or fat man. The big room is like a combination of the main room and the OR. It's just intimate enough, but also big enough. And big
What's
laughs.
the main room?
250, 110.
That's it.
That's it.
That's why it's.
Oh, it's so good.
See, now, this little greedy motherfucker would have made that room 400 seats. Like some other club chains and shit. Oh, 400 seats. You gotta sell tickets.
The whole setup from the very beginning of this club was never to make money. It was always, if I can break even, I'm happy. I want to make the best environment for developing stand-up comedy for both professionals and for amateurs, and the best place for people to see it, where they can see like world-class people coming in every weekend. Like this weekend is Joe DeRosa. He's there tonight, tomorrow. We've had Louis C.K. is the one that helped me design the place. Dave Chappelle came by the first week. We have Shane Gillis there all the time. Ron White's there all the time. Brian Simpson's there all the time. It's just killer after killer after killer. Killer Tony's there every Monday night. I mean, we got it cooking exactly at the right temperature. It's perfect. The environment is super positive. Everybody's doing really well. All the door people are doing really well. Everybody's killing it.
Now, who's in the main room?
Tonight's Joe DeRosa.
And who's in the little room?
That's a good question. But you can do a set, 100%. They already said if you want to do a set,
Okay,
come on
yeah.
down.
Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, just like a bunch of people stop by. Tony Hinchcliffe will do a set. He'll stop by and do sets. People are dropping in all the time. Ricky Almas Pappas came up last night. Paulie Shore was there on Tuesday night. Paulie's killing it. Paulie's killing it. Paulie's loose and silly and having fun now. Dude, he came and he was on the stage with the little boy. And he came on stage and I grabbed him. I go, dude, that is as funny as I've seen you in a decade. I go, that was so good. And he was like, you see me at the store and I'm tense there. He goes, it's just like, because it was such a part of my childhood, and they kind of pushed him out.
Yeah.
Oh, he's playing Richard Simmons, right?
Yeah, so they announced that he's going to be in a full movie, but they also put out at the same time this little short, which is interesting.
Paulie's a different dude now. It's cool to see. He's a sweet guy. He's fun being around. He's a sweet guy.
I checked that.
First of all, he was amazed that the three of us showed up, the three siblings, all showed up at the same time, even in the same car.
That's hilarious.
Like, that doesn't happen. There's a lot of times when someone doesn't want to come, or someone feels left out, or someone has a problem, or someone doesn't like you, or they were excommunicated from the family at some point.
Wow. So it's going to be a real movie.
It's nice.
He does look like it.
He looks a lot like
Yeah,
him.
he does
And
look
Paulie
like
can fucking act.
Paulie
Paulie can act. I know he's done like the silly movies like Encino Man and shit, but you give him an opportunity to do something like that, a lot of comics can act.
He's been around this game
Forever.
55 years.
Forever.
He has it all covered.
Yeah.
He saw him coming. He's seen what happened to him.
It's also he's evolved as a person. He's like a fun person to be around now. He's cool. And he's really comfortable at the club. He's been at the club a ton of times. Did a weekend there recently, and was just there Tuesday, was there Wednesday, doing the little room and the big room. Just having a good time. But he's like loose. Like he did Kill Tony on Monday night. He sang a song. He sang Bad to the Bone. It's fun.
Were you there?
Yeah, I was there. I brought Matt Lichtenberg down to Kill Tony so you can check it out. Went to dinner. Took him to the club. Monday night special day. That's a special show, man. Harlan Williams is on fire. Oh my God, Harlan was there last weekend. He was there for Kill Tony one day. He was on fire. He was on fire. It's amazing. It's just the vibe of the club is so fun.
Really proud of him.
Dude, they sold out Madison Square Garden 2 nights in a row. They sold out the HEB Center here 2 nights in a row. They sold out big arenas. They sell out in Los Angeles. They sold out a 7,000 seat theater in an hour. It's crazy. It's crazy. They're killing it. They're killing it. And that show is different every night. Every night you can go to 2 shows in a row. You're not going to see the same show. It's a totally different show. So like, they can come into a town and do 3-4 nights easy. Yeah, the Garden. It's amazing. 2 nights in a fucking row.
I still remember Tony telling me this 10 years ago, 8 years ago. This is what he was going to do. So, kudos, man.
He is the best at hosting that kind of show. Nobody better. He's the fucking best. He's the best ever at it. He's so quick. He's such a mean little fuck.
He's a mean little fuck.
He's a mean little fuck, but he's also super supportive if you're good. And it's a great platform for stand-up because there's no woke bullshit. There's no ideology. There's no fucking playing and pandering. You got 1 minute. And the currency is funny. Can you be funny in a minute? It doesn't matter if you're white or you're black or you're trans or you're gay or you're straight or you're. No one gives a fuck. Are you funny? You have 1 minute. And they take anybody out of that fucking hat. You can't bribe your way into that hat. People have tried. I've seen it. I've seen people say, "Listen, can you get my banker?" And Tony's like, "Nope. I don't care who's asking. Donald Trump could ask him. Like, nope. That's a holy bucket. That bucket is 100% randos. Dig in there. Bob Wilson, and Bob Wilson comes out. And he had no idea he's coming out. Like, and you see those people. They do 1 minute. And the band's there, and the audience is there, and like some of them, it's their first time ever doing stand up.
Could you do a minute?
Could I? Yeah, I could. I have never.
We did 3 to get to the score.
Yeah,
I had to do 3, then 10, then she made me.
yeah.
But it was 3.
How long did it take for you to get in?
Oh, I broke the record.
Yeah.
I got to LA January 29th, 1997, and I was a regular February 19th, 1997.
Wow, that's pretty quick. That's quick.
I'd have to lick nobody's balls and nothing. Stand up. They referred me stand up and see it. And somebody else, I forget who it was. And Scott called me because I've heard good things about you. The showcase, which is going to be in about 6 months. And knowing me and my criminal, 6 months, I really know maybe 6 months. And he goes, "Hey, you got a showcase, we'll let you know when." 2 weeks later, he called. And he goes, "I got a 3-minute spot that opened up. You want to come down tonight?" Yeah, came down there, was petrified of Mitzi.
She watched it. First set.
Watched me. Came off, shook her hand. "Thank you for the opportunity." I thought I was going to pass out.
Wow.
Because in my mind, it was this. I was going back to being her.
Well, what she liked about guys like you, though, is that you were raw. She liked raw people with talent. That was her favorite thing. She didn't like people when they had already made it. She didn't like, she told Seinfeld, "This place is not for you." Seinfeld was too big already. She's like, "Man, this place is not for you." She's a wild lady in that regard.
And that's what I do. Whenever I miss her, I think about it. Whenever I think of Mitzi, I call her. I think of my mom.
It's fun being in the bar downstairs to see actors. So we're Mitzi's. It's fun. I love Mitzi. Just like that. Like that painting we have here.
She saved my life. She said, "I had no chance of being an adult. No chance of having a new baby in my life. No chance until I walked into that fucking comedy club. And she made me a regular. When I went back the next week, I had 10 minutes. And she was like, "You're a regular, call in one day with spot." I didn't know what to do. But I knew that if I kept my nose clean, but I knew I only have like a year or 2 before something happens. I had something in the chair, or I steal something. That was my MO. But her putting me in there made me go, "Okay." It was me, Holtzman, you. We had some fucking savages there in the beginning. But if you really think about my life, I got all the great things out of my life. Everything. My daughter, everything. Our friendship, everything. What did I get?
We had a family.
I got a life, man.
Yeah, it was a very special place for all of us.
You know, I look at the pictures at night because they post them on Facebook. The club, the mothership, the night before, and they show them. I mean, they show you fucking mobiles on stage. They show the staff.
I'm in shock.
I see that young staff. I remember the great times we had on New Year's Eve.
Who's hanging brains out?
Christmas. It was a family. Gave a fuck about a Christmas tree when you're regular at the store. You know what I'm saying? Who was that this night? Now they close on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Yeah. But I still remember having a spot on Christmas Day and going, people like, what type of animal you fucking comedy store we both did spots. I did them. I always did. One Thanksgiving, families, I always did spots. Dog, I ate a bag of mushrooms on Thanksgiving and went up there and the fucking purple lights had me. I mean, you know, I don't know how many sets I did the original. But now looking at it, it wasn't a big shit because I would have left the system. My job was, my goal at that time was to stay out in LA, driving back, make a pit stop, stab a few people in Colorado, and then I'm going back to New York to hide. That was my plan. If failure would have came in LA, I would have got thrown out there.
Well, I remember when you cracked the code. And you're a guy that I've always said you were the funniest guy in the parking lot. And there was something that was missing in translation between you being the funny guy in the parking lot and you being the guy on stage. And you just figured it out one day. It's like one day you figured it out. It was very interesting.
Becoming yourself.
Yeah, because you were like trying to do jokes before. You were like trying to do stand-up the way stand-ups do jokes. And something happened. I think it was like a certain level of I don't give a fuck anymore. Like too many agents applied you, too many auditions fell through, too many this, too many that. And you're like, what am I trying to make these people happy for? And you just were yourself on stage. Like you'd almost like given up hope of the bullshit. Yeah, golden ring. Yeah.
You know, I never understood writing shit that had nothing to do with you.
Right.
You gotta write shit that's close to your fucking heart, your balls.
Right.
Yeah, I always wanted to be fucking somebody else. I wish I wasn't dirty. I wish I was a better joke writer. I wish so many things. But what I was doing, a lot of those guys that are straight, traditional stand-up, wish they would do.
That guy that we keep forgetting with the dreadlocks.
Jamal.
That was it.
Let's look him up. Let's see where he's at.
Yeah, that dude was fun.
AJ
And I remember that dude, he used to bother you because he was so, there he is. He used to bother you that he was so funny clean. He's still, wow, he's cool. What was his last post?
So joining us from
Funny
New
fucking
Hampshire,
dude, though.
Great.
No, I mean his last post on Instagram.
Great fucking guy.
That's not really his. Yeah, that's him.
Wow. 2 years ago. Great guy.
Great guy.
Not that I didn't like him.
No. You were just, it bothered you that he was so clean and you weren't clean, it made you self-conscious. I remember you used to tell me about that. I hated going on after that guy.
He would bury me.
He would kill and
He would bury me. Him and Don Marrero made a habit of burying me. And Don made a habit of rubbing it in my face after. Don was brutal to me in those days.
Yeah, but he was just being dumb.
Yeah, no, he was being a fucking great guy. You know, no,
Yeah,
but
it's funny.
not that I didn't like. I just thought that how the fuck is somebody this clean and
Right.
technical,
Right.
so fucking sharp, very technical. He was like, if it was jiu-jitsu, you got to hold under the elbow. He would be right there with that elbow, not an inch up, not an inch down. Yep. He just knew his boundaries, and that's what I always wanted to be. But I became, after a while, it was what I became in that original.
Yeah, you became yourself.
That's what happened.
I remember the day, Joey. I remember like one night when you were on stage murdering, and I was in the back with everybody over by the stairs, and then someone goes, "Yo, Joey is murdering." And we went into the back, and you were on stage. You were just going on some cocaine story. You were going off, and people were dying.
No, you
They
had
couldn't believe what you were saying. It was so funny.
So I remember one night I was on the road. You were back there with a bunch of people. And I said that I used to date a girl who pussy was like Eddie Munson's teddy bear Wolfie. Like when that shit started coming out of me,
Yeah.
was I?
Yes.
Like I was so fucking fed up with The fucking, just the bullshit.
Yeah.
And number one on stage, you got to be yourself. We were talking about him earlier. He was never really a traditional stand-up. He did all this crazy stuff. That's,
Yes.
you know, where Bill Hicks, I love Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks had that stand-up, but he also threw something in there.
Yeah.
You know, it just wasn't
Social commentary.
Yeah, there was a set-up punchline. So I wanted to be somewhere in between that. That's where I ended up at. I didn't really know. I'm not a good writer, but I have energy. Energy and enthusiasm will kick your fucking ass.
Also, you have good points. You know how to call bullshit on something.
Yeah.
And that's what people enjoy. You're calling bullshit on something, and you got a lot of energy.
So the energy and the enthusiasm, that wins, bro.
Yeah.
You know, I always told you I don't like going out there, going up in town, and like, how you guys doing? I like to come out and hit them hard, just so they know. And you said it best. I like bringing Joe with me because he goes out there and he fucking cleans the room out of all the bad spirits, and that's how you did it. Your fingers that day. He just cleans the rooms out. He goes up there and he takes it to the hoop the first 5 minutes. It either works or it doesn't. It either works or it doesn't.
All boundaries get destroyed.
Destroyed the first 5 minutes because why fuck around? No Nicky Nacky. Let's go. Lenny Clark made you feel special. He came
This
out
page your friend.
Yep.
Don't
Person,
come out
I-
Billy Dallin, my fucking
Yeah.
come out. Fuck it. Let's go. You got 10 minutes. I love to slaughter the maple. And it's in reality, it's just you on top of a guy, and you're who's fighting all that Strickland.
Yeah.
He's like when he went off on fucking Adesanya.
Yeah.
That's what it's like.
Yeah.
You're just fucking hitting them with jokes, and they can't take it. And then you step back and you go, "Oh my God, look what I've done." They're fucking laying there like bodies.
Yes.
They're laying there. That's
The greatest.
better than any dollar you could make.
Yeah.
That's better than any ball lick you could make. That's better than anything.
It's better than everything.
Is to see bodies laid down. Going,
Yeah.
oh, you gotta stop, man. You gotta stop. And then I learned how to stop. Let them breathe. And then I pace my material like that. I wanted to pace my material where it's stop and go.
Yeah.
Just take them.
Give them a break
Give them a break.
and then bring them back up again.
Bring them back up again. They'll leave there.
Roller coaster.
Fucking, that's stand up, brother.
Yes. All right. Next time you're here, there'll be an announcement. That announcement will be a residency
Absolutely.
in Philly. We're gonna make it happen.
No, a residency at the Comedy Mothership.
We'll do that 100%.
That's what I
Anytime
really
you
want.
want. Anytime you
Because I think I need a constant week around you guys.
Okay.
But you don't open Monday. Monday's
We're
just
open every day of the week.
But Monday's no stand-up.
Open mic night.
Really?
Yeah. You can go up. 100%. You can go up. You can go up every night of the
Thank
week.
you for taking care of me with the steps up, man.
The
I feel
best.
better and shit already.
Always great to see you. And tomorrow night, we're all doing, by the time this is out, we're doing Fight Companion. I'll announce it right now. Joey Diaz is on the next Fight Companion. So it'll be Joey Diaz, Eddie Bravo, Brendan Schaub, and me. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
You already ratted it out. Because somebody already hit me this week.
I didn't rat it out. Schaub might have ratted it out. Somebody else might have put it up. But that's us tomorrow night. I love you. Love you. All right, bye, everybody. This episode is brought to you by Mizzen and Maine. With their signature leeward shirt, you're always ready to go. It's lightweight, breathable, moisture wicking, and wrinkle resistant. It's the most comfortable on the market, and it looks sharp. I actually wore Mizzen and Maine during one of my longest interviews, and it feels really good. I like them. They're great. They're very comfortable. I felt comfortable the entire time, and now it's my go-to shirt. It's a great gift for that special someone who works, travels, plays golf, and cares about looking and feeling great. And let's be honest, that's every guy, including yourself. Shop now at mizzenandmaine.com and save 20% when you spend $130 or more using the promo code Joe Rogan.
Oh, shit. That's really baby.
A sign of the apocalypse is upon us. We'll tell you about another one. Okay. We'll tell you about the billions of cicadas that will be emerging this year.
Gary and Shannon will continue communicating live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
People in some parts of Topanga Canyon have been told to prepare for evacuation in case of flooding. Monitoring flows caused by this latest storm. Verdugo Fire Academy Chief Sam DiGiovanna says there are signs of a possible slide.
Look for water or saturated areas that are normally not there. Look for movement of rocks and soil, fissures or holes, wavy, tilted. Those are good signs that the land is starting to shift.
Evacuation warning will be in effect until 6 tomorrow morning. An evacuation warning is also in place for the burn scar area in the Santa Clarita Valley. News brought to you by Pacific Coast Termites. Nearly 30,000 faculty and other employees of the 23-campus Cal State University system are going on strike. Picket lines went up at 8. A rally is happening later this morning at Cal State Northridge. The strike is scheduled for the next 5 days. Another possible strike was averted Friday when CSU and the union representing 1,100 skilled trade workers reached a tentative deal. That deal has to be ratified by union members. Support goes to the CSU Board of Trustees for approval in March. A man in Colorado has admitted to stealing more than 200 newspapers from distribution boxes because the front page story alleged a teen girl was raped at the police chief's house. The Uray County Plain Dealer published the story last week, detailing felony assault charges against 3 teenagers. Alleged underage inventory last year at the home of police chief Jim Warren, who the paper reports was asleep at the time. ABC Jacqueline Lee says the newspapers were returned with an apology less than 12 hours after they were stolen. The newspaper says it had already reprinted 250 copies of the bill. JetBlue and Spirit Airlines say they're going to appeal a judge's ruling blocking a merger between the 2 carriers. Benitez says JetBlue made a nearly $4 billion offer in 2022 to acquire Spirit.
Bold, smooth taste of Dunkin' cold coffee can be brewed in your Keurig coffee maker and enjoyed at home.
You heard that right. Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods were crafted to be brewed hot and enjoyed cold.
Each Dunkin' cold K-Cup pod is packed with the smooth, bold Dunkin' flavor you crave.
Pick up a pack of Dunkin's cold K-Cup pods and enjoy a Dunkin' cold coffee at home whenever you crave it.
Just brew over ice and sip in seconds, because the home with Dunkin' is where you want to be. I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Today we're going to be talking about Sex Ed. It is Season 7, Episode 4, written and directed by Paul Lieberstein.
To be clear, Jen and I aren't going to give you a sex ed lesson.
How do you know what's in my
Oh,
document?
no.
You might be getting
Oh,
a
no.
little bit of a sex ed breakdown.
Okay.
It's possible.
Hit me with a summary.
Here it is. Michael has a herpes scare, which prompts him to contact all of his ex-girlfriends and examine each relationship and its ending. I mean, that is a great pitch for an episode right there.
I would have loved to see that card. Like, what that card say? Herpes, ...
Michael contacts his ex-lovers. Meanwhile, Andy is going to take it upon himself to teach the importance of safe sex to his coworkers, which is really a gesture motivated by his feelings for Aaron.
And we learned another thing about Andy's backstory. He was the RA in college.
He has such a rich life. Well, today, instead of Fast Facts, we have a special guest. We're very, very excited.
We adore her. You guys, we have Nancy Walls-Carell today.
That's right, it's Carol Stills, real estate agent and former lover of Michael Scott.
She's with us today. We're going to ask her all about her time on The Office.
Here it is. Hello!
Hello, everybody.
Yay! This is so exciting! We are here with Nancy Walls-Carell, otherwise known as Carol Stills, the real estate agent.
That's right.
Nancy, in anticipation of this interview, I went back and watched every single Carol Stills scene.
So did
The
I.
entire series.
We watched all of your episodes. Not only did we watch all of your episodes, we did a little outline. So we have a whole outline of Carol Stills.
Oh my goodness, you know what? I think there are a few I haven't seen.
Really?
Well, if you have
Yes.
questions,
We are experts
Yeah,
on your
we're
story.
Carol gosh, they're so delicious. Here's the first question we always ask our guests. How did you get your role on The Office? Now, we know Steve pitched you for the role of Carol, but did you know he was going to do that? Like, how did it come up?
You know, I think I remember when you guys were shooting the pilot, talking to Greg Daniels, and he just said, you know, if anything ever came up, would you be interested in doing it? And I said, sure, yeah. You know, I was open to it, and then I think Carol came up, Steve thought it would be good, and Greg thought it would be good, so that's how it happened.
Because before this, you had been a cast member on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
You'd been on The Daily Show. You studied improv at Second City in Chicago.
With my teacher, Steve Carell.
Oh, scandalous! That is awesome.
I didn't realize he was your teacher there. I knew you were there at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I mean, Steve was he was on the main stage. He was a big shot, but a lot of time the actors on the main stage would teach classes at the training center. So he taught one of my levels. You take 5 levels and do them. So he was one of my teachers. We did not date until after.
Respectable.
So how did your experience on The Office compare to some of those other things?
Well, certainly the Saturday Night Live, I mean, that's a live shot. You know, you're shooting it live. And a lot of times with The Daily Show, that was in the studio in front of an audience. So, you know, The Office is pretty much my only experience with, I mean, I guess would you call it a sitcom? I don't even know. Yeah. I had very little experience with that. So it was, you know, it was funny because I knew all you guys. So that was kind of nerve-wracking coming into that. Like, I mean, and I know you were all so incredibly nice. So I wasn't worried about, you know, people being mean or anything. But I just, you know, I was worried about, you know, doing a job for everyone, I guess.
Oh, you did such a great job. And we, as a cast, we get so excited when you came to visit. Nancy, I remember this time, I don't know if you remember, but you were in hair and makeup at the exact same time I was, and we were seated next to each other. And I was so excited. I just talked your ear off. I couldn't stop talking, so much so that my makeup artist said, Angela, I'm going to need you to face me and not Nancy. Because he could only do like one side of my face because I was so excited to be talking to you.
Oh, well, I was always excited to be there. And you know what I want to say too? I brought a lot of family members and friends through that set for tours. And you guys were the nicest people. Always. You always took time to say hi and take pictures. And I really appreciated that. I wanted you to know that.
Aw,
Thank you. That's so nice. We got excited when people came.
I know.
Out in the boonies.
Yeah, we've shared this before to our listeners. We weren't on some big fancy lot where you came across other people. It was just us and a warehouse near like train station, basically.
Yeah, no, we'd be like, oh my gosh, people we've never met or seen. It's like, you know, I feel like we were like a puppy and a new person came into the house and you just were so excited.
You were giddy.
Oh, it was always really fun.
So we know how you and Steve met and that you were at Second City together. What was it like acting with him on The Office, being his scene partner?
Yeah. So that was, well, it was very fun, but it was nerve wracking, you know, because even, you know, because this is your established show. He's so good. I was just trying to maintain, you know what I mean? Like, I just didn't want to screw up royally. That was my mindset. So if you see that character, it's very kind of, she's pretty subdued.
Yeah, she's the straight man, right?
Yeah.
And Jenna and I were talking about there are a few looks that Carol gives Michael throughout these 7 episodes that are so priceless. They're so honest because he'll say the most ridiculous things to you. I was telling Jenna in Michael's birthday when he sees you at the ice skating rink and he's like, you sell ice skating rinks? And you're like, no, I'm not in real estate all the time. You know what I mean? Yeah. But you just played it so honest. It was so good.
Yes.
Well, I would have this experience particularly with Brian Baumgartner when he was playing Kevin. I would find Kevin, and especially his attitude toward Pam, so off-putting. But I love Brian Baumgartner. He and I are very close friends, but Kevin would just irritate me. And I'm like curious, what was it like for you as Nancy, who loved love Steve. Having to then relate to him as Michael Scott, was it so weird to like even see him as this other character and then you're relating with him? I don't know.
Yeah, it was weird because I mean, I had to also be somebody who was attracted to him enough to date him. So I was thinking, like, what? How bad was my marriage that I thought this was a good guy to date?
Yeah, what happened to Carol?
I don't know. All I think is her husband had to be the worst person on earth. And then she met Michael at they were at the week, and she sees him with kids, right? Like, relating. So I think that sort of, warmed her heart a little bit. And maybe she had a really neglectful husband who didn't even like spend any time with her kids. There had to be something there because otherwise, I mean, definitely he was a quirky person that you wonder why she would date him.
Well, the years post-divorce can sometimes be a slippery slope as you regroup your life.
Yeah, I mean, at Diwali, when you walk in the cheerleading outfit,
oh my God, because he told me it was a costume party, right?
Yes, yes. And he could take his head off and then he was just in a suit.
and then while you're in this outfit, which I'm sure you do not want highlighted, he takes the microphone and proposes to you
In front of a huge crowd of people.
Yes.
Amazing. Do you have a favorite episode or a favorite scene that you did?
I have to say they were all so much fun, like for very different reasons. Diwali was so much fun to shoot because they had to teach me how to dance, whenever I had to be dancing. And I remember it was Mindy's parents who played her parents on that.
Yes.
And they were the sweetest people. So that was so great. I loved, I think Benihana Christmas was
The Christmas card.
yeah, the Christmas card. But I think that was Carol Ramis directed that.
It was.
Directed that. So that was, I mean, he was like one of my idols and just the nicest guy too. So, I love that one. I love the last one, Jenna, when I think when we sold your house. I sold your house. And the couple I had to shoot with all day. I mean, we were standing there for the entire day just laughing. I don't know, I can't even pick one. It was so much fun.
Well, I personally love Casino Night, the scene between you and Melora.
Oh, at the bar with Jan and Carol at the bar is so good.
Steve wrote that one, Casino.
He did.
I mean, along with everybody else, of course, all the other writers.
Oh, we have a question for you. This is really random. We both, in our hearts, hope that you still have the Christmas card where Michael photoshopped his face over your
God,
ex-husband.
I would wish I had that because I would make it into an ornament for my tree for sure.
Yeah, that is such a great idea.
We will do it for you.
We are going to do that.
Yes,
We're
as
gonna
a thank you gift for being on Office Ladies, you will be getting that Christmas card as an ornament.
I would love that because I do remember this very distinctly when I'm kind of confronting him about doing that. And I'm like, that's just so weird. It's just so weird that you did that.
That's it. She's done. And he's like, you walk out that door, it's over. And you say, I know.
And then I think that's when he takes Jan on vacation, right? Doesn't he take her to
Yes, to Jamaica.
Yeah.
Well, you played Carol Stills in 7 episodes of The Office. It ranged from season 2 all the way to the finale. Do you ever get recognized when you're out and about? Do people call you Carol?
When I'm alone, not very often, but when I'm with Steve,
Oh my goodness.
it's always like every day I come across I was today years old when I realized Steve was married to Carol, the real estate agent. So, or like if somebody recognizes Steve, and then I take a lot of pictures in my life of people with Steve, and then they'll hand me the camera and they'll say, "I know who you are too."
Oh,
Thanks. Thanks so much.
Nancy, you and my husband Steve need to have drinks sometimes because he was the lactation consultant Clark in an episode of The Office, and it happens to him, same thing all the time. I was today years old when I realized Jenna Fisher married her lactation consultant.
Yes. Well, all my husband gets is, "You're not Dwight."
Well, it's just crazy that the show still is in the zeitgeist. I mean, we probably could have never imagined that.
No.
That all these years later, you'd still be out to dinner and people would be like, Carol.
I know. Who would have thought that? And then, we were talking to this man last week, and he was with his 3rd grade son. He was like, and he's just started watching it. I'm like, I don't think he was born when it went off the air. And then he's watched, like, it's insane, isn't it?
Yeah.
It really is.
My husband was like, "And you guys are now like an I Love Lucy.
Yeah.
Generations are gonna watch this show."
I know, and what an amazing thing, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, when you think about it, like, that is just mind blowing. It's very fortunate, but just amazing. It was really like a lightning in a bottle kind of show, wasn't it? Like, just every element came together so beautifully.
Yeah.
Sort of that once in a lifetime. Well, hopefully you'll have more.
I don't know. I think it would be very hard to do another show. We've both worked on other shows, and you're right. It was lightning in a bottle. We'll all go on to do other things, but this was a magical time for sure.
Yeah.
It really was.
Yeah, Steve feels the same way for sure.
And that's why there's 3rd graders with, Dunder Mifflin shirts on.
That's right.
Well, I have one last question for you. We always ask everyone if they took anything from the set before they left the show. Now, I don't know collectively if you and Steve have something from the set. I mean, Jen and I, obviously, we've shared this. We took a lot of things.
I so want you to say that you took like the for sale sign from the lawn, the finale, but I'm sure that would be a very odd thing
If you're just pulling it out of the ground.
be like, I'm taking this.
Okay.
Just throwing it in my car. You know what? No. I don't think Steve took one thing.
Wow.
We're going to follow up.
Guess what you're gonna have? You're gonna have a Christmas ornament of that postcard. That'll be your little nod.
Yeah, no, I don't think he took anything. Do you remember his last day?
I mean, I just remember crying a lot.
Yeah.
The big party, and then they made him a huge coffee cup cake that said "World's Best Boss."
I do remember that.
And then you guys all signed a hockey jersey
Yeah.
for him. Like, so we have all that stuff. We have that framed, and we have that up. But not the coffee cup cake. We ate that. Yeah.
Yeah, we ate that.
But so we have stuff like that. But no, he never took his anything.
Wow. I would think he would have like his Dundee from his desk or something. I don't know.
You know what?
Not even that.
He's too classy. He's too classy, Jenna.
He didn't
He's super
rob the
classy.
set on his way out like the rest of us
Like the rest of
hooligans.
You're like, is that nailed down? It's going with me.
Well, maybe he thought he probably wasn't sure if anybody was going to need it again. Because,
Well, that's true, right? Because the
wasn't
show
the
kept
last
going. Yeah. So you kind of couldn't.
Yeah.
Could you imagine? We're like, where'd the Dr. Mifflin sign go? Steve, no one's seen it. Steve left.
Where did the desk go in Michael's office?
Huh.
he stole everything.
Oh, Nancy, thank you so much for coming on and talking with us. You were such a big part of the show, both on camera and behind the scenes. We just have the best memories of you coming to set, either with your family or as Carol. This was so great.
Thanks, you guys. I too have the best memories. That show was a joy, and everybody involved with it was just incredible. And it was a real privilege to be on that show and to know you guys.
We feel the same way. BJ Novak said something to me recently. He was like, Angela, it's Office family forever. We're family forever.
It's true.
I was like, it's so
It's
true.
true.
We love ya. We love ya.
I love you too.
Before taking my breath, call your doctor and
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then fine mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree and use code officeladiesfree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at hellofresh.com/officeladiesfree with code officeladiesfree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit betterhelp.com/officeladies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/officeladies. Let's talk a little bit about hydration in the new year, particularly about Liquid IV. Angela, you turned me on to this, and I'm going to have to give you props.
Oh, thanks.
It's pretty great. You told me that you use this when you travel to stay better hydrated, and I started doing the same thing.
You know, whenever we go on a road trip, it's like I don't want to drink too much water because then I'll have to pee. And then I find myself so dehydrated. So I use this.
Well, I like it for hikes. Here's what it is. You get a little packet and you put it in your water, and then you are going to get 3 times the electrolytes of a leading sports drink plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
It's non-GMO and free from gluten, dairy, and soy. It is perfect for daily use before a workout or when you feel run down or after a long night out,
Hint,
hint, hint, or even on really long flights.
Rehydrate yourself for the new year. Grab your Liquid IV Hydration Multiplier sugar-free in bulk nationwide at Costco, or get 20% off your first order when you go to liquidiv.com and use code OfficeLadies at checkout.
Hurts a lot.
That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code OfficeLadies at liquidiv.com. We just kind of need Nancy to be another office lady and hang out with us all the time.
I agree. Can we make that happen?
How much texting to her is too much?
I don't know.
I feel like we blew up her phone lately.
Well, let's get into this episode.
Let's do that, lady. Is anyone else out there watching the DVDs? Anyone? Let me know, because did you notice this disc is full of so many ads?
It is?
You have to sit through all these commercials for other things done by Universal Studios. And I'm just like, I can quote The Big Lebowski to you now.
The Big Lebowski, the movie, was being promoted on the Office DVD.
Yes! Especially on this
one.
Especially on this disc for season 7. You guys know, you folks out there watching it, it's like Parks and Rec, and then all of a sudden The Big Lebowski.
That's crazy.
Anyway, just saying, a lot of ads on this one. Let's talk about this cold open, because Dwight has gone up to some kind of hardware store where there's day laborers, they're looking for a job, and he's pulled up and he's asking someone to come with him to work.
Yes, but no one will go. We find out why. An older worker explains that no one goes with this man. This man being Dwight.
That's right.
Because when they go with him, they never come back.
Yeah, it's a mystery. So they're not going with him anymore.
No. The man who's explaining all of this to us in Spanish is Abraham Chavez, and the boy who is interpreting is Oscar Blanco. Neither of them have been on Month or House.
Oh, you don't get to do your house pun.
I don't.
Guest star on the house.
I mean, spoiler alert, not going to get to do it all episode. I'm bummed, but it's okay.
Well, in this cold open, we are going to meet Nate. He approaches Dwight's car. They speak terrible Spanish to one another.
Yes.
And Dwight is like, all right, you can work for me today. Hop in.
Yeah, he's going to bring him to our parking lot where he asks him to, I guess, get a hornet's nest out of a tree.
He's going to give him a few ways to do that. Blowtorch, bow and arrow, bat. There's a few options.
Yeah, it's kind of a test. He ultimately chooses the bat.
Yeah, bad idea. The whole bullpen has gathered around to watch this. They're very invested, worried. There's highs, there's lows. It's a really high energy moment for the group. And Randy shared with us that at 1:07, when you see that establishing shot of Nate in the parking lot, all of those shots were from Greg Daniels' office window.
That's right. Yeah, but the cast was actually in our conference room set. And I remember when we were shooting that our first AD was calling out the Nate action. We couldn't actually see him.
We were looking at nothing.
We were looking at a scrim,
Yeah,
just a
screen.
painted backdrop, and we were pretending to react to all the different things they were saying. I think it went together very
I
well.
think we sold it.
We really
We
did.
sold someone in the wings yelling, okay, blowtorch,
Yeah.
now a bat. Randy also shared that Phil Shea had 3 fake hornet's nests made out of paper mache. He got them from the hand prop room prop house. Try saying that fast.
Hand proper and prop house.
Do it again.
Hand proper and prop house. Hand proper and prop house. Hand prop.
Oh my God, you're like a tongue twister genius.
Just that one. Don't pick
Can
any.
you say I'm a sheep slitter? I slit sheep. I'm the slickest sheep slitter to ever slit a sheep.
I'm a what?
Sheep slitter.
I'm a sheep slitter.
I slit sheep.
I slit sheep. I'm the best sheep.
I'm the slickest.
Oh, I'm the slickest sheep slitter that ever slit sheep. Sheep. Sheets. Sheep.
It's not easy.
Why am I slitting sheep?
I don't
It's
know.
so violent.
I don't know. What if
Can we just go back to Peter Piper?
What am I-
Pick back?
one of my like old relatives in Texas taught me that one night. I was like a little kid going like, I'm a sheep slitter. I slit sheep.
When you did your like acting training, did you have to do those? Did you do those to like warm up your mouth?
No, I didn't. I just showed up to work.
Oh my gosh, when I did that play in New York, me and Leslie Bibb, that's who
yeah.
did the play with me. We would get to the theater early and we would do all of these vocal exercises.
You must have been
And
so happy.
Oh my God. Leslie Bibb was such an acting nerd. She had her vocal coach come in and lead the cast in vocal
And doing
exercises
things like
mouthing for projection in the theater.
I am too much of a smartass to make it through that class.
I took it 100%.
I know you did. I know you did.
But that's why I would like you, Angela, because you need someone who's a little bit of a smartass. You can't take it too seriously.
Every once in a while, you need someone to check you.
You do.
All of the hornets were fake, you guys. There were no real hornets, and they were added in post-production by Encore VFX. I once thought I had a swarm of bees. I related to Nate in this moment. I was like terrified. I was like, what are we doing?
A swarm of bees, what? You had a swarm of bees following you?
Not following me. Okay, so I'm in my house, and I keep hearing a buzzing. I'm like, what is this buzzing? And I keep hearing it. And it's always on this one wall side. And I'm like, what is this? And then, in addition to the buzzing, I started hearing like this, like tink, 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 tink. And I'm like, what is the buzzing and the tinking? I'm crawling around the house looking for this, and then I realize that look in the fireplace. There's all of these bees in the fireplace, and they're hitting the glass doors of the fireplace.
What?
And there's like a lot of them.
They had come down your chimney?
Yes. So I was like, well, crap, what do you do? A friend of mine referred me to a beekeeper removal and relocation company.
Wait, I love it.
Yes.
They relocate them.
Yes.
They don't
safely.
exterminate
No.
because you know we need the bees.
No. As my mom says, we bless them and move them along.
That's right.
That's right. So they show up and they quickly tell me I don't have a swarm of bees, that I have scouting bees. Do you know what scouting bees are? They're so cool. Okay, scouting bees are female worker bees, and their primary task is to find and locate a new place for the colony to build a hive. Oh, so they go out looking, they go really far. And it usually happens because the hive has gotten over. And once the scouting bees have found a suitable location, they'll go back to the hive and they'll perform a dance, which is communicated to the rest of the hive. The dance gives information on the location that the scout has found. So basically, the scouts were like, we found a place, guys, and it's Angela's chimney.
Okay, I don't know where to begin. First of all, I'm hanging on every word. I need to see a documentary of this bee dance. But my other thought is like, they did a terrible job. They did a terrible job if they scouted your chimney as a new place to live.
They don't know we're ever going to light it up. For them, it's like a little cozy spot.
I guess.
And the thing I love is that the scouting bees, they go, they send out information, and then other scouting bees come. And if they all agree that the location is a good one, they'll go back to the hive and get the entire colony to come. I'm fascinated by scouting bees, you guys.
Well, what happens if the company comes and then they relocate the scouting bees and the scouting bees never come back and dance for the rest of the people?
The rest of the bee friends.
I've like anthropomorphized. What is that? You know what it is?
Yeah, they're a company, they're people now, they're not scouting.
They're a whole industry.
Yeah, so they got the scouting bees to leave. Like, scouting bees, this is not a nice place. And then they told me I needed to fix the top of my fireplace. That there's like this little special mesh thing you can get so they don't come in. So I did that.
Can you imagine if the scouting bees, they went back, they did the dance. They're like, we found a new place, and then more came, and they're like, what are you talking about? We can't even get in.
Yeah, and then they all had to go back, and then the queen was like to the one scouting bee, like, what the hell, man?
I know. And then that first scouting group is just, they're humiliated. They never live it down.
They never live it down. Remember that time you went to that chimney?
Yeah, we all went. We all packed up. We went to look at the chimney.
Way to go.
Couldn't even get in.
Nice job.
We're putting you back on pollen. You don't get to scout anymore.
There's a lot of videos about bees out there, you guys. They're fascinating. I'm just going to tell you, go watch a few.
I love bees. Well, we got a fan mail flurry over this cold open. Valerie W. from Colorado and Megan W. from Farmville, North Carolina, and many others all said, I have to know more about Nate. He's one of my all-time favorite recurring characters. What was his audition process like? How did you find him? Well, this is one of my favorite office stories of all time, how we found Nate. I love it so much, and I became such good friends with Nate that I actually interviewed him for my book, The Actor's Life, A Survival Guide, because his story of how he got on The Office is all based on him making up his own work, his own actor, all the way back in his hometown. Nate was played by Mark Brooks, and the writers of The Office discovered Mark from a series of prank videos that he did that were uploaded to YouTube. He didn't even upload them to YouTube, other people did. Here's what he did. He created a character called K-Stross, who was a yo-yo expert, who goes into schools.
Yes, and he does yo-yo shows.
Yeah, this was the premise. He never actually did this, but his yo-yo expert who did yo-yo tricks for elementary kids while also teaching them about environmentalism, and he would book himself on local news stations as this yo-yo expert.
Sorry, I'm laughing because I'm remembering these videos and they are so funny.
They are so brilliant because once he gets on the news show, he slowly starts to break down and then can't do any tricks at all. I have a clip.
It's so good.
We can listen.
We have a yo-yo champion.
That's right. K-Strass, good morning. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. How are you? Good. You go right to schools with yo-yos and demonstrations, and you have a goal behind all this.
Yeah, I go around. I've been teaching the kids about. Actually, I've only been in one car, and I'll be honest, it goes so hot. In fact, it was literally a major disaster.
Oh no.
Because
basically the kids didn't like my stories, and it's no surprise because they were running around most of the time. And I'm sorry, I think there's something to be said about how kids are brought up these days. And I come from a home that believed in spanking. Okay, and so when I was being bad, you know, Daddy would get a switch for the belt, and I would get it, and I would get it good, and I am literally terrified, you know, to this day.
Well, hopefully you can, try another swap. What's your first time? So maybe we can see for the next time. But basically, you go around and you talk about nature. I mean, going green, the whole going green event. Is that basically the whole point behind your message that you're going to try to spread?
Well, yeah, but I kind of have breaking news. This may literally be the last time you see me in this shirt. They are going in a different direction, and it's a direction without me. And am I angry about this guy? Yes, I am.
Well, let's. How about you show some yo-yo demonstrations? I mean, you are the yo-yo champ. You brought a yo-yo with you, right?
Actually last night what I did was I came up with one named after the station.
Oh, really? So what is called a KQTV? KQTV?
Or two.
KQ2?
There you go.
Yeah. We combine two different things.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and show the KQ2 yo-yo move.
Okay, so it's longer. Here's what happens. He starts by doing just a simple up and down move.
Yeah.
And he's fine. Yeah. Does it. But then he tries to do his special move and he hits himself in the face with the yo-yo. Like hard. He can clearly do no tricks. The anchors are then like flinching every time he attempts to do it because they're like, what is... It's amazing. He did this several times. The writers saw these videos and they called him in for a meeting. They created this character for him. His story is really so amazing. We're definitely going to have him on the podcast. I don't even want to tell the whole story because I want him to tell it.
Yeah, exactly.
But check out these videos of K-Straws. They're fantastic.
Mark, we can't wait to have you on. The news anchor trying to pivot.
I know.
Like trying so hard.
Well, maybe next time will be better.
Why don't you show us one of your tricks?
Just amazing.
Well, this episode is going to start with Michael arriving wearing a fake mustache.
A giant fake mustache.
Erin is so tickled by it.
Yes. Yeah, she likes it.
He then has a talking head where, while he's doing the talking head, he's spinning his chair. And, I mean, everything he's saying is hilarious to me, but I could hear his chair go. And that just made me laugh. He says there's many reasons a man might wear a fake mustache to work. He's a fan of the outrageous. He loves to surprise. He also loves other things.
Well, Michael goes to get some coffee, and his giant mustache falls off into his mug, revealing something very large on his lip. Phyllis notices.
People gasp. That's what it said in the shooting draft. I said people gasp. I was like, that's kind of harsh. Michael says it's a big pimple, and he says, you know what? Who cares? Avril Lavigne has pimples, and she rocks harder than anyone else. Jenna, do you remember at this time Avril Lavigne had a proactive campaign?
Lady, do I?
I know why you remember.
Because someone else was part of that campaign. It was Avril Lavigne, Katy Perry, and
you. I know.
It was me.
That was so cool.
Yeah, that was my first big campaign.
So I feel like all of our writers knew that.
I wondered when I saw it if that's how that line made it in there.
Do you have like photos from that? Do you have like a photo of you with a proactive box?
You can find the commercial of me. You know, when you get asked about doing the proactive campaign, you have to have really used it.
Yeah.
I really liked that. And I have really used it. I used it like all through college. And so I was like, yes. And you also have to send in photos of yourself with like pimples. You have to,
Like a before and after kind of thing?
yeah. And then they use those in your testimonial.
Oh, I so want to see.
So that was like, that was the whole thing.
Sam is actively looking for the commercial. I see you, Sam. Oh my gosh, there it is.
Yeah. You know, when you have an athlete, there's so much more time that you spend getting ready in the morning. The time of trying to cover up the cracky zit or the oozy zit. You know, that's 20 minutes that I don't have in the morning. When I'm using proactive
I don't have to worry about that stuff.
And that's nice.
You look so cute.
Well, you know what's funny? They also make you write your own testimonial. So it makes sense to me that I wrote about how I don't have time for this shit. Like, that was my come from. I was like, you know what? I don't have time to cover this shit up. that was my take.
Well, you look adorable.
Well, the group is not convinced that this is a pit bull.
No.
And they have to start debating it.
The word cancer's thrown out there.
It sure is. Meredith is like, I know what it is. It's a cold sore. It's herpes. I have it. And everyone's like, this is so much information.
Well, then they asked Michael, when was the last time he was tested for STDs? And he said, well, he had his last physical when he was 40. Jim is shocked. That's like 10 years ago, right? Michael's like, no, it's 4 years ago. And in the shooting draft, there was an extra Phyllis line. It's the same bit that Phyllis always has when Michael states his age. I live for it every time. It didn't make it into the episode, but I want to read it. Kevin says, Michael, you're at least 46. Michael says, why at least? If 46 is your guess, just say 46. Phyllis would have said, you're 47. We were in the same class. And Michael gets so mad. He goes, were you held back a decade? And then he storms out.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I love it. I love it so much. We should let you know our head makeup artist, Laverne, made the cold sore for Michael's lip.
She did a very good job.
Always. Michael is going to end up covering his cold sore with a bandage.
Yeah, and the reason they did that was so that Laverne wouldn't have to try and match that same cold sore makeup every day. Yeah, it would have been very difficult.
Well, the next scene should be labeled Snark in the Break Room, because there's some snarkiness.
Yeah, everyone is in there, and they're discussing Meredith's herpes, basically.
Yeah, they're kind of trashing her.
But Andy's going to stand up for her. He's going to say everyone should chill out on the herp talk. This is when we learned he was an RA in college, and that the number one STD is ignorance. Aaron is impressed. I have a fan catch, lady.
Okay.
From Riley M. in Nashville, Tennessee. I just want to say, Riley, I'm very impressed.
What is it?
This is a very quick catch, but it is there. There is a continuity error. They're all in the break room, and around 4 minutes, you can see the back of Meredith's head. But then later, she enters.
Oh, good catch.
Yeah, so there's this reaction shot of Andy. It sweeps over to Aaron and Gabe listening in. This was clearly a shot that they borrowed from later in the scene and moved it up earlier because they liked it, because it is 100% the back of Meredith's head.
Riley applause.
I know, I was so impressed. I mean, blink and you'll miss it. Lady, this scene ends with one of my favorite moments, which is Angela storming out, and once she's out of the break room, you see that she's been holding her breath.
Oh yeah, that was 100% scripted. This is how it read in the shooting draft. Meredith sits at a table with Angela and Kevin. Angela quickly packs up her lunch and exits the room. As soon as she leaves the room, she inhales deeply, revealing she'd been holding her breath. Meredith takes out a sandwich.
Amazing.
Well, Michael and Dwight are researching the possible cause of herpes on his office computer. Dwight is going to tell Michael, you need to reach out to all of your lovers and tell them you have herpes.
Yeah. Michael says he feels like an old-timey sailor with VD. What port did he get his herpes? Was it the Jan port? Was it the Holly port?
Oh, don't go there. Don't go to the Holly port.
Do not. Dwight, in fact, says that if Michael doesn't contact all of his ex-lovers and tell them what's going on, he'll do it for him.
Yeah. I love how Dwight just goes 0 to 60. He always does. He says, you need to call Holly and tell her she's crawling with herpes.
Yes, exactly.
Crawling.
Well, this is the time when I thought we could have our sex education.
Oh, Lordy.
This is courtesy of Courtney B. in Georgia.
Buckle in.
Who said, I know y'all's browser history must be crazy, so I did a little deep dive for you.
Thank you, Courtney. Sniffing our search engine.
Courtney says, for background, I'm in nursing school and we actually just learned about the herpes viruses.
Oh.
There are two main categories of the herpes virus. Herpes simplex, which is type 1, and herpes simplex virus type 2. Type 1 is the one associated with cold sores, also known as oral herpes. It can be spread to others by saliva and kissing, but it can also be transmitted to the genitals. Something as simple as touching your lips and then using the bathroom can transmit the virus to your genitals, although it will not be as severe as if you actually had genital herpes, which is the official type 2. Type 2 is spread through sexual contact or to a newborn baby via the birth canal. So if you're a woman who has genital herpes, you have to get a C-section. Both types are lifelong infections, but you can control the symptoms with antiviral medications. Most of herpes 1, which are the oral herpes, most of those transmissions actually occur in childhood. Or you can kiss someone with a cold sore. Yeah. So Courtney went on to say, as a student nurse, it was hilarious to watch this episode knowing that Michael was causing an unnecessary panic by revealing his herpes infection to his past lovers without any context. Courtney says, thank you for listening to my PSA. Jenna, Angela, if you have any other questions about either of the herpes viruses, I am sending you a great website with accurate information.
Thank you, Courtney.
Yes.
We will share that in our stories.
Yes. I appreciate you sharing this information, Courtney, because herpes infections are very common and nothing to be ashamed about. And really, the important thing is that people are informed, which is something that Michael is clearly not.
And Courtney, I agree with you. Why didn't anyone else in the office say anything about it being oral herpes? I thought the same thing.
But also, many people say, Pam says it, Carol later says, Michael, have you had it looked at by a doctor?
Carol actually went on to say it's in the shooting draft, but it didn't make it in the episode. She says, Michael, you know the difference between genital and oral herpes, right? Oral is no big deal. It's a different virus. She says that, but it didn't make it in. But I guess if Michael had really clued in, we wouldn't have an episode.
For some reason, I remember that Michael finds out that it wasn't herpes all along. I went to the shooting draft. I couldn't find that, but I swear, Angela, that was a button. That it turns out it was like an ingrown hair.
They reference it at the very final scene. With Oscar, Dwight says, we're pretty sure it's an ingrown hair.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. But this was all unnecessary, basically.
Well, really what this episode is a journey for Michael to face the fact that he blows relationships out of proportion, except not with Holly. And that's the real heart of this whole episode. First, there's going to be a lot of shenanigans we have to cover.
Well, the first person he's going to call is Donna. I think, this is a good place to start. This was his last lover.
I know. It's like, do you or your stupid husband have herpes?
But first, he says that he has a sexually transmitted disease, and he spells it H-I. And she's like, oh my God. He's like, R. It's like spelling herpes wrong. I know. Guys, Amy Peets really came in for that phone call. She was off stage. She was at a phone that was hardwired into Michael's office so they could speak live. But they recorded her on a separate microphone so that, they would get clean sound for the final edit.
Michael's next phone call is going to be Holly. This is the cutest thing. It's such a great scene. Hi, this is Holly. No, this is Holly. And this is Michael Scott.
What are you calling about?
There's been a horrible accident.
Did any nuns die?
2.
It's like, Dwight is so confused. I love everything Rain does in the scene. He's like pointing to his lip, trying to remind Michael.
Bring it up.
We had a fan question from Kathleen B. in Sydney, Australia, and many others actually, who said, is it just me or does the voice of Holly on the phone sound nothing like Amy Ryan? Well, it was Amy Ryan.
Yeah, it sounded like it to me.
But she was not in the studio. A fan catch from Eric L. in Colorado is going to explain that. Holly's phone number is shown with a 212 area code, not a Nashua area code.
That's right. She was in New York.
And the number that they show on the phone was a real phone number. It was Amy Ryan's agent in New York.
Did her agent start getting lots of phone calls?
I mean, I called it.
Did you really?
Got voicemail. Did you really? They should change their number. I don't want to say the number because it's still
but guess what? Jenna just shared that it is a real number and you can zoom in and call it.
Sorry, person who has that number, you're going to want to change that real soon. Yeah, so Amy was really in New York. They had a sound recordist named Adam Sanchez who was in New York with her, recording her half of the dialogue. But her and Steve could really hear one another and they could react off one another
In real time.
And they went off script a little bit,
Like
they're
they
so
always
good
do.
together.
I know.
Well, in this conversation with Holly, Michael is going to get nostalgic. And he's going to say, do you ever wonder what it would have been like if you hadn't been transferred? Michael says they'd be married. They have kids. Yeah. We were so the same person right there.
I know.
And that's when Holly says to Michael, I think you romanticize things. Like, I think you blow them up to be bigger than what they really were.
Yeah. She goes, you know what? We had a fling a long time ago.
Well, this is crushing to Michael.
Breaks his heart.
He gets off the phone. He didn't even mention the herpes.
No, it didn't come up organically.
And this idea that he blows things out of proportion, this is going to stick with him. It's going to be a big part of his conversations for the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm. Why don't we take a quick break? Because when we come back, Andy is going to have pizzas. If anyone wants to have an honest discussion about the sexual mores and taboos of society, you can have a slice. We'll be right back. Jenna, you know you and I both love to learn new things. We like to explore new things. And I have to tell you a little something I did over the holidays.
What did you do?
Well, my daughter was very curious about the classic holiday movies. What are the holiday movies? And there are so many different genres, right, within a holiday movie. But we really sort of narrowed in on the rom-com holiday movie.
Yes.
And I went on Amazon Prime, and there were a bunch of movies on there. I now think I can write a holiday rom-com movie.
Well, I think it's very important to stay curious, stay open to exploring new things, and you can do all of that with Amazon Prime. With Amazon Prime, you get Prime Video, Amazon Music Prime, and Prime's fast free shipping. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime. Visit Amazon.com/Prime to get more out of whatever you're into.
This is an ode to the McDonald's French fry. They are so delicious. I get very excited about McDonald's French fries.
Because they're the best fries. They really are. From my childhood to my adulthood, I love the McDonald's fry. Why are they so good?
I don't know.
Is it? Is it what they're cooked in? Is it the way they're cut? What is it? I don't know. Everyone knows this though. The McDonald's fry. What?
My happiest moment, because I love to get a Happy Meal, it's just the perfect size for me. But sometimes some of the fries fall out and they're at the bottom of the Happy Meal, and I think I'm done with my fries, and then there's a few bonus ones at the bottom. Get your favorite McDonald's fries today.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, we're back, and I hope you're hungry because Andy has a lot of pizza, and he wants you to come in the conference room to talk about sex.
Not everyone is happy about the pizza.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, Ryan is ticked off. It's in the shooting draft. It's even in deleted scenes. He starts flipping the pizza lids open with this dramatic effect. Here's how it read in the script. Ryan, flipping. Pepperoni, meatball, Hawaiian pizza, veggie delight, artichoke. He's furious. People are on Ryan's side now. They're eating the pizza, but they're complaining. Andy says, just pick the stuff off. Phyllis says, then the cheese comes off. Andy says, you know that's not true. There's a way to do it carefully. Now I'm going to show you a picture of genitalia. And that's how the scene in the conference room starts.
Well, lady, I remember shooting that. I remember BJ flipping the pizza lids. And also, I noted in the conference room that everybody's pizza has some form of meat on it or topping.
It's pepperoni. Almost all of them are pepperoni.
You didn't get any just plain cheese pizza.
Not one. Well, Jenna, I noticed something else besides a lot of pepperoni.
What's that?
Jim and Pam are not sitting next to each other. And if you go to 10 minutes, 24 seconds, you see Pam wave Jim off. What's happening?
Oh, lady, I'm sure you uncovered this in your research. There was a huge deleted Jim Pam storyline from this episode.
It's bonkers.
It's really weird.
I have it all from the shooting draft. I can share it, and then you can share about shooting it.
Please.
All right. It read like this. At the top of the episode, Pam walks in and puts her stuff down. A few beats later, Jim walks in and puts his stuff down. They avoid each other's gazes. The camera sort of notices it, but then gets distracted by Michael and his fake mustache. This continues. Later in the kitchen, Pam and Toby are talking, and Jim walks in. The script read, Pam looks at Jim. He's surprised that she's in there. Toby says, hey, Jim. Jim says, hi, Toby. Jim looks at Pam. Pam walks out. Jim watches her go. He seems tense. Toby looks to camera like, yikes. Then there's a Jim and Pam joint talking head, where Jim says, no, not at all. And then he puts his hand on her forearm to show affection, and she removes it. Then Toby has a talking head where he seems ecstatic, and he just says, yikes. The next beat involves Kelly in the kitchen. Pam is making herself coffee. Kelly is at the counter. She's struggling to open a jar of, and it says, I quote, marshmallow fluff. Ooh, just making a fluffernutter, guys. Jim comes out of the men's room, and Kelly asks him to help open the jar. He can't open it. He really struggles with it. Kelly uses this as an opportunity to try to get Ryan dating advice, and Jim seems miserable. And he hands the jar back to her, unable to open it. And Pam smiles slightly. She's kind of enjoyed watching Jim struggle with Kelly. Then in the conference room, as we just talked about, Jim walks in, Pam is already seated, and Daryl offers to get up so Jim can sit next to his wife. And Pam is waving Daryl off, not Jim. Like, no, stay, Daryl, stay. Yeah.
Well, this whole thing was because the writers were trying to come up with conflict for Jim and Pam, storylines for Jim and Pam now that they were married. And they thought, how about they're in a fight one day at work where they're not talking to each other?
Non-serious conflict.
Yes, but like, it's one of those things.
Yeah.
And, you know, they're having that day. The way it was explained to me was that if they had gone to different jobs, they wouldn't have like texted and called all day. They just would have had their little timeout, and they probably would have been fine when they got home. They did not want this to be like a big, serious disagreement, but they work at the same place, so they had to go to work together, and they're just kind of each giving the other the silent treatment.
Yeah, they're just annoyed.
And the idea was that it would all play out in silences and little moments, and that the camera would kind of catch it. We had huge discussions
Look at
over
them
what
on the
this might
sun,
be.
close being baby.
Ultimately, we thought this was kind of
I
a
want to
fun
be
little
a
thing.
squirrel,
We came up with our own reason.
cozy, comfy
And we
squirrel.
didn't tell the other person.
Be
Because we thought that would add a layer to this silent play that we were doing. It all got cut out.
Well, it actually does resolve itself in the shooting draft, which you never see. The very last Jim and Pam scene is the end of the workday.
I could be here
And the script
just like
read
that, being
this.
baby.
As Michael and Dwight head inside, they pass Jim and Pam leaving for the day.
Look
We
at
follow
it,
Jim and
fellas.
Pam
Look
to the
at
spy
that.
shop.
Look at
Jim says,
that.
hey,
Look at that.
you know, I don't even remember what we were fighting about.
Look
Pam
at
says,
that.
I do. And then Jim says, I do too. I'm sorry. He holds out his hand. She takes it. She says, me too. And they continue walking.
I mean, ultimately, I thought it was a really realistic, sort of marital, coupley thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, it didn't end up totally working. I think you can see some of it in deleted scenes.
Oh, yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can't play it because it's just
Silent.
yeah.
It's like I was going to play the scene between Jim and Kelly and Pam in the kitchen, but it's just Kelly talking and the two of you looking off.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, while Jim and Pam are sitting with Daryl between them, sort of picking at their pizza, Andy is going to start showing pictures of genitalia, some of which have herpes.
Yeah.
My favorite line coming from John Krasinski as Jim, am I blocking anyone? Can everyone see? I loved it. We had a fan question from Kyle T. in Houston, Texas. What was actually on the pictures of blurred out genitalia? This requires some real detective work, lady, because Randy Cordray, knower of all things, is on vacation. We traded a bunch of emails about this episode, and then he went on vacation.
And we said, have a great vacation. We're not going to bug you about possible genitalia.
We're not. Not on your vacation, Randy.
No.
But I had a late-breaking question, which was, what was on the pictures of the genitalia? And I was like, I have to figure it out. Well, I had a call sheet for this episode, thanks to James Carey. Way to go, James. And it said we had a still photographer on set on this day, the day we were shooting conference room scenes with pictures of genitalia. Guess what?
What?
There are photos of this scene, and they are not blurred. The first one that Andy holds up, the picture of the man with the ripped abs, that man is wearing underwear. The second one, the picture itself is pixelated.
Right.
And then we further blurred it.
We saw no genitalia on this day.
We did not. We had another question about this scene from Levi A. in Northampton, Massachusetts, who wanted to know, was there a reason that we are sitting in the conference room along the wall? Because I don't think you've ever sat like that before. No table in the middle. We're also not in rows.
Yeah, I feel like there's a few times we were like that, like for Jan's baby shower. You know, there's every once in a while, but it's not the usual.
The writers were looking for ways to put other characters in charge of the office to see how those dynamics would play out. And this was part of that experimenting that they were doing, you know, because the character of Michael was leaving. And the reason we're sitting this way was because they wanted to differentiate between Michael leading a conference room meeting and another character.
And Andy.
And they even put Andy in the back corner rather than the front of the room. So this was just a choice. And like you said, it was also sort of presented as an informal pizza party.
Yeah.
And so this was how Andy runs a conference room meeting. We sit around the wall,
Like we're in the dorm, because that's how he ran his meetings as an RA.
probably so.
Next up is one of my favorite scenes of this whole episode, because we get to see Michael and Jan in the same room together. Melora and Steve were just so incredible as these two people. They bring out the worst in each other always. Michael and Dwight have arrived to the lobby of Jan's new office building.
Listen, she'll be with them shortly.
She's busy.
She is. How does she work? As the director of office purchasing for this hospital while raising a daughter and releasing an album of Doris Day covers on her own label.
If she knew, she'd tell you.
Yeah. I have a location breakdown for you.
Okay.
The exterior establishing shot of this hospital was Kaiser Permanente in Panorama City, but the entire interior was shot on our warehouse stage. We did not build this set. Randy Cordray, before leaving for vacation, told me that it was a rental. We rented it from 20th Century Fox. They had a recently canceled series called Taxman, and they had kind of taken the set, put it in a warehouse. They were willing to rent it out, so we rented it. That's how we got it.
Well, Jan is a super mom.
If she does say so herself.
Yeah, exactly. Apparently, Jan can bring home the bacon and fry it up in the pan.
She's like, remember that commercial? Dwight's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Jan had to sing immediately. She had to sing right away.
Within 15 seconds.
Yeah. Jan is going to have one of my favorite moments in this episode. I love Melora as his character so much. Michael wants to know if he's the kind of guy who misremembers the nature of relationships. And Jan looks at him with such intensity and says, Michael Scott, you are here for a postmortem. Michael's like, what? And Jan says, you want to dig into our relationship, go over it, see what killed it. Okay, I'm in. At that point, just leave, because it's only going to get weirder from there.
Yes, they're going over it, and Michael's not getting any of her analogies.
Her analogy where she is a princess dating below her station, but she's also the queen. She's both. Michael's like, am I the guy at the station?
Exactly. So now Astrid comes in. She's with her nanny, who was played by Marilyn Zack. Baby Astrid was played by Molly Burke. Cutest little kid. And Melora made the choice to sing to Astrid about her day. This was not in the script, none of this dialogue. She was just going to say, how was your day? And then she starts singing to her.
Oh my God, she's so
We
good.
have to hear it because it's amazing. And it's the last time we're going to hear Jan sing on The Office.
What did you learn? What did I learn? You learn shapes or books or cups or colors, or you might have learned that we're all sisters,
But Michael just sees Jan for truly who she is as she's singing to her daughter. And he hasn't talking yet, but he says he thought she was the one, or the one.
And if he was wrong about that, was he wrong about Holly?
Yeah.
Back in the conference room, Andy wants to make a list of pros and cons to having sex. And the first con is risk of STDs. Can anybody come up with any more?
No. All of the things being shouted out by Kevin, even Phyllis, are like amazing, magical. Creed says the feeling of pure risk. And Andy's like, well, I have that in the con column, but okay, fine. I'll put it in the pro column.
Aaron suggests a con, unplanned pregnancy. Kelly and Kevin say, like Cece, was a mistake. Oh boy. Jim and Pam are going to get fired up on that one. She was a surprise. Yeah, a welcome surprise.
Yeah.
So now Andy has to put unplanned pregnancy in the pro column. We had a fan question from Sarah S. in Chico, California, who said, I heard that this episode is the first time that Oscar broke. Is this true? And can you tell us more about it?
Definitely the first time you broke and was busted.
Yeah, it's actually on the blooper reel for season 7. I pulled a clip to paint a picture. Ed Helms as Andy is standing up at his whiteboard, and he's doing this crazy thing with his fingers, where he's got like 2 fingers in front of his mouth.
Yeah, he's clasped his hands together and put 2 fingers kind of on his lips, like,
He's like, who can tell me some cons? And this gesture really got Oscar. Take a listen.
Did you laugh?
Listen to how tickled we all are.
Yeah,
The man never broke. He was a statue.
and this was like a little thing, it wasn't a big thing that got him. It was just this little funny gesture that Ed was doing.
And the whole cast and crew started to cheer. Next stop on Michael's herpes tour is Helene, Pam's mom. They find her at the park.
Yes, they do.
She seems confused. Michael's like, don't you remember me? We were lovers.
He's speaking to a totally different woman. This woman was played by Brady Rubin. This is when Helene is going to be like, Michael? She's sitting there with baby Cece. We had a fan question from Molly C. in Rochester, New York. How did Michael know to go to the park to find Helene? She seemed surprised to see him, so it doesn't seem like he called ahead and asked her where she was. Well, I'll tell you. There was a line in the script that was cut as they're entering the park where Dwight said to Michael, according to Pam's emails, Helene should be here with Cece.
What? They've looked at Pam's email?
I know! Apparently, they hacked Pam's emails to find Helene's location.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I didn't even know Michael knew how to open his own email.
Well, this is clearly Dwight's doing.
It's Dwight. As annoyed as Helene is with Michael, she does tell him his herpes will go away as long as he doesn't touch it.
And then he asks her if she thinks he misremembers relationships.
She doesn't. He's deluded.
Pretty much everyone is like, yes.
He calls her a jerk.
And then he leaves. That's Pam's mom.
Yeah, you jerk.
Listen, Pam was against this relationship, and for good reason. But she's clearly been like, you know what? You wanted it. Y'all enjoy it.
Yeah. Back in the conference room, Andy wants to know if anyone in the office is practicing abstinence.
which he says is the only real form of safe sex. Daryl takes issue with this logic.
It's becoming very clear that Andy has set up this whole conference room meeting just to find out if Aaron and Gabe are having sex.
Yes, and it's not going to end well.
Andy is starting to spiral. He's really bummed that nobody, basically Aaron, is abstinent. So he said, okay, I guess I'm going to have to put a condom onto a pencil. I mean, he can't use his penis. It's not exactly hard anyway.
Yeah, and then Meredith is going to say, give it a rest, pencil dick. Guess what?
Oh, no.
Standards and practices.
They allowed pencil dick?
Well, here was their note. Randy sent it to me. He said this caused a flurry of notes. They said, page 30, scene 36, as previously mentioned. So they've clearly had to mention it a lot. Please bleep the word dick and blur Meredith's lip flap when she says it. As previously mentioned.
As previously mentioned. Again with the dick. Can you guys just get on board?
Blur it and bleep it.
Blur it and bleep it. Cover up that lip flap.
I know, that's how they described it. Her lip flap. Anyway.
Well, Andy's fully gonna melt down. Nobody appreciates his effort. He's gonna throw a pizza at the wall.
Yeah.
This is a subtle callback, or not so subtle callback, to Ryan's pizza rant. It says in the shooting draft, Andy takes the entire untouched veggie pizza and throws it against the window. The room goes silent. Look at the pizza on the wall. There is no meat. I looked. It's all veggies. But I want you to know, I think Angela would have had a piece of veggie pizza.
Yeah.
Maybe she saved it for the artichoke one, though.
Maybe she did. I love that you zoomed in to see if there was meat on the pizza.
It looks like veggies to me, guys.
It's commitment to the job.
Gabe is now going to have a sit down with Andy. He's going to say, you know what? I know that whole meeting was about me and Aaron, and I specifically asked you if it was okay for Aaron and I to go out after you broke up. Gabe says, I remember it because of how you worded it. You said, well, good sir, nothing would make me happier than to hand you the hand of the hand that was once in my hand. In the shooting draft, Andy would have gone on to say, well, I would like you kindly to unhand that hand.
Oh,
yes. And Gabe was like, you can't unhand a hand once a hand is become. It's like ridiculous.
Oh, I wish that would have stayed in.
It was really funny.
Michael and Dwight are now going to arrive at an open house, and that means only one thing. It's time for him to speak with Carol Stills. I have a location alert. We shot this house on the same day as the Helene Park scenes, and our locations manager, Kyle Alexander, found a private residence on Ledge Avenue in Toluca Lake, and he found a nearby park. So we were able to do both in one day. And Henry Sane made that realty sign that's out front on the lawn.
Well, Michael is going to say he's here to buy a house. He's clearly not. He asks Carol if he romanticizes relationships, and she says, yeah, you make a bigger deal of things. You proposed to me on our 4th date. I have a continuity catch.
I do as well. Maria P. from Miami, Florida, and many others, I think, have the same catch, lady.
Yes, in Diwali, when Michael proposes to Carol, Carol says it's only their 9th date. And here, it's their 4th date.
Well, Maria thought maybe Michael proposed twice. Has he been proposing and proposing and proposing?
That's hilarious.
This is when Dwight comes down the stairs. In the shooting draft, he was originally stuck in the bathroom and had been screaming, and he came down the stairs and said, did no one hear me? I've been locked in the bathroom. But in this version, he came downstairs and he said someone died in that bathroom upstairs.
People work
And I love Fancy as Carol just goes, no, didn't happen.
The scene with Carol ends Michael's quest, and he's going to go back to his office, and he's going to call Holly.
He is.
He gets her voicemail, and he leaves her Such a great message.
Oh my gosh. The fact that Holly did not get in her car and drive back to Michael the minute she heard this message. What do you need, Holly? What does your heart need?
I know. He says, you know what, Holly, you're wrong. You were wrong. I remember every second of us. And talking to them today, to the other ladies, he said, I don't feel for them anything like what I feel for you. I didn't joke with any of them. I joked with you. You are the only one who was actually happy to hear from me. And I don't know why you downgraded what we had, but I did not make us up. Oh, wait, maybe you should talk to your doctor because you might have herpes by.
Amazing. Well, lady, we got a fan question from Danica G in Des Moines, Iowa, who noticed that there was one woman missing from Michael's tour. Danica would like to know what happened to Concierge Marie. He hooked up with Concierge Marie. Was this perhaps a deleted scene?
Yes, it's in deleted scenes. They call Concierge Marie from the car. Here's the clip.
By going to the doctor and getting tested for herpes.
And in the shooting draft, it went on to say, with an asterisk, for the super fans, this is clearly a different concierge. And after they hang up on her, Dwight crosses the Canadian off the list.
Amazing.
Well, now that Michael has confronted all of his former lovers, Dwight's going to see a real opportunity here. It's in deleted scenes, you guys. He's really, really pushing his cousin Shirley onto Michael.
No.
Have a listen.
Full disclosure, I really was hoping to hook you up with my cousin Shirley. No, not Shirley. Dwight just dropped that. Okay, yeah, like a million days. Okay, I won't bring up Shirley anymore, but I just want to say that Holly is holding you back. Did you really put your mind to it? You gave me this chemistry. I appreciate that. Shirley's a newscaster.
He's just gonna keep pushing Shirley.
I am so sad that we do not meet Dwight's cousin Shirley, the newscaster, ever.
I know.
My mind is spinning with possibilities.
This episode ends with Dwight and Michael telling Oscar they're pretty sure Michael has an ingrown mustache hair, but they need to ask everyone Michael's kissed if they have had herpes.
Mm-hmm.
They want a list of all of Oscar's lovers.
That's right.
Oscar walks out the room.
And that, my friends, is Sex Ed. I really enjoyed this episode.
I loved every second of it.
A big thank you to Randy Cordray and James Carey for helping us uncover some fun tidbits for this episode.
Yes, Randy, thanks for the last minute emails before your vacation. So nice of you. We hope you guys have a great week, and we'll see you next week with
It's a good one. Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, Angela. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Jenna. Hello, everybody.
Today, we're breaking down The Sting. It is Season 7, Episode 5, written by Mindy Kaling and directed by Randy Langford.
I'm excited for this one.
I'm excited for so many reasons.
I know, me too.
Well, let me start with a summary. A handsome salesman from a rival paper company has been stealing Dunder Mifflin's clients. So Michael stages an elaborate sting operation to learn his secrets. Meanwhile, Andy starts a band with Daryl and Kevin after learning his less talented former classmate Broccoli Rob has had a taste of musical success.
Calcium. Broccoli Rob has a commercial called Calcium
For the milk company.
Yeah, which cracked me up because Phyllis is like, you know what? That's a really good reminder. I need to drink milk.
You know, I was the voice of like cheese, Wisconsin cheese for a year.
What was your catchphrase?
I can't remember if we had a catchphrase, but for a year I recorded commercials for Wisconsin cheese and talked about grilled cheese sandwiches.
That's awesome.
I wonder if they exist anywhere.
That makes me so happy.
Well, listen, today our fast facts are once again for the third week in a row an interview.
You guys, we are so excited. Guess who's here? We've been wanting this for a long time. It's Craig Robinson.
Oh my gosh, we have been wanting this for a long time.
He is busy, but he is here today, and I am so excited.
And we are going to ask him everything.
Ah! Oh my God!
Who is this? Who's on my screen right now?
Hello, office ladies.
Hi, Craig.
What's up, Craig?
How's it going?
It's going good.
Oh my God, it's so good to see your face.
Likewise. What's up? What is this I'm looking at?
You're looking at our office ladies studio here at Your Wolf.
With lots of lamps because we can't see anymore.
Yeah, we each get our own lamp at office ladies.
Yeah. Only the best. Only the best.
Very nice. Very nice.
Well, Craig, we're going to jump right in. We always ask our guests, how did they get their job on The Office?
Auditioned. It was Greg Daniels, and then must have been 12 other people in the room, and I read one of the confessionals.
Yeah, the talking heads to camera.
I read one of the talking heads. The beauty of my audition, beauty and also terror was when I walked in. At the time, I had a video out with Jerry Minor. It was a song called "Somebody's After My Leg."
Yes, very familiar.
We know it.
You know, making rounds and stuff, and you know, this is obviously people look at your work before you come in to see what they're dealing with, kind of thing. And at that time, I didn't realize people were like looking at your work. I just thought you just went in. And Greg Daniels was like, "I saw it. The song, it doesn't get any funnier than that." And so that could either, you could take that two ways. Hey, you know, you're in, you know, and just go have a good time, or wow, you're gonna really mess this up now.
Yeah, because you had peaked already.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, okay, but thankfully, you know, they laughed and came out as Daryl.
Now, when you got the role as Daryl, did you know that it was going to be recurring? Had they already decided that?
No, I don't think all of that was out there yet. I do not know, to be perfectly honest. But I didn't pop up. There was only 6 episodes. I popped up in episode 4, just to establish character, and then episode 5 was basketball. And we didn't know what the show was going to do yet, you know?
Yeah, those were the early days.
Yeah.
I remember the buzz on set when you did that introductory scene with Steve down in the warehouse, where Michael comes up to you and he introduces you. And I just remember everybody being like, what has just happened?
Oh my
What
gosh.
did we just get?
Because Daryl, the way Daryl looks at Michael, like just all of that chemistry between those two characters, we hadn't had yet on the show, and people flipped out.
Wow, I had no idea. I was just there, you know. Good job. I didn't know there was buzz.
There was buzz, Craig. There was tons of buzz. Well, you know, we're rewatching this show now. For the first time, we're seeing these episodes we haven't seen in a long time. And Craig, I lost my mind in episode Employee Transfer when Daryl is helping Michael and Holly move to Nashua. I could not stop laughing. I was laughing so hard I was crying. It's hands down one of my favorite episodes. And Amy Ryan was on, and she said doing those scenes with you and Steve was, quote, I'm quoting Amy Ryan, one of the highlights of her time on The Office.
I call her my super. We were super friends. Shout out to Amy. Yeah, that was hysterical riding down there. I don't know if you noticed, my voice at that time was a little. I needed surgery. My voice had a polyp. It was crazy riding with those two. You know, anytime you had a scene with Michael, it was like, oh, here we go. So they had the 3 of us riding down there. And it was just ridiculous. What did he say? He woke up And she was crying. He was like, "Did Daryl touch you?"
Yeah. Well, do you have a favorite episode from your time on The Office? I know that's such a big question, and people ask us that. We have so many, but is there a moment that really stands out as one of your favorites?
The Lady Clothes episode I thought was when he negotiation. I think it was called. I had to talk Mike into going to ask for a raise so I can get a raise. And I told him to get on Lady Clothes. That was that's a standout for me. And also, what scene stands out a lot that I really love was when Dwight lied and said he went to the dentist. And Mike was like, what's the name of the dentist? He was like, Crentist. But the way it was shot and it felt like a Western and you really felt the tension, that's one of the standouts.
Well, the cast used to love it when you would play music in an episode. We would all end up singing together. We know your mom was a music teacher and she plays organ and was first chair cello player. Was she your first music teacher?
Yes, absolutely. Matter of fact, I like to say we learned in the womb. She was always playing and singing to us, and then she started to teach us. But it was kind of funny her teaching. I don't know. So we ended up going to like several different teachers growing up, but she definitely was the first.
What was the first instrument you learned?
Yeah.
And how many instruments do you play?
I dabble in other instruments. I figure out things on bass or drums or guitar or saxophone, trumpet. I dabble, but I wouldn't dare say I play, and I would insult actual players. But the piano, that's my thing.
Okay, so in this week's episode, The Sting, Daryl, Andy, and Kevin all joined together to play Andy's original song, Please, Mr. President. And this sets off a really fun arc for you guys playing together. We did some research, Craig, and you guys play in Pam's Replacement, The Last Day in Florida. You also play in Local Ad. You sing everyone's favorite, People's Person's Paper People. And then your band, The Nasty Delicious, with your brother Chris Robb, played in Goodbye Toby Part 2. I mean, you got to do so many cool performances within the show. Was there one of the songs you guys performed together that was your favorite or a standout memory?
That Goodbye Toby episode was wonderful. First, I got to get my band in there and my brother, and then we would just be featured up there like that. If people watch that episode, though, I'm gonna give away something you probably
what?
Nobody else would notice. But there was one part with the editing, where the guitar player is just jamming, but you don't hear any guitar. He's just like jamming out, and of course I'm an old stack, but that Goodbye Toby was pretty special. I had to learn the song on the spot. I had to learn that song, and then I was like, oh, that's right, Goodbye Toby. So luckily I'm familiar with it, but it was that was cool.
That would happen to you and Ed a lot. Yeah. We talked to Ed on the podcast, and he said you guys rarely got very much time or notice.
To rehearse.
Yeah, it would just be, you'd find out about it in a table read, or maybe somebody would come to your trailer and be like, hey, tomorrow I'm going to need you to play this. Or maybe the moment, like you're saying, like for Goodbye Toby.
Yeah, the Dunder Mifflin song, BJ's brother that wrote the original, the Dunder Mifflin, the baby version, and then they gave it to me to kind of flip it, for the story. And I think I did that like the night before, so that was cool. Had a little time for that. But sometimes they just be.
That is amazing. You and I were at Creed Bratton's show, and you started playing that on the piano, and the place went berserk. I mean, the minute you sat down to the keyboard and just started, they all started singing. They knew immediately. It was so cool. I mean, Craig, I never get to be on stage in a band, and I had the tambourine. I think someone handed me a tambourine. That was the closest moment to feeling like a rock star. I thought it was so fun.
Well, just being on The Office, and you got to be a rock star at least 2 times in your life, from going to Scranton. Those 2 times, you already know.
yeah, sometimes I'm playing at the show, my comedy shows, at a paper, and then like whether it's a group or just one person knowing it, it's always satisfying. Because I mean, how many times you have to have watched the series to know that song and know the words, specifically.
Yeah. Well, we know you also have an improv background. You studied at Second City in Chicago. Is there an improvised moment that you can remember from the show that you particularly love? Angela always says if an improviser gets a moment to a TV show or a movie, you never forget it.
You never forget it. So we were curious if you had one.
Oh, I mean, I have several. In negotiation, and I was telling Mike, I was like, "Yeah, come on, go get the raise and make it happen, Captain." I said that, make it happen, Captain, right? And then Steve turned around, and I didn't realize this until I watched it. He said, "I will make." He got the phone, so he said, "I will make it happen, Sergeant." And I was like, "Oh, wow, I didn't even see that happen on set." Okay.
That's awesome. Well, I have a favorite Daryl moment from this rewatch. It's season 3, Back from Vacation. That's the one where Michael realizes that he accidentally emailed the topless photo of Jan to everybody in the whole office. And he runs down to the warehouse because he wants you to delete it from your computer. And when he gets in there, you're sitting there, you have your feet up on the desk, and you're eating a plate of food. And you say, "I don't know, I'm really busy, Michael." And when I saw that moment, I went and I checked the script, and there is no mention that Daryl is eating a plate of food. And so I asked writer Justin Spitzer about it, and he said that was your idea, that you went over to Crafty and grabbed a plate of food before the scene started.
Yeah, I wanted to look as not busy, but to say I was busy as possible. So, yeah.
Well, the reason I was suspicious was because I looked at the food on the plate.
And you recognized
And I was like, that looks a lot like our hot snack. I mean, that looks like
right after 10:30.
That's not Phil Shea. That was,
a grab and go.
Yeah, that's right. Speaking of hot snack, do you have a favorite hot snack?
Yeah, I would kill the pastrami sandwich.
Oh, yeah.
And that was, for those who don't know, the way they fed us on that show. Did breakfast in the morning, 3 hours later, hot snack, 3 hours later, lunch, 3 hours later, hot snack. And then a lot of times there was second meal. It was torturous and wonderful.
I found an email thread in my digital clutter where we were all going back and forth as a cast about the albondiga soup that Martin would put out. There was a whole email thread about it because I guess one week we didn't get it and everyone's like, "Where's the soup?"
I remember the first time they put out turkey chili, and then we wanted it every day.
Oh yeah.
That was John's favorite, I think, and Ed.
Well, we talk a lot about behind the scenes moments. Obviously Jenna and I, we are watching this and remembering all kinds of stuff. But do you have a favorite behind the scenes moment where we would mess with each other or just do anything?
Man, oh my God. I was thoroughly entertained coming to work every day, watching, just sitting back watching y'all for the most part. Do you remember when, what was the one, Rain was on the title?
Yes!
Oh my God, that still haunts me to this day. Him trying to balance,
Yeah.
And we were all just laughing, trying to hold our laughing. But I just remember the laughter on his face. Oh man.
I have found some old videos from my, old phone. Remember the phones we had? Like you could kind of video off a flip phone?
Yeah.
And I have a real grainy video of you and Ed and Kate singing your hearts out. And Ellie, it was like in between scenes for a Halloween episode. And Craig, I texted it to you. Did you get to see it? Like ages ago.
No, I don't know that.
What? Oh my gosh! Oh, I'm sending it because you guys are having so much fun. Oh no, who did I text it to? I might not have your correct number anymore. Oh crap! Email me your phone number.
You might be my old number. Somebody has my old number, and they're very polite, telling people, "Hey, this isn't his number anymore." I should probably coordinate with them and say, "Hey, could you send them this way?"
All right, I've got a question for you, Craig. Is there a Daryl quote that fans say to you when they see you out? Like, for example, people always shout "Save Bandit" at Angela.
Oh my gosh, Craig, so many people want me to save Bandit.
They can flicker all day long.
What's up, Brinks?
Everybody giving the zombie all day long. Yes.
Voice it out.
Did you keep anything from the set when we wrapped? Because we all took a little something.
You know, I think I took that little monkey. Remember that little monkey over there?
You know who was obsessed with that little monkey was my daughter Isabel. She would go and find it and squeeze it, and then it would, it made so much noise.
How was Isabel? Oh my goodness, how was she now?
She's 14. Oh my gosh. It freaks people out that worked with us back then when they see her now.
Jeez, yeah, no kidding.
She's a little kid on set. I have to bring this up, Craig. I loved you so much as Doug Judy on Brooklyn Nine-Nine. That is such a phenomenal character. If you guys haven't watched Craig on Brooklyn Nine-Nine, you've got to go see it. I live for him.
Thank you. That was so much fun. I was doing that and The Office, because every year they have me do an episode, whatever. But yeah, Andy Samberg, I don't know if y'all know Andy, but like working with him, it was like two kids coming together. You ever see two kids just come together? It was that for real.
It has that energy, actually.
It really does. I just rewatched you guys in the convertible singing about the shoes. It's like, that is so great.
I guarantee it was an improvised song.
I'm putting that in our Office Ladies Insta stories because it's so good.
Is there anything you're working on now that we can share?
Yes, Naya. I'm on the road right now. I have a show September 22nd in Brooklyn, at Brooklyn Bowl. If anybody's interested in that. And then coming up, let me see, the 23rd, Governor's Long Island. And then the 25th, Toronto, JFL, just for laughs. But other than that, we're going to start shooting season 2 of my show on streaming service Peacock TV.
Killing it is so good. Jen and I got to watch the pilot just the other day, and it is so funny. And I did not see that second part coming. I don't want to give anything away.
But there's some things coming in that's gonna make your mouth drop a little bit.
Craig, who is the Australian actress who stars in that? Oh, I love you two together.
She's so good.
She's brilliant. Her sense of self and sense of timing and comedy, she's so great to work with.
Do you guys improv a lot on that show?
We get some chances for sure to improv, and we have some fun making stuff up.
You guys are an amazing duo. Like, your chemistry, I just want you two to be stuck in a car all the time, basically. It was actually very similar to like the Michael Scott Daryl stuck in a car energy. Yeah, so good. But in the show, in Killing It, it's so great because you get the opportunity to be the funny man and the straight man. We saw so much of the straight man side of you on The Office, and Killing It, I feel like we get the full Craig Robinson.
Yeah, it's definitely opened me up a little bit to showcase some different sides. So I'm appreciative, and I love the show. I love doing it. I love going to work. We're shooting in New Orleans, and now we're going to shoot in LA. So fun and interesting. Yeah.
Well, if you need two middle-aged ladies to just, do a pop-in on Killing It, we're available.
Come on down.
And also, Craig, I saw on your website, MrCraigRobinson.com, all of your show dates and everything up to date. So whoever's doing your website is doing a real good job. So if you guys want to catch Craig, go to his website. My God, it's so good to see you.
And y'all too. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Craig, is there anything that we missed? Anything else you'd like to share about your time on The Office or what it's meant to you?
I mean, it's like, on The Office, it's like you're everybody's friend. Like, everywhere I go, somebody's ready to buy you a drink or share a story. Some stories I get, like, this is the only time my family comes together, or my mother was sick, and this is the only thing made her laugh. It's all these incredible stories about people bonding with The Office, and now people have seen it, 9, 10, 14 times through, and it's somebody's like it's on constant loop at my house. It's just such a blessing to be a part of that, and it's a blessing to share with you ladies. We had some good time.
Yeah, we did. Well, Craig, we love you. It was so good to see you.
Thank you so much for having me, ladies.
Yeah,
Everybody,
I'm talking
around
lucky.
the world are like, hey, Mike, do office ladies. I'm trying.
Well, we love you. Big hugs. Big hugs, Craig. I want to see you in person soon.
Yes, just let me know.
All right.
Y'all be good.
Thank you.
This is an ode to the McDonald's French fry. They are so delicious. I get very excited about McDonald's French fries
Because they're the best fries. They really are. From my childhood to my adulthood, I love the McDonald's fry. Why are they so good? What is it? Is it what they're cooked in? Is it the way they're cut? What is it?
Lady.
I don't know. Everyone knows this though. The McDonald's fry. What?
My happiest moment, because I love to get a Happy Meal, it's just the perfect size for me. But sometimes some of the fries fall out and there's the bottom of the Happy Meal, and I think I'm done with my fries, and then there's a few bonus ones at the bottom. Get your favorite McDonald's fries today. We are back. It was so awesome talking to Craig.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I love him. To start this episode, Sam, Cassie, Jenna, I have a question for you.
What?
Yeah, a question for you. Do you want more freedom, less freedom, or to stay the same?
I think I always want more freedom.
You are a Danny.
I'm also gonna go.
You are a Danny.
I'm a Danny.
Danny's all around.
What about you, Ange?
I think I'm a Danny.
Okay.
Don't mess with my stuff. I want my freedom.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you guys want a better life, a worse life, or do you want your life to stay the same?
I'm gonna say better.
You're going with better?
I'm gonna have to get better. Cassie left the room. I'm gonna assume she was gonna go for better.
Okay.
I like my life.
You want it to stay the same?
Yeah, I'm happy in my life.
But I mean, wouldn't better just be even better than the life you already like?
I'm happy.
I am too. I mean, listen, if my life stayed the same, I wouldn't be upset.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a tricky one because it's like I'm so thankful for what I have. I don't want to be too greedy. I'm so happy.
Okay, so we'll keep the life we have, but with more freedom.
Yeah,
We're half Danny.
we're half Danny.
This episode opens with Oscar in the parking lot. He has a new bike. He's a cyclist. Who knew?
Who knew? Did you catch the Pam sass?
I did.
It was so delicious to me. I really felt like we had to hear it. Sam, can you please play it?
Love cycling. Andy, I feel like a tourist in my own city. I literally can't wait to wake up every morning.
Okay.
Jeez, you can't beat a horse.
Okay.
But then I love Dwight's line where he says it can't beat a horse, it's a bike that pedals itself. I mean, it's kind of true.
That okay though that you did to me was just you.
Okay.
Okay. All right, buddy. Give it a rest.
Oh. Well, at 18 seconds, Kevin refers to Oscar's bike as Lance Armstrong's bike. Turns out Phil Shea and Randy Cordray reached out to Trek Bikes. They're in Wisconsin, and they were the product sponsors for Lance Armstrong's Tour de France victories.
Wow.
Yeah. They connected with Trek Bikes' head of public relations, who turns out was a huge fan of The Office, and they gave us 2 bikes. 2 of the Madone models. They were the exact same bike that Lance Armstrong used. Randy said that they were full carbon fiber frames with top-of-the-line wheels, drivetrains. At the time, these bikes retailed for around $6,000.
Come on.
He said a similar bike today would probably be near double that.
Got my bike at Target.
I don't even have a bike. So, you're doing better than I am.
That is a nice bicycle.
Well, Michael's going to decide that he needs to ride it.
Yeah, Michael really wants to ride the bicycle. Puts the helmet on, he gets on. He does need Jim and Pam's help. He cannot steer it. He explains to them he used to have the little wheels in the back.
We had a fan question from Lana W. in Atlanta, Georgia. During the cold open, Jim and Pam are helping Michael on the bike, and at 49 seconds, what is happening on Pam's face? What? Jenna, are you about to break or sneeze in this moment? Lana, I saw it.
I missed it. What are you doing?
I can't believe you missed it. It is the most ridiculous moment of mugging that I do on the show so far, in my opinion. That was me acting like Michael was heavy.
Oh no!
It was face acting to indicate that Michael is very heavy.
I can't wait. I want to go back and see it.
Either that, or maybe like the pedal was actually digging into my shin, and it looked like I was screaming without making a noise. It's really over the top.
Well, shortly after Pam has that expression on her face, Michael is going to be able to ride a little bit, and then he crashes.
He does. Randy told us we did 2 takes of this crash, and we used Steve's stunt double, Eric Solke. That is who actually crashed, and then we did some creative editing to have Steve pop up. He said on the first take, we kind of scratched up the bike, but it was still functional, and we did a second take.
Well, after the scene was over, Phil and Randy called the Wisconsin Trek office to see what they wanted us to do with the bikes. They asked that we return the scratch bike. They picked up the shipping cost, but they gave us permission to gift the other bike to Steve Carell. Because Steve had been racing bicycles in high school, he was an avid cyclist. He was absolutely so thrilled at the generosity of Trek. And Randy sent us a picture of Phil and Randy and Steve when Steve was given the bike.
I did not know that Steve was a cyclist.
I mean, the man is an onion. He's very sporty. The layers just keep coming off. He can play hockey. He's a cyclist.
Well, we got a fan mail flurry about Michael's cycling ability. Casey H. from Coral Springs, Florida, plus many others mentioned in Double Date at Helene's birthday lunch, Michael says he would do a triathlon. He has the running and biking down. He just needs to learn how to swim. But then in Benihana Christmas, he can barely ride his bike into the office, and here he crashes into a car. Which one is it? Can he ride a bike or not? Thank you, Casey, for pointing out these continuity mysteries. Here's what I want to say. I didn't realize that Steve was an avid cycler, and I'm very impressed with his fake bad bike riding, now knowing that.
He really sold it.
I mean,
And he didn't make a big face.
Oh my gosh, could you imagine my face if I had to do bad cycling?
Please, mine would be horrible too. I would just be like, ugh. This episode is going to start with Jim and Dwight. They've got a big meeting with the chief buyer for Frame Select, Steve Nash. Not the Steve Nash, you know, the amazing point guard, played for the Phoenix Suns, Dallas Mavericks, Lakers. He's now the head coach of Brooklyn Nets. Not that Steve Nash.
We don't need this description. Stop being a condescending junk hipster. Okay.
Steve Nash is so cool.
I have a location alert. Both the exterior and interior of Frame Select was a building on Alameda Boulevard in Burbank. The office was an empty suite that our set decorating crew, led by Steve Rothstein, had filled up. That big Frame Select logo, I mean, it's very large.
It's huge.
Over reception, I noticed it. It was designed by Michael Gallenberg and Henry Sane, and then built by our construction crew, headed by Tim James. I felt like there was a story there. I've never seen us make such a large sign for a company. What does this tell us?
Also, Frame Select is very busy. Did you see all the people coming and going?
I did. That's what I'm saying. They're a big deal with lots of activity.
Well, we have a little bit of Dwight sass. When they go into the lobby, Dwight tells Jim he should check in with the receptionist because he's good with receptionists. Dwight sass.
But they run out of Frame Select.
They duck back out of the lobby because Danny Cordray is sitting there. The frickin' Danny Cordray. He is the worst, meaning the best salesman ever. He works at Osprey Paper, and he keeps taking all of their clients.
Well, you know what this means.
Oh, I do.
It's a guest star alert, and it's a big one.
It is.
Timothy Oliphant, star of Deadwood, star of Justified,
Also in The Mandalorian. Whoop, whoop.
plays Danny Cordray? We had a fan question from Natalie F. in San Antonio, Texas. Please tell us everything about working with Timothy Oliphant and how did he come to be on the show? Well, my memory is that Mindy Kaling specifically pitched him for this role, and that's how he got the job. And it makes sense to me. She wrote this episode, and then later he had a role in the Mindy Project too, so she was a fan. Yeah, I loved working with him. He was so fun.
He was so fun. I also was on Conan O'Brien the same night he was a guest, and he brought some kind of fancy whiskey we all got to drink. He's a lot of fun.
He's great. Yeah. Speaking of Conan, have you heard Conan's podcast interview with him?
It's so good.
He
you
is
guys.
so funny.
They're hilarious. When he takes over doing the ads, I was cracking up. That's a good listen, you guys.
We reached out to him. He's currently filming Justified in Chicago, the reboot of Justified. But I found an old interview with him where he talked about his time on The Office.
Oh, yes. They had a whole EPK set up over in the warehouse. I remember this.
Well, here is Timothy Oliphant talking about how he was excited to be on the show.
I wanted to be on it. So I was just like, I've been a fan of the show for forever. And I got a call back call. I said, sure. Go ahead play. I play a character named Danny Cordray, and he is a rival salesman who has done quite well for me. A bit of a problem for the guys in the office. And to further kind of complicate things, once dated me, and there seems to be, as the story goes, some discrepancy over whether that didn't work out because of her or that didn't work out because of me. And it's quite a subject of conversation.
I'm not going to lie. I loved the implication that perhaps someone of Timothy Oliphant's, what do I say? Hotness? Yes, would date me. I was like, I'll take it. Yeah. Even if he wasn't interested in a second or third date.
It made for such a funny dynamic between Jim and Pam. It was so good.
Oh my gosh, costume contest next week.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'll wait. Timothy really fit in right from the beginning. He was just great to work with. And this last clip really shows you how he had become part of our family.
Really, I was so genuinely flattered that they'd have given me an opportunity. So it's really so different. Just when they really quite blessed. It's just been a kick. Rain, but everyone else, fantastic.
I mean, he got it that we dog on Rain.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's
Like,
when you know you're in, is when you can take a shot at Rain.
I loved it.
Funny. And also, I wasn't expecting it because he was being so sincere.
I know. That's why he's so great. We got a fan mail flurry, also Angela, about Danny Cordray's name. People wanted to know if it was inspired by Randy Cordray.
It was. Absolutely. We actually reached out to Randy about this, and he said, you might remember that my office was next door to Mindy Kaling. One day in the weeks prior to the script coming out, Mindy came by and said, Randy, you have a cool last name. Can I use it for a character I'm writing? And I said, sure. And that's how Danny Cordray got his name. Randy said he was really flattered to have someone as cool as Timothy Oliphant having his own last name on the show. And he says people still come up to him and say, you know, there's a character on The Office that has your last name.
Oh, that's amazing.
Back at the office, Andy is starting to spiral. We mentioned this earlier. He's gotten his Cornell alumni magazine and has learned that Broccoli Rob has this milk commercial that he's singing in. And Andy can't take it. Andy was the musical one. He had more solos than Broccoli Rob. And now Broccoli Rob has a commercial.
Listen, not only that, he's collaborating with Trey Anastasio, the guitarist from Fish.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a quote about how great that collaboration was. I mean, he doesn't know what to do with himself. We had a fan question from Ann S. in Zurich, Switzerland.
Hello, Anne from Zurich.
This question traveled a long way. When Andy is reading the Cornell Alumni magazine, Cornell is written in purple. It seems very odd for a school magazine to not be in the school colors. Did you have to do this for copyright reasons?
What a smart catch.
I asked Randy. He said that was a real Cornell Alumni magazine, that Phil Shea got a real one. And I looked it up, and sometimes they print the name in purple. Don't know why.
Don't know why.
But it was real.
It's a Cornell mystery. Someone from Cornell, if you know, let us know.
Why sometimes purple? Is it a secondary color?
I don't know what that means.
Well, like sometimes in sports, you have like the team jersey. They'll have their home version, they'll have their away version, and then they'll have a specialty one. Guess whose son got really into all of the home and away and specialty jerseys of every major sports team for a period of time?
Your son.
Yes, this was after his, hidden logo.
I love that he learns all of that. Our son just got really into Legolas from Lord of the Rings and just wanted all of the elf wigs we could purchase. We had a bin of wigs by the front door. I would come home, he'd be Legolas in the front yard.
Why do you need multiple wigs?
Sometimes Legolas had braids.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Sometimes it was just down.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Yeah, we had a few options for Legolas.
Depends if it's like a formal event.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam.
See, I can tell you all about the jerseys, and you can tell me about this guy's hair.
It doesn't seem like this.
I mean, I don't know. This is knowledge we have.
This is knowledge we have.
Speaking of fan mail, we got this really interesting letter from Sarah L. in Ontario, Canada. Here's what Sarah said. In this episode, Andy hears of the success of his old buddy, Robert Broccoli Rob. Sarah points out there are a lot of Roberts on The Office. We use this name a lot. We have Bob Vance, who, by the way, was played by Bobby Ray Schaefer. We also have Robert Dunder, Robert Mifflin. Upcoming, we have Robert California and Senator Robert Lipton.
That is a lot.
We really liked that name. Sarah went on to say that according to babycenter.com, the name Robert means bright fame. And it peaked in popularity in the United States in the 1930s and 40s, which totally makes sense for Robert Dunder and Robert Mifflin. But, I guess our writers, it peaked in popularity with our writers.
I had not even realized.
Me either. Sarah, thank you. You did a sort of like a mini Thibodeau.
Yeah, a mini Dr. Thibodeau.
Yeah. Lady, we haven't mentioned Jim and Pam's talking head about Danny Cordray. They're very, did you find it like a little tense?
I mean, I thought it was so fun. I love that Pam goes, I have a baby with you.
Yeah.
But here's this dynamic we don't see often where Jim is a little rattled by someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the Charles Minor thing.
Well, I guess there's some controversy over who dumped who or who fizzled who.
Yeah. Pam seems to think he wasn't interested, but Danny says it was the other way around.
We're going to find out next week. Well, back at Frame Select, Dwight and Jim are going to have to walk into the lobby where Danny is sitting. And Dwight thinks that the best way to intimidate Danny is to talk about having gotten tickets with his date to a penis museum.
$1,000. That's how much it cost. Those were the tickets.
Well, we got a fan question from Colleen M. in Louisville, Kentucky, who said, Dwight tries to impress Danny by having a fake conversation about a large penis he saw at the Penis Museum where tickets are $1,000. Well, this line stuck out to me because I've been to this museum.
Oh my God.
It's called the Icelandic Phallological Museum. And it is an entire museum dedicated to penises. Tickets are really less than $20, so I just wanted to say Dwight really overpaid.
Well, Colleen, I looked up this museum.
No.
I can't believe you've been there.
No.
It is in Reykjavik in Iceland.
Oh my God.
And you guys, she is right. It contains a collection of phallic specimens of more than 200 penises in penile parts.
Wait. Are they real?
Yes, belonging to land and sea mammals of Iceland. There's also 55 specimens belonging to 16 different kinds of whale, one specimen from a rogue polar bear, 36 specimens belonging to 7 different kinds of seal and walrus. There's some images I can't get out of my mind. I want you to know because I looked at the gallery. Also, here's the thing that kind of cracked me up. According to their website, and it's true if you look at the gallery, in addition to the biological section of the museum, which is a bunch of penises in jars, visitors can also view a collection of about 350 artistic oddments and practical utensils related to the museum's chosen theme. When they say practical utensils related to the museum's chosen theme, I saw what looked like to be a wooden cheese board with a giant penis coming off of it that held containers. And Colleen is right. It is 2,500 Icelandic krona, which equals roughly $18.41 in the United States. And children under the age of 13 get in for free. I mean, you can go to their website. If you Google Penis Museum, the first thing that comes up is the Icelandic Phallological Museum. Am I saying that right? Phallological? Don't know. Phallological. I mean phallological. Yeah, phallological. There's a lot of penises there, you guys, that you can see. But mostly of like marine life. There's some kind of land mammals as well. There's 20 different kinds of land mammals. And human? Are there any preserved human penises? There's a few Homo sapiens. There's some folklore specimens. Overall, it contains 282 specimens from 93 different species of animals. And you can get a cheese board with a giant dick coming off of it. Who conceived of this museum? Who pitched it? Who funded it? The founder is a historian with a BA degree from the University of Iceland and an M.Lit degree in Latin American history from the University of Edinburgh, Scotland. His name is, I'm going to spell it for you. Okay, it's Sigurður. I think if I'm reading this correctly. His last name is Hjartarson. Okay. I was not sure how to say that. That's fine. On the website, if you go to the website, he writes about how this all came to be. In the founder's own words, it says, the foundation was laid in 1974 when I got a pizzle, or a bull's penis. Just got it. Received that. As a child, I was sent to the countryside during summer vacations, and there I was given a pizzle as a whip for the animals. So he could whip the other animals with a bull's penis. Could be standard, I don't know. Some of my teachers used to work in summer in a nearby whaling station, and after the first specimen, they started bringing me whale penises. Oh my gosh, it's like this was thrust upon him. He didn't even seek it out. The penises found him. Then he says the idea came gradually that it might be interesting collecting specimens from more mammalian species. By 1980, I had 13 specimens, 4 from whales and 9 from land animals. It goes on and on and on, you guys, as he collected. The museum was formed, and they even have honorary members of the museum. All I'm thinking right now is how grateful I am that my son collects flags from different countries. Yes. And you know what? I'm sure from a biological standpoint, they have learned a lot by all of the penis in the jars. And if you want to go see them and get a cheese board with a penis that also holds glasses, Sam has already put it on his Christmas list. I've always wanted to go to Iceland. Me too. It's on my list. I've heard Reykjavik is amazing. I will probably now go to this museum. I know you will. Angela, thank you. You're welcome. From the bottom of my heart. Thank you, Colleen. Well, I think we should take a break. Because when we come back, Michael is going to get a phone call in the middle of his conference room meeting. Yeah, Jim and Dwight are freaked out. Yeah, they're calling in Michael for backup, and I have a deleted scene that really shows why they got so in their head.
Danny is not impressed by Dwight's penis museum tickets. They ask him what he's doing there, and he's like, I'm just here for the coffee. He's so smooth. I know. Dwight's like, no, you're not. Dwight gets like so pissed off. And Jim is like, you can just tell Jim wants to hide under the table. This scene would have continued, and I'm going to play the deleted scene because it really shows you how in Dwight and Jim's head Danny was getting. Everything just falls in this guy's lap. Everything. Listen to this.
Yeah.
Went under.
My dad and I are about to get this insane eyeball off for your developer with those huge balls. I think it's great. That's what happens when you're just retired. That was the goal.
Sorry, what was embarrassing? You said the story was embarrassing.
Oh my gosh, I'm just embarrassed. I got so much out of it for so little effort.
Yeah. Just made a ton of money not doing anything. All right, guys, wish me luck. Dwight's like, the minute Danny like turns the corner, Dwight makes that noise.
Well, apparently the only choice they have is to call Michael.
Yeah, he's in the middle of a quarterly's crisis mode meeting, and he is eager to leave. People are like, what are you doing? He's so thrilled they called him. He's so excited.
Well, this phone call between Michael and Jim was shot on completely different days. When we shot the conference room part, John stood off camera and said his lines, and when we did the part at Frame Select, Steve was off camera saying his lines. They were never actually talking on the phone together. Fun fact.
Little TV magic. Up next, we have Andy stopping by Daryl's office. Daryl has glasses.
I saw.
I thought it was so cute. In the script, the stage direction for Daryl's glasses was this. Andy knocks on Daryl's door and enters. Daryl has his reading glasses on, the kind you get from Barnes & Noble. Oh, the little readers at the kiosk?
Yeah, I love that detail.
It's adorable.
Well, I guess Daryl is so busy because he's entering his points on his Weight Watchers website.
Yeah.
Randy said this was a big deal to clear Weight Watchers.
Oh.
Yeah. He said NBC Sales originally said no because they were in the process of negotiating a, quote, integration deal with another NBC series. An integration deal is where a company like Weight Watchers or Staples will actually pay the network an amount of money to mention their product on the air, where it's not a coincidence. I guess our sales department didn't want us to give away a mention for free because they thought it would undercut their ability to negotiate for the other show.
It's just some unmedicated guy.
Flurry of emails
right?
between us and sales, and eventually they said, fine, you can mention it, but only this one time.
And now you're on our list.
I guess so. Oh my goodness.
Well, Andy is stopping by to talk to Daryl because he wants to start a band, and he needs Daryl on the keys.
He offers him $60 a session.
And Daryl's like, that's crazy. I'll do it for 40.
I love that.
I know. Back at Frame Select, Michael has joined Jim and Dwight. Danny's gonna note 3 salesmen for 1 sale, huh?
But Michael likes to call it overkill.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want to give away our secret.
He doesn't.
I loved that line. I thought that was really clever. I found that charming of Michael.
Well, Michael can't get past this one little thing. It's gnawing at him. He thinks he knows Danny as a model.
Yeah, he's like, that guy's a male model.
Yeah.
And you're sort of thinking like, oh, he's just saying that because he's so handsome.
Exactly. Well, there was a deleted scene where Michael finally remembers where he knows him. You'll never guess what Danny modeled. He was, in fact, a model.
Oh my God. Jansport backpacks. 10 or 15 years ago, you were a model for Jansport backpacks, were you not?
Yes. Yeah. What's going on here?
I knew it. I remember the one you were like, hey.
Oh my gosh. And the storyline continues. Michael later finding the backpack ad online. He went on his computer, he pulled it up. There's a photo of Danny with the backpack. It's so great. It's in deleted scenes. But guess what? Randy shared with us that Michael Gallenberg shot this photo on green screen. Henry Sane photoshopped the image into purchased stock backgrounds from Getty Images. Henry also built the fakey webpage for it. And Randy gave us the full resolution image of the backpack photo shoot. They are amazing. I'm going to put them in Office Ladies Pod Stories, but imagine with me Timothy Oliphant as Danny giving a very moody, kind of sassy glance over his shoulder as he has a backpack on. The photos are amazing.
I feel like Danny Cordray is everything Michael wishes he could be.
And with something.
Jansport mill model.
Yeah, top salesperson. Well, when Michael and Jim and Dwight go in to meet with
What's my
Steve
boy's
Nash,
name?
they really pitch him hard. They say, we will deliver on the weekends.
We'll give you all of our paper at cost.
He's like, shake my hand now. And even still, Steve Nash is going to go with Danny Cordray.
Michael can't believe it.
Guest star alert, Steve Nash was played by Pete Pastor. He has appeared on Seinfeld, Chicago Hope, and Passions. It's not interesting.
Oh, yeah, the fella.
Well, the guys are really frustrated now. They're going to leave Frame Select. Dwight blames Jim. Michael says they just simply got bested. They're going to get in the elevators, kind of dejected, and go home.
We had a fan question from Anu in Estonia and Kirsty from West Wales, UK, and others. Was it scripted or improv? At 7 minutes and 45 seconds, when Michael says, why is there a door close button if it doesn't even close the door? That was scripted. And I did a deep dive on door close buttons. What? Have you ever wondered about the door close button? Like, does it really close the door on elevators? Does it really work?
That's a good question.
I have never wondered about
Oh, hell yeah, baby.
Well, I have this faint memory of this story coming out years ago that said door close buttons don't work. Oh. So I looked into it.
Do the door open buttons work?
Door open buttons work.
Door closed ones are just to fake us out so we feel like we're getting somewhere because we're in a hurry.
That's exactly right.
Come on.
The New York Times did a piece on door close buttons. Here's the scoop.
This is a mom detective moment.
I'm so proud of myself. All I did was look up an article. I mean, someone else figured it out. Most elevator door buttons do not work. In 1990, we passed the Americans with Disabilities Act. Okay? Part of that legislation required that elevator doors remain open long enough for anyone who might be using crutches, a cane, or a wheelchair to enter and exit. And as a result, door close buttons were phased out. They used to work, but after this legislation was passed, they did away with them.
But they left the button?
Yes, because that way they could be operated by firefighters or maintenance workers in the case of an emergency, but they only work if you have a proper key or a code.
Huh.
Yeah.
So none of the door close buttons work in any elevators unless you have a proper key or a code.
That's
Am I
right.
understanding this correctly?
Yes,
So I can tell my kids to quit hitting it over and over?
that's right.
Okay.
But that's not all.
Okay.
The article also covered crosswalk signals. You know, the button that you press to cross the street?
Yeah, you're kind of obsessed with them. We were on a walk the other day and you're like, you were like suspect of one of them.
Well, it had a sign that said, don't press.
I know.
I was like, what's this about?
Yeah.
In 2004, New York City deactivated most of the pedestrian buttons. So, of the over 3,000 walk buttons in New York City, more than 2,500 of them were replaced with placebos. They're just there to give the illusion of control. Today, there are only 120 working walk systems controlled by the pedestrian in New York City.
Why not just get rid of them? I don't need your fake button. Just get rid of it.
I don't know, but in 2010, ABC News did a study of pedestrian crosswalks in Austin, Texas, Gainesville, Florida, and Syracuse, and only one of the signals was actually pedestrian controlled. So, I mean, it's not just New York City.
Yeah.
But then I found an article that was written by an engineer who said that pushing the crosswalk button does have an effect, but it's not the effect you might think. He said most crosswalks are computer controlled, and it's all about traffic, traffic maintenance and control. And he said pressing the crosswalk button will not make the light change faster, but what it will do is extend the amount of time that you can cross the street. So when it's automatic, there's a certain amount of time allotted for that crosswalk, but if the button is activated, it will stay on longer.
So you can get across the street without running.
Exactly.
What about that intersection by my house where the light rarely turns, and so I pull forward and pull back and pull forward and pull back over the crosswalk? Does that do anything?
Yeah, right. There's that rumor that there's some sort of, when you say it out loud, it sounds ridiculous, right? That there's some sort of like pressure sensor underneath the ground that makes lights change.
Yeah.
What do you think just when we say it? Based on all we know now about the buttons, do we think that's real?
When you say it out loud, it sounds like it doesn't work.
What I've done before when I've gotten to one of those places where it like never changes because
And by the way, this is an intersection that has like no one there.
I know that's why it doesn't change.
Yeah.
What I've done before is I've gotten out of the car and pressed the crosswalk button. And now I realize that I'm doing nothing.
I know, I've done that too.
Well, there you go.
Well, that was fascinating.
The article went on to say that we need these fake buttons.
Why?
We need the illusion of control. It's good for us.
Oh my
There was
gosh, what is
also
this, an episode of Westworld?
Listen, the article had a third category, and I didn't know if I should bring it up, but it's about office thermostats.
None of them work. They're controlled by some master thing.
Most buildings, master thermostats are controlled by a master grid
Somewhere
thing.
not accessible.
And then the office you rent, they'll put like a fakey box in your office. Like they found that like 85% of them were fake, and they gave workers the illusion that they could control if they were hot and cold, and they found people complained less.
What the hell?
And so buildings had like the fake controls in the offices because then they just didn't want to deal with people complaining.
Nothing is real.
Nothing is real. I don't know.
Nothing is real. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go live in a cabin in the woods.
I know our thermostat here at Airwolf works.
Because we mess with it all the
We
time.
do. We come in and it's freezing.
Break it down.
We make it hot, and then other people come in and make it freezing again. So that is happening. I guess Airwolf bought a building with real thermostat
Yeah,
controls.
no fake box. Michael is feeling pretty crappy about losing the sale. He's gathered the sales team in the conference room to go over everything. I want to point out at 7 minutes 52 seconds on the whiteboard it says Danny Cordray, semicolon, a real threat, exclamation point.
Yeah, it's during this meeting that Dwight suggests they lure Danny to the office, pretend it's a different office, and then they spy on him. They watch his sales technique. Like the
Then
stinger.
this is one of the worst.
Yes. You know, that movie with Robert Redford and Paul Newman, The Stinger, where they ride horses.
Yeah.
She went
I
like,
went
she's
back and
called me.
rewatched The Sting.
Like,
The whole movie?
I didn't get through all of it because it was a little bit late, but almost all of it. It's so good.
It's so good. Oh my gosh. The Sting is why I learned to play The Entertainer on the piano. Da-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na. Yeah, I told my mom I want to learn how to play The Entertainer on the piano. We got a piano teacher. I took piano lessons for like 2 years. I learned all the chords and the things. Finally, I learned The Entertainer and I stopped.
Can you still play it?
Yes, it's the only thing I can play on the piano because I stopped my lessons as soon as I learned it. But I was obsessed with that movie. I love it.
For those of you who haven't seen The Sting, it was a 1973 American caper film involving a complicated plot by two professional grifters to con a mob boss. And those two guys are Robert Redford and Paul Newman, and man, was it fun to rewatch them.
Robert Redford is so charming.
I don't understand Paul Newman's eyes. I really don't understand how you can have eyes that big.
And he made all the salad dressings and he gave all the money to charity.
I know. I know. So they are going to set up this elaborate ruse. Let's just talk about where did this budget come from? Where did the fake sign come from? It says Pennsylvania Solar Tech on the door.
They get Meredith to play the head of Pennsylvania Solar Tech. But here's my question. When they walk Danny in, they have Aaron walk Danny in.
Yeah.
Where did she greet him? At the door? As he walked in, did he not see that Dunder Mifflin is also here?
I don't know. He's there to meet Meredith Van Helsing. He's focused. I reached out to Kate Flannery about doing these scenes with Timothy Oliphant because she's so good in them. She crushes it. She said, Ange, I was so nervous because I had just watched Deadwood. Oh, Sheriff Seth Bullock. That's all Kate could see. She said she was also excited because she got to have a whole new look for Meredith. She got to wear a nice suit that actually fit her well. She got pretty hair and makeup. And she said shooting the scenes were a blast. She also shared with me she improvised the line, "You smell like a Scorpio."
Oh, that's such a good line.
I know. Thanks, Kate.
Well, we've got Jim, Dwight, and Michael. And Dwight's like little security office, whereas Meredith is set up in Dwight's building office. I have a location breakdown for you.
Okay.
Dwight's surveillance room and Dwight's management office were both built on stage 2 in our warehouse. For the surveillance office, they actually had 4 pre-placed lipstick cameras that were really broadcasting into that little surveillance room.
Oh, that's so fun. So the guys got to actually watch Kate and Timothy play out these beats.
Yes.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yes. And it cost about $6,000 to set that up, the little fakey surveillance room.
I think we should check in on the band.
Yeah. They're down in the warehouse and they're singing their song, Dear Mr. President.
Daryl says he doesn't think Andy should sing from the point of view of a little girl. That's weird.
The lyrics to the song were written by Mindy Kaling and the music was written by Craig Robinson and Ed Helms. These were all original songs. Randy said they even had to create legal contracts between Mindy, Craig, and Ed in order to record and release them.
I mean, after watching this episode, I found myself humming. I was like, wait, because I watched it like 3 times. The line, "Please, Mr. President, if you want to give hope a world, bring our troops home safe and sound," says this little girl. I can't. Like, it's stuck in my head.
We had a fan question from Mag C in Yorkville, Illinois, who said, I am 11 years old and I've watched the show for years. My teacher asked us to write a paper on our favorite celebrity, and I chose Jenna. Aw, Max, thank you so much. Mag's question is, were the people who played the instruments professionals? Well, I'll tell you, Mags, Craig, Ed, and Brian were all really playing their instruments. I would classify Craig and Ed as being at the level of a professional musician. I'm not sure I would put Brian there. Brian, no offense.
To be fair, Brian would be the first person to tell you that whenever he had these scenes, he would be so nervous because he's like, guys, I am not a musician. You guys are.
Randy said that when they recorded these scenes, they recorded the vocals and the instrumentals together live. And he said this was a problem later because when the international sales team went to sell the show internationally, they couldn't dub the voices because they couldn't separate it from the music.
Oh.
So Randy had to go back. He had to hire music composer Eve Nelson to create separate keyboard, drums, and guitar and re-record the music and then sync it with the dubbed foreign language vocals. It was a whole thing.
Wow. Well, Andy is going to play the song for the whole group, and he really wants honest feedback. Could the song be famous, like in a car commercial or something?
I loved Ryan's response.
Yeah, I know.
The Ryan cast.
Ryan is so snarky.
When he asked if maybe someone might skate to it at the Olympics, he's like, I don't think so, because they don't usually skate to such bad songs.
And then what really seals the deal that it's not going to be a hit is that Creed said he really liked it.
Yeah. And then Andy's like, oh,
that really pumps me out.
At 11 minutes 43 seconds, I noticed that I'm holding Pam's pink mug.
I noticed that too. And you're all in pink, kind of. It was like a whole pink thing happening.
Well, forgive me if I've said this on the podcast before, but that mug broke. I I had that mug for all 9 seasons, and in the 9th season it broke. And they glued it back together for me, and I keep it on my bookshelf. But I have a late-breaking development about Pam's pink mug.
It didn't break again, did it?
No.
What happened?
I found a woman who makes replicas.
Did you order yourself one?
I did, and it's really great. It's this woman named Linda Renee Pottery from Bluffton, Ohio. She has an Etsy shop. All of her pottery is beautiful. You know I love handmade things. She first made the mug as a special order item because someone requested it. And I guess I randomly saw this post on Twitter. I happened to see it. I'm so glad I did because I went on and I ordered one. And I love it. It's like a really good match. It's like I have Pam's pink mug again.
You have to give us a photo of it.
I will.
Well, I know how much Pam's mug meant to you, and I'm so happy you have another one.
I know you do.
Things are going to heat up a little bit at Solar Tech. Danny takes off his jacket. Meredith is thrilled, and pretty quickly Michael has to call her and tell her to pull it together.
Yeah, but she's not going to listen.
No, she is not.
She is going to unbutton her blouse, and she's going to walk around the desk to get closer to Danny.
Well, Danny says we should think of this as a first date, and Meredith's like, how about a third date? And then Michael calls her and she says, shut up, let me do this, and hangs up on him.
They're going to need to call in some reinforcements.
Oscar. And Jim says, listen, you're an exec at Pennsylvania Solar Tech. And Dwight's like, no, Stark Industries. He keeps pushing Stark Industries. Oscar walks in to take over the meeting. Meredith is like, oh, Manuel, this is Manuel, my cleaning man. He doesn't speak any English. Go clean the windows. She just silences him immediately.
So now they need another person.
They're
No,
panicking. They grab Ryan. They give him the same speech.
That
Ryan
is
wants to say that he worked at Google. They're like, just get in there. And then Ryan walks in, and right away she goes, Esteban, another cleaning man, doesn't speak English.
Clean the floor.
Yeah.
Did you notice that 12 minutes and 25 seconds were inside the little surveillance office? And the television that is the single on Danny's face is labeled Alpha Cam. I don't know, because he's the alpha male is what it made me think of. I was like, oh, I like that.
Meredith is really pouring it on now. She's like, Danny, I feel a real connection to you. And Michael's like, no, 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 no. They're like, no, no. They run in.
He busts in.
Yeah. He's like, stop, stop.
And he confesses everything.
And rats out Dwight and Jim. They're in on it too.
It's amazing. So now Danny is leaving. He's running down the hallway. Michael is following him, pleading with him. Okay, you know that hallway was our real hallway that led to our little lobby. It was outside of our editor's offices.
Yeah.
That in no way connected to these actual rooms, which were over on the warehouse stage. So when they leave the little room, you'll notice there's a cut, and then they're in the hallway. So they had to bring that energy to 2 different locations. But all of it, when Oscar's coming down the hallway, when Ryan's coming down the hallway, none of that was actually connected to the rooms.
They had to stitch it.
They did. They had a whole afternoon of hallway work.
Michael finally says, look, Danny, I will give you a better job here. Look what you did at this other company that doesn't have near the clients or reach that we have. Just imagine what you could do here. And Danny is intrigued. The wheels are turning.
He's going to accept Michael's offer.
Yes, and there was a deleted Danny Cordray talking head about why he took the job.
Oh.
Why would I agree to work here? I feel like Pam and I have some unfinished business, and if Jim gets burned in the process, it's just going to be too bad for him. I'm just kidding. They offered me a stupid amount of money.
It got you, didn't it?
It totally got me. Isn't that a good one? Yes. Yes. I was like, I don't remember this.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I wish that had stayed in.
And then how much money did Michael offer him?
Oh my gosh, I don't know. And later, Michael is going to remember I already have a traveling salesman. It's Todd Packer.
Yeah.
Well, Michael's going to announce it to the whole office. He's going to bring him up. Kelly has a big reaction. to meeting Danny, and it caused a standards and practices flurry of emails.
It was the F-bomb.
After the table reading, we got a note that said this. Page 32, please bleep Kelly's remark completely with no beginning or end consonant sounds, and blur the visible lip flap.
They don't like the lip flap.
They are all over the lip flaps.
You're going to lose the audio, and we will not be able to tell she's saying the.
Well, I guess after they locked the editor's cut, they had to send it back. And here's the note they got. As previously noted, please blur Kelly's lips when she says.
Please blur the freaking lip flap. How many times do I have to say it? These assholes in the office never blur the lip flap.
Oh my gosh, can we please meet this person? Well, Kelly is happy, but the sales team is not.
They are not. They are going to go into Michael's office and tell them that Danny is going to steal their clients. Well, I want to point out two things. The first is from 17 minutes and 37 seconds until 18 minutes and 15 seconds, you can see Danny Cordray standing outside of Michael's office in the background of this scene. Timothy Oliphant had to stand there the whole entire scene. That's what you need to know. He was just standing there. Also, for my background catch folks, did anyone else notice that there are no toys? Not a single one. No toys on Michael's desk.
Did anyone notice, Angela? We got a fan mail flurry about it.
Yes.
Brooke J. from Montana, Maggie E. from Tennessee, and many others said, why is Michael's office more empty than usual and there aren't any toys on his desk?
Not a one.
Also, Christian H. from Independence, Missouri. It seemed like the bookshelves were missing from Michael's office toward the end of the episode. What happened to them? Is there a deleted scene or something we don't know about?
Yeah, what happened? Was this that time there was that funky smell in Michael's office in the carpet and they had to pull it up? I have a memory of this.
You mean like in real life or fictionally?
In real life.
No, I never remember that. There was a funky smell and they had to disassemble the Michael Scott office?
I have a memory of that. We should ask Randy. I just remember one time it got a little stinky.
Okay, I don't remember that. But I mean, I'm just assuming that they used all of Michael's stuff to create the Meredith Van Helsing office, and that's where all his furniture went.
I'm sorry, they did not use any of his toys in Meredith Van Helsing's office.
They used his mug.
Well, the mug, and he points it out, to which Jim says, you know, this isn't a real TV show. But were his clackety teeth there? Was his little squishy ball that goes in and out?
I don't know.
Clacky balls there?
I don't know. Maybe the clacky balls were there. We didn't look close enough.
There were no clacky
Who
balls.
wants those? Why do you need them?
Sam,
why are you watching them? What does it bring your desk to have balls clacking back and forth? What is it? Who invented it?
Well,
I never got to the bottom of it. I still don't get it. Are they relaxing? What is it?
I like the clacky balls. Sam got us each a little pair of clacky balls. And Sam, I've been wanting to tell you this for some time. They were sitting on a low shelf in my home office, and we had a friend whose toddler came over, and in maybe 5 seconds, put all the clacky balls in one giant knot that no one has been able to undo. We now give it as a challenge to people who come over. Like, can you undo what a toddler did in 5 seconds? No one's been able to do it.
That makes me actually very happy.
I'm going to take a picture of
Please
this.
do.
I understand that it's like some sort of physics phenomenon, the clacky balls.
Yeah,
but I just don't understand how they became such a popular desk item. I just don't get it. I'm going to deep dive it. Maybe it's a special episode of Office Ladies, bonus episode. Clacky balls, where did they come from? How did they rise in popularity?
Well, I will tune in for your clacky balls episode.
You're going to be there, lady.
Oh, I'll be there. Okay.
Look for it this winter.
Yeah.
Special episode, bonus episode, Office Ladies, semicolon, clacky balls.
Well, Michael's going to try to convince the sales team that things are going to get better. They are. That Danny being there will no longer be a threat. He'll now be an asset. Right after this, Danny is going to tell Jim that he and Pam went on a few dates way back, but that Pam wasn't into him, didn't call him back. Jen's like, she told me. I know. But then Dwight overhears this and has such a strong reaction. He's like, let me handle this, Jim. Drop the act, Cordray, okay? We all know that you probably thought that Pam was just too meh or thin without being toned. But I want to tell you something. She is one of the plain, hardy women of Scranton that make this city great. And so what if she doesn't wear makeup?
Lady, when we did the table read and I heard the line thin without being toned, I laughed so hard. I was like, that is such an accurate description of my physique. And I was like, they nailed it, and it was so funny to me. I loved when Pam mouths to the camera, I wear makeup. So let me describe her as meh. It's very funny. Oh my goodness.
Dwight is also going to accuse Danny of being a thief, but then finds out it's 5 o'clock and shakes his hand.
No, he's not going to take that home with him.
They're going to take that energy.
Even though Andy, Daryl, and Kevin were all upstairs to meet Danny Cordray, they are also simultaneously down in the warehouse. I don't know if you noticed this editing.
Yeah,
they managed to be in two places at once.
They're magic.
And they're down there, and first Andy tries to write a song from the heart. It's okay, but they've run out of time. Guess what? Daryl is going to stay, and he's going to jam for free.
Yeah, Andy's so happy.
And as a result, they are going to write a fabulous song.
It's titled Croak, 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 Bullfrog in Love.
We had a fan question from Nicole S. in Seattle, Washington, who wanted to know who wrote Bullfrog in Love because it's really great. Well, this one was lyrics by Mindy Kaling and music by Eve Nelson. It is very good, very catchy.
Well, Nicole, we agree with you. It's pretty awesome, and we all think you need to hear it.
Your mama might said the whole fucking storm, but it is just tell me that I am a fraud. Said I'm a log, you little pocket.
I find you absolutely riveting.
Oh, everybody, that was The Sting. Thank you to Randy Cordray, Kate Flannery, and James Carey, and of course to Craig Robinson. Oh, Craig, it was so great to see you.
Craig, it was awesome. And you guys, if you want to check out Craig's shows, go to MrCraigRobinson.com. That's his website. You can see where he's touring around the country, and you can check out Killing It on Peacock. We all find you riveting. And we hope you have a great week. We'll see you next time.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, Angela. Hello, everybody.
Hello and hello.
Today we're going to talk about costume contest.
Oh, there's lots to discuss.
It's season 7, episode 6, written by Justin Spitzer and directed by Dean Holland. I loved seeing us in our costumes the whole time.
I have lots to share about that penguin.
I loved the penguin so much, particularly in your talking head.
Oh,
the penguin talking head.
I have a story.
Okay.
But I'll wait.
Okay. Here's your summary, everybody. It is Halloween at Dunder Mifflin, and there is going to be a costume parade. The competition is stiff because the co-workers are vying for a valuable Halloween costume contest prize. And everyone's real excited about it.
I mean, there is a buzz about this coupon book.
Meanwhile, Michael comes to resent Daryl for going over his head with a good idea. And Pam and Jim wonder, why did Danny ghost Pam 4 years ago? They're going to get to the bottom of it.
I have lots of thoughts on that story.
I cannot wait.
I'm going to hold on to them until we get there.
Well, listen, everyone. Today we're going to mix things up a little bit with our fast facts. Angela, do you want to share with everyone where we got this week's fast fact inspiration?
I do. Okay, this is very exciting, you guys. We record at Earwolf. They have a P.O. box for us. That's for fan mail. Jen and I don't check it. Earwolf checks it. But because of the pandemic, everyone hasn't been back in the office. And mail has been piling up for a long time. And finally, the offices are back open. People are back in. And guess what? They checked our P.O. box.
Yeah.
There was so much mail. It took up a whole little room.
It was kind of crazy.
And you guys know I go through the physical mail, the snail mail, because I love tangible things, Jenna. I like to touch things in my hand.
This is true.
You like email. You're much better at it than I am. And you do all the email mail.
Because it's divided into grids and folders.
Yeah.
And it all comes on my computer on a spreadsheet.
And mine was just piled up in a room.
They put all of our mail in a supply room, and you could barely see Angela behind this mail.
Yeah,
the stacks of mail were so high, and I looked at her and I just said, I'm gonna stay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna stay. We're gonna go through this together. This is like a 7-person job, but we'll do it, the two of us.
That's right. I was gonna stay after and go through it. And then Jenna, you were like, let's order food. We're gonna make a day of this. It actually turned into 2 days.
Yeah.
We're not even done. There's still one bin left. But you guys, we were so moved by all the amazing letters and things that you sent us. Today's fast facts are going to be fan mail shout outs.
Woo-hoo, woo, woo. I did your bit.
You did my bit. Hey, don't take my boo. That's a classic.
So where should we start?
Well, I think we start with how many letters we received. So many lovely letters, cards, graduation announcements, wedding invitations. I think I opened easily, I don't know, Jenna, maybe 200 wedding invitations, maybe 300. There's so many. I haven't even gotten to all of them.
I sat next to Angela while she was opening the wedding invitations, and I want you to know she was genuinely delighted by each and every one. She pointed out details. She took every little card out of every little folder thing.
I was very impressed because you guys are real fancy. Some of them, when you open them, had like a little built-in folder for all the important pieces of paper you're going to need. Oh, and then there's this new thing that people put the little scan square thing. You scan it with your phone, and then it tells you all the wedding information.
That made me feel old.
It made me feel old too.
It's not a website. It's like a scannable thing.
Like when you go to a restaurant, it's on the menu, but it's on your wedding invitation now. Also, people are really creative. One had like charred edges, like it looked like someone had lit a flame to it, but it was intentional. Very cool.
The other thing that you kept showing me, Angela, were all the people who did the little wax stamp.
Yes!
You loved a wax stamp. Any invitation with a wax stamp, Angela showed it to me.
I did.
So if you sent us a wedding invitation with a wax stamp, we both saw it.
Yes. I don't know why, guys. I just want to live in ye olden times.
No.
I get very excited about that. I myself did not do a wax stamp for my wedding, and I have regrets about it. But the other thing I want to share with you guys is a lot of you had office-themed weddings, and I wanted to share one of them.
Oh, okay.
Mary Meyer and her fiance, Justin, from St. Mary's, Pennsylvania. They met in 2nd grade. They remained friends for years. When they were older, they started hanging out more, and a lot of their dates included watching The Office. Jenna, you should know they named their dog Beasley. Oh, after everyone's favorite receptionist, they said. They got engaged at Niagara Falls, and Mary had a "It Is Your Bridal Shower" themed bridal shower. The invitation was so cute. I think Jim and Dwight would have been very proud, Mary. If I blur all the personal information, can I put it in Office Lady Stories?
I think
It's so
yeah,
cute.
yeah. If you take out
All the stuff, right? Mary and Justin, we wish you all the best. Mary, thanks for sharing your bridal shower invitation with us. And you know, Jenna, as much as I love the fancy invites, I also got a real chuckle from a very simple one that we got from Caitlin and Jeremy in Azle, Texas. Caitlin and Jeremy sent us an invitation that just said in big all caps, free drinks. And in parentheses, and we're getting married. But the first thing you saw was free drinks. And one other thing I want to share is a lot of you wrote in and told us that The Office was how you met your significant other. These stories were so sweet and fun. I wanted to share one of them.
Okay.
Maddie I wrote us a letter and said, to Angela, thank you. Back in 2019, you visited my school, Northern Michigan University. I had been talking to someone for a few months on a dating app, but we had yet to meet. We were both on the shy side. Your Q&A popped up, and we both loved The Office, so we decided that this would be our first date. I know! Maddie goes on to say, let me tell you, it was perfect. There was no pressure because you did all the talking. And we got to laugh at your stories about The Office, but also how you accidentally forgot to pack your underwear for the trip.
Wait, what?
This is a true story, John. I showed up at Northern Michigan University with no underwear.
Except for what you had on.
Well, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm just saying.
I was going to be there 3 days.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And Maddie writes, I hope you found some, by the way. After that day, we were inseparable, and now her and I are engaged.
Yay!
I know!
Congratulations.
Office meet cute.
That's an Angela meet cute.
Oh,
Yeah, I think you created that meet cute. I love it.
yay.
Well, I want to talk about all the homemade items that we received. Like overwhelmed with just the generosity and the hand craftsmanship, just the most thoughtful, most beautiful things. You guys sent us homemade napkins, hand stitched. We had candles and bath soaps,
Pot holders.
office themed pot holders that you all made, t-shirts.
We got homemade jewelry, knit hats. I got a giant cat floaty for my swimming pool. My kids are very excited about that. Lots of really beautiful wood crafts, cookies, buttons, pins, stickers. And a lot of you really wanted Jenna to have a mug with her face on it, like the one from Kelly's party.
Yes.
So you got a few of those. And then a lot of you also wanted me to have a coffee mug that said, it's basically bread that looks like a donut.
Yeah.
So we both have a lot of those coffee mugs.
Yeah. Well, we both agreed that we needed to talk about one homemade item in particular. We each got a spectacular quilt from Nancy Schmidt in Minneapolis. She sent these to us back in September of 2021. We just received them, Nancy. They are amazing.
Nancy, they are so beautiful. For those of you guys that follow me on Instagram, you know that my mom, Bertie, is an amazing quilter. My grandmother, Lena, was a quilter as well. And Nancy, I have watched both of them spend hours quilting a quilt for someone as a gift. And I know how much time and heart goes into that. It was so moving to me. I love it so much.
Well, Nancy sent us a letter where she explained in detail why she chose each fabric that she chose. I mean, so much thought and care goes into these quilts. And she said that one of the fabrics that she added reminded her of the palm trees that we said sometimes sneak into the background of The Office. I loved that. And then Nancy also said this in her letter to us. I'll never forget the safety training episode where the two of you dove in and talked about suicide. You saw the necessity of saying something about it, and what you did was both loving and brave. Well, Nancy, thank you for that. And thank you so much for the quilts.
Yes, Nancy, I will be using mine all the time. One of the other things I want to talk about, Jenna, is the amazing artists that listen to Office Ladies Pod. We got several paintings of Jenna and myself, either as our characters or of ourselves in real life. And I wanted to shout out Ellen, who is 13 years old. She painted a big picture of Jenna and I, plus little ones of our characters. She shared in a letter to us that she loves art and Jane Austen novels and mugs. And Ellen, I want you to know, I love all of those things. In fact, I have a coffee mug with all of the quotes from Pride and Prejudice. Don't even get me started on Mr. Darcy.
Well, a lot of you also shared with us how the podcast got you through long commutes or hardships in your life, the pandemic, or how it just kind of kept you company in one form or another. And one of the letters I wanted to highlight was from Dustin M. Dustin said, I am a second shift custodian for a school, and for about 4 hours a night, I am alone in the building cleaning. You do keep me company and laughing while at work. He went on to say, I wanted to share a little of my story and my family's story. And he sent us a photo of him and his wife and their two kids. They're gorgeous. It was their Christmas card from last year. Here's what Dustin said. When you had Ellie Kemper on the show a few weeks ago, it reminded me of how much I loved her storyline with the foster care system and trying to find her parents. My wife and I were foster parents ourselves for a few years and have been lucky enough to adopt both of our beautiful children from the system. Vivi was 1 when we adopted her. After taking her straight from the hospital, she is now 4 and a bundle of joy and energy. Not to be outdone is my son Hank, who was also 1 when we adopted him after getting him from another foster family when he was 4 months old. He is currently 3 and will pick on his sister any chance he gets. He went on to say that he loved the episode where Andy talks about frolfing. Dustin actually has a company that sells disc golf equipment. Dustin said we call it disc golf, but we love frolfing. Okay. And Dustin even named his company V&H Disc Golf after his kids. And then he ended his letter by saying, thank you for spending time with me each week and sharing all the behind-the-scenes stories. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Dustin.
Isn't that the sweetest letter?
Yes, I love it.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And he sent us one of his disc golf frisbees. Yeah.
The other thing Jen and I couldn't get over was just how many different places letters and things come from. Now, I know, Jenna, with email, you really get people from all over. But, mail, that takes effort to put something in an envelope, pay for the postage to go out of the country.
Yeah.
And there are lots of letters that were moving to us. I want to say thank you to Andy J. from the UK, who wrote in and said, I've been an Office fan for years and now enjoy listening to Office Ladies whilst driving around for work. He went on to share with us that he makes wooden name plaques, and he sent one to Jenna and myself. Andy, we love them. They're so cute. And guess what? Here's the other thing we want to share with you guys. We now have desks.
We have desks.
At Earwolf, we each have a desk.
We kind of pammed it.
We did pam it. Who pammed it?
You did.
I pammed it.
You said, who's sitting at these 2 empty desks?
Can we take them?
When they said sure.
And then you guys, all of the beautiful things you sent in, we use to decorate our office space here at Office Ladies. We'll put it in stories, but all of your pictures and paintings and things you sent, we have the cutest nook at Earwolf now.
And it has already paid off because we can sit side by side, undisturbed by the distractions of home life and chores and all that. We have like a real office space. It's so exciting.
It's so exciting. You know what cracks me up today is we spent 9 years being in fake work booths, sort of side by side through a partition, and now we're so excited to be in a real work pod.
I didn't even think of that, but it's great because we want to tell you we are currently using our desks to sign copies of the Office BFFs for the holidays, so look out for that.
Yeah, it's going to be on officeladies.com. We're going to do a really fun holiday bundle with our book.
Well, finally, before we go to break, Taylor E. in Alberta, Canada sent us something I'm very excited about. I'm also not excited about it. I don't know my feelings about it.
Taylor, I'm super excited because one of them I have had and the other I have not.
Here's what Taylor sent us. Some old Dutch chips. Remember, these were featured in the episode Business Trip. Old Dutch chips were founded in Winnipeg in 1954. And Old Dutch has the crazy flavors.
Yes.
So here's what we've got here. We've got the dill pickle flavor.
It's dill pickle and onion.
Oh boy. And then ketchup flavored chips.
I've had the ketchup one, so I'm really excited.
And you liked them.
I did like it.
Okay. And then the last thing, she sent us something from Ruffles. They're called the all dressed chip. And Taylor thinks that that is a Canada specific flavor.
Okay, I have not had that. Let's open them up.
All right. All right, well, we're getting ready. I want to say Taylor. Ooh, that's loud.
That was very loud.
Sorry. Okay. Let me say before we taste the chips that Taylor also said, quote, living in a fairly rural area in Alberta, I don't ever get to see or meet celebrities or be part of Hollywood. Though it once made it into our newspaper that Helena Bonham Carter visited a coffee shop in our city. So it's special to listen to your podcast every week and get a bit of a glimpse into the magic of Hollywood.
We're done.
Taylor,
I live
thank
here,
you
so-
for your letter and thank you for the chips. And I'm going to try
You live in
what I
home?
guess is still pickle and onion.
Yeah,
Okay, Sam Cassie, you want to try any?
Yeah, you want to try these ones?
There's a little bit of a reluctant look from Cassie. Okay, how's the dill? Okay, give me that pickle one.
Oh my God. I don't like it.
Okay, drink some water.
I don't care for it.
Okay, I'm trying dill pickle and onion. I like it.
What?
I like it.
Who? What is your? What is? I don't get it. Oh, look at the. Look at this. Look at that. You
Tell them what you're eating.
This is ketchup.
Oh my gosh, I wish you could see Jenna's face. I have to take a picture of your face. Pass it over to me.
Who would eat this willingly?
Again, I like it.
Oh boy. Okay, I need Sam and Cassie to try these. Sam. Oh wait, who's in the booth with Sam and Cassie?
That's Phil.
Hi,
That's Phil
Phil.
Rosenthal. Oh my gosh.
Hello. Phil. Would you like? You're a food guy.
Yes.
You have a whole podcast about food.
You do.
Okay, come here. Have you ever had Old Dutch chips? They are Canadian and they have these crazy flavors.
Have a seat. Phil Rosenthal.
What am I eating?
This is dill pickle and onion.
Cornichons and ranch. It sounds very fancy.
Thoughts?
Okay.
She hated it.
This
I
is
love
a-
it.
Yep.
I loved it.
I did.
I would eat that whole
But
bag.
I hated this more.
Okay.
No,
This is
you
just
know,
called ketchup.
Yeah.
I feel like we're getting a real food connoisseur's opinion now.
Yeah.
What
What do you think? Why are you laughing?
That's not so good.
Thank you. Thank you.
How many others do you have?
We have one more.
Oh, I've had these. All dressed.
Yeah.
Say that in French. You're fancy.
Associant.
Oh, nice.
I don't know. Associant.
Oh, comment dit-on associant peut. I'm just doing my French shtick.
Caesar.
Yeah. Okay, let's try it.
You would eat those. No, you don't like it?
You know what? I know. I took a picture of her
clearly
face.
should not be Canadian.
Okay, look at her face trying the ketchup one. This I might make your new contact photo for my phone.
Oh, that's adorable. You really hit it.
Here's the thing. I do not like vinegar, so I don't like the what is that chip we do here?
Salt and vinegar.
Yeah, I don't care for it.
Okay.
And so
Do you like chips and dip?
I love
onion dip?
yep, I love a French onion dip. I love a French onion chip. Just don't need to add a dill pickle to it. And then whatever's happening there with the ketchup is a no for me as well.
I would eat all of these.
But that
You
ketchup
can.
is like
They're now yours.
fake ketchup taste. It's not like a real ketchup.
I know, Phil. Don't judge. Give me all of the fakey. Give me all the fakey salty stuff.
You know why I'm thrilled to see both is because I want to invite you onto our podcast. They can help you.
Now we get to eat on your podcast, right?
You get a real lot, not chips like you give me.
This
This is we get a full lunch.
To be fair, we didn't know you were stopping by.
No excuse. You should always have lunch ready for anyone who might stop by.
So true, Phil. Phil, thank you so much for stopping in to eat chips. We're gonna go to break, but let's tell everyone about your podcast.
Naked Lunch, it's on the Stitcher.
Naked Lunch, it's on
We're all
Stitcher.
together. Look, we have the same mugs.
We have
We
the
do.
same mugs. Check out Phil's podcast, Naked Lunch, Jen and I,
Yes.
Where people eat full meals, delicious meals. Yes.
Yes,
If
you got
you promise not to serve me anything in this area,
In the chip, in the fake
no fake ketchup.
yeah.
area. No, we get lunch from. It can be a surprise for you, or you get to pick where you want lunch from. I get it for you.
Oh my gosh.
You know we love a free
This is
meal.
good gig. We will be there.
There is such a thing as a free lunch. Ladies, I love you.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Phil. Bye. Those of you that are huge Everybody Loves Raymond fans know Phil because he created that with Ray Romano.
That's right.
He also had a show on Netflix called Somebody Feed Phil, and now he has the podcast Naked Lunch, which I guess, Jenna, we're going to go on and eat.
I love free food, lady. I'm there. You never know who you're going to run into here at Earwolf. Ran into Matt Besser the other day, comedian Matt Besser. I did the movie Walk Hard with him. It's fun having a desk here.
It really
And
is.
people are back in the office. Well, listen, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for all of the things you sent. We're going to stay on top of our mail now, I think, a little better.
Yes.
And really, what a wonderful 2 days that was, opening up all of the mail. Angela, it put me in such a good mood, and I loved feeling so connected to all of you all.
Oh, same, Jenna. Same. We love you guys. Thank you so much for taking the time out to reach out to us.
And we'll be back after this break with costume contest.
This is an ode to the McDonald's French fry. They are so delicious. I get very excited about McDonald's French fries.
Because they're the best fries. They really are. From my childhood to my adulthood, I love the McDonald's fry. Why are they so good? I don't know. Is it
So
what they're cooked in? Is it the way they're cut? What is it? I don't know. Everyone knows this though. The McDonald's
You know
fry. What?
My happiest moment, because I love to get a Happy Meal, it's just the perfect size for me. But sometimes some of the fries fall out and they're at the bottom of the Happy Meal, and I think I'm done with my fries, and then there's a few bonus ones at the bottom. Get your favorite McDonald's fries today. This episode is going to start with a cold open where everyone is, well, they're kind of ranking Stanley because he's oblivious.
Yeah, he goes to take a sip of his coffee, but he drinks some orange juice from Jim's coffee mug instead, and he doesn't seem to notice the difference.
This sets off a whole bunch of everyone in the office just acting strange around him to see if he will notice. I do have a question.
What is it?
Why is Jim drinking orange juice out of a coffee mug?
This was my question. I was like, of all the ridiculous things in this cold open, to me, that is the most strange.
I know. I mean, sure, Andy has no shirt on and Kevin is dressed like Phyllis, but orange juice in a coffee mug, Jim?
I do like the taste of orange juice in a coffee mug.
I do too.
There are certain things I like drinking from a mug. I like the taste of milk from a mug
Same here.
instead of a glass. Don't you find that the different container gives something to the liquid?
I do, and I think orange juice in a coffee mug is disgusting. But I
Such strong feelings.
But I also like fake ketchup potato chips, so what do I know?
I have a little tidbit from Randy Cordray at the very end of this cold open as Stanley's walking out.
Is it about the pony?
It's about the pony. You know that was from Bob Dunn's Animals, our go-to animal folks, and the pony's name was Bonsai.
Bonsai. I had a Shetland pony.
Are they big?
No, they're tiny.
Are they as tiny as the tiny pony in the cold open?
Yes.
Oh,
Some people let them in their house. I think Rainn Wilson has a Shetland pony that walks about his house.
I think you're right.
Yep. The show opens with everyone in very festive Halloween attire. They've really gone all out this time.
Like truly, the costumes have gone all out, the decor, the prize for the contest will get there.
Yeah. And Jenna,
Yes.
are you ready for a costume breakdown?
Oh, and with music. Sam, I'm liking this.
Thank you, Sal. I looked at the shooting draft. Here's how they describe everyone. Oscar is a disco guy. Angela is a penguin. Stanley is a samurai. Phyllis is Supreme Court Justice Elena Kagan. Creed is a mummy. Kevin is the filmmaker Michael Moore. Aaron is wearing a, quote, grotesque horror costume with a full latex mask. Michael is dressed as the SNL character MacGruber. Andy is Bill Compton from True Blood. Pam is Olive Oil. Dwight is the Scranton Strangler. Gabe is Lady Gaga. Daryl is a vampire. Toby is a hobo clown, and in parentheses it says a basic costume. Oh. Ryan is Justin Bieber, and Kelly is Snooki from the reality TV show Jersey Shore. And Meredith is a waitress. I think maybe Snooki from True Blood? I'm not sure. Bob Vance is Dirty Harry. Remember Clint Eastwood, Dirty Harry? Todd Packer is a pregnant nun, although that isn't in the script. Oh, I don't know if they added that. And Jim does not have a costume.
Danny Cordray does not have a costume.
And in the course of this episode, 5 office workers will change costumes.
5?
Yes. Kelly, Angela, Oscar, Michael, and, well, Jim.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh.
Okay, so, Jen, I have to ask you, have you ever gone all out for Halloween? Because I kind of know your usual look. I've seen it.
Yeah, I usually just do Halloween-themed clothing. So I've got a skeleton shirt. I've got my earrings that I wear. They're a little mummy and a little Frankenstein. But I did go all out one year. I really went all out, and I even got Lee to dress up with me, and he is like even less of a dresser-upper. In fact, this storyline with Jim and Pam, of Pam wanting Jim to dress up, reminded me of this.
What was it?
A few years ago, Lee and I were Mary Berry and Paul Hollywood from the Great British Baking Show.
I remember that.
It was so fun. We had the best time.
Oh, I need pictures.
We could definitely post a picture. But that, I would say, especially in recent memory, is the most all out I've ever gone. I feel like you're more of a costume person. You guys will do a whole thing. You've got several costumes from Target. You've got your donut that I've seen you wear a lot.
I will say, I'm not someone that creates a whole cool costume and sews stuff and does elaborate stuff. I will just throw a donut over my own clothes.
Yeah.
And I'm usually a donut and Josh is a coffee. That's how one year we were eggs and bacon. I don't know why we have all these breakfast themes, but I have to ask you, when you were Mary Berry and Paul Hollywood, do people know who you guys were?
When we posted the picture on Instagram, people knew, but in real life, I'm not sure.
Okay, because one year when I was a kid, probably, I don't know if I was around 8 or 9, I went all out on a Halloween costume and no one knew who I was. I'm still tickled that my mom was so supportive of this because I'm sure my mom was like, what? Do you remember this SNL character Gilda Radner would do called Roseanne Dana?
Yeah.
She had a wig that went way out on either side of her head.
It was like a big triangle.
Yeah, a black triangle wig. She wore bright red lipstick and like a little suit. She'd be like, I'm Roseanne Dana. And that's who I wanted to be for Halloween. So my mom got me a little suit and the triangle wig and bright red lipstick. And I think 3 people knew who I was.
How old were you?
I was like 9.
You were a 9-year-old Roseanne Dana.
Rosanna Dana.
Rosanna Dana.
I know. I mean, it kind of says everything you need to know about me.
It really does. Well, speaking of another SNL character, Michael is dressed as MacGruber, and he is disarming a bomb.
Yeah,
a really cute talking head.
He's doing a whole bit. I had to look up MacGyver because, you know, MacGruber is based on MacGyver. MacGyver was a TV show.
Oh, I watched MacGyver.
I mean,
He can do amazing things with like a paper clip and some chewed gum and like a stick.
I had to look up MacGyver just to refresh my memory, Jenna, and this tickled me. On MacGyver's Wikipedia page, they list his most used items in each show. Are you ready?
The things he uses to like disarm a bomb or like get into a car?
Yes.
Oh, please.
MacGyver's most used items are Swiss Army knife, and he usually carries a roll of duct tape in his back pocket, but he's flattened it out to make it fit.
Okay.
I mean, I need to see a picture of that. Other items he always has on hand: an ID card, a Timex camper watch, strike anywhere matches, a few paper clips, chewing gum, flashlight, and a toolbox in his Jeep.
Okay. That was why I said paperclip and chewing gum.
I know, that's what we all remember.
But when you listed those things, it actually doesn't sound as amazing, everything he could do. I mean, he had a full Swiss Army knife and a toolbox and some duct tape. I mean, who can't do amazing things with those three things?
Now hold up, the toolbox is in his car.
Oh, so he has to get all the way back there.
Right, but you know what he always has?
What?
Gum, Swiss Army knife, and a smushed duct tape in his pocket.
Well, okay. I'll be impressed. Well, now Pam has her talking head. She's dressed as olive oil. She's telling us that there is an excitement in the office because she has a prize for the best costume, and everyone's excited about it. The prize is the 2011 Scranton Wilkes-Barre coupon book worth over $15,000 in savings.
Pam is really animated in this episode.
I want you to know that Pam had an alternate talking head, and it was really fun to me.
Was it the candy bag? Was it in the candy bag?
Yes, and I remember doing it, and that's why I wanted to bring it up. Here it is. Pam could have said, everyone is bringing their A game to the costume contest in order to win the super awesome prize, this coupon book. Okay, wait. Is it coupon or coupon? I say coupon. Anyway, people will go nuts for these, and I got my hands on one. It's worth $15,000 in savings. Page after page of Wait, do I say it like that? Have I ever said that word out loud before? That was her talking head, was trying to figure out if she says coupon or coupon. So I was going to ask you, how do you say it?
I say coupon.
You say coupon.
Yes, my husband loves a coupon, so, you know,
well,
there's always a coupon for something.
Well, I can confirm in this episode there are 3 people who say this word. You are one of them, and you do say coupon. Woohoo! Oscar says this word twice. He says coupon. And interestingly enough, Pam says this word 3 times, and she also says coupon. However, in 2011, coupons.com did a poll to see how English-speaking people pronounce this word, and 57% of people say coupon.
Where do they live?
Okay, primarily in the South and on the coasts.
Coupon.
Yeah. But then Cambridge University did a study on how English people pronounce it, and that data showed that 61% of people say coupon. So I think we need our own poll.
Coupon or coupon? All right, where are we?
Well, Dwight is the Scranton Strangler, and he's going to sneak up behind Jim.
Oh, I have a question about this.
What is it?
Dwight sees Pam and thinks she's mocking his mother.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
He says that Pam is only a third as beautiful as his mom and half her height.
Mm-hmm.
How tall is Dwight's mom?
Very tall.
How tall are you, Jenna?
I'm 5'6".
Oh my gosh. That is hilarious.
I loved this olive oil costume. I'd like to say I had the best time. Alicia Raycraft, our costume designer, did all the costumes with her team for this episode. I thought they did a great job.
Fantastic job, Alicia.
She built my olive oil costume from scratch, and she even sent me my fitting photo of me with all the pins in it, so we'll have to post that.
That's awesome.
I know, and I loved the whole wig and all the everything. It was great.
The wig would kind of bounce a little, like the olive oil ponytail would kind of flick.
The only problem was that at lunch I couldn't lay down because they didn't want to take the wig on and off. Once it was on, it was on.
Yeah.
And so I couldn't put my head back even on like the couch or anything.
Yeah, that was my problem when I had to feed the nurse.
Oh.
They brought my head in the hat.
Pam really wants Jim to wear a Popeye costume.
Yeah, she wants the whole family to be dressed up.
He's not doing it. You know, he's not much of a costume guy.
No.
You know who is a costume guy?
Apparently, Gabe.
Gabe goes all out as Lady Gaga.
Yeah.
We had a fan catch from Kayla M. in Washington, D.C. Hi, ladies. I was watching Community Season 2, Episode 26, and Dee Pelton was dressed up as Lady Gaga. This reminded me of the time the Gabe dressed as Lady Gaga in costume contest, so I decided to look up the air dates for both episodes, and they premiered on the same night, and they are dressed almost identically.
That's hilarious.
I looked up the pictures. Kayla's not the first person to notice this because all over Reddit there are these screenshots side by side of these two characters from the same night.
Will you send me that?
I sure will.
Well, Gabe is holding a meeting with all of the sales team, and he announces that the warehouse workers are now going to be able to make sales during their deliveries, and that they will split the commissions with the sales team. This is actually really good news.
You know, the sales team doesn't seem to like this, but I thought it sounded pretty good because you'd almost have this surrogate salesperson out selling on your route, maybe being able to tap into a need that you wouldn't know about.
Well, there's a really funny deleted scene that's on the DVD where Michael is annoyed by this, you know? He feels like somehow it's like they feel like somehow something's going to be taken away from them. So Michael makes this big speech and he says, would you rather have 50% of something or 100% of nothing?
Exactly.
And everyone's like, well, when you put it that way, like Stanley's like, oh yeah, this is like passive income for me. Yeah. And Dwight's like, that's not helping, Michael.
Well, next, Michael is going to enter Daryl's office, and he's going to say to Daryl, hey, this idea is a lot like one you came to me with a while ago that I kind of squashed.
And he's like, I blew it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but Daryl is like, it's all right, Michael. It's fine. I'm glad they're doing it. But, you know, that's not where the story is going to end.
No, it's not. In the kitchen, everyone is really excited about this coupon book. And Oscar is the only person all day long that is like, you guys, you realize this coupon book isn't actually worth $15,000.
Please do something about this already.
He's the only person who seems to understand how a coupon book works, which is that first you have to purchase something to get the savings.
Yeah.
It's only worth.
That's the west side.
These coupon books cost money. Did you have these when you were growing up? We had these for fundraisers.
Oh, yeah, girl.
Oh, yeah.
And I loved looking through them because you'd be like, oh, I can get free fries at McDonald's, or you can get like buy one, get one free ticket to Six Flags.
Yeah. Well, Danny is going to invite everyone to his bar. Super cute Danny Cordray co-owns the bar.
I'm not attracted to it. I'm not attracted to Danny Cordray, bar owner, with the super ironic name Public School. You know, Oscar doesn't seem impressed either.
Oscar loves it. He goes, Public School, that's hilarious. A+.
I felt like he was being snarky.
No.
You think that's genuine?
I went to the script. And the stage direction is that Oscar is like clearly like trying to flirt.
Oh, like he's enamored?
Yes, he's enamored. And then as he says, it's hilarious, then he's like embarrassed, and then he's like, A+, and he kind of backs away.
Well, let me say that
Rabbi
makes sense, but I think
to
he's
go.
making his admiration
How
of
many
the
accounts
bar
is
to flirt.
listen to
I
that?
think down deep, Oscar and I feel the same way.
Okay.
Oh, that's so
Well,
funny.
I wanted to know if there really is a public school bar.
Hell yeah,
I
there
went
is.
online, and Jenna, there is a public school restaurant and bar in Sherman Oaks, not too far from where we filmed.
Oh my gosh! I wonder if that's where they got the name. Because
Exactly.
there's not one in Scranton.
Corner of
There's not.
Sepulveda
What
and
kind of stuff do
Ventura.
they serve?
Looks like bar food.
American fare.
Yeah. All right. There you go. There is a public school bar. Next up, there's some gossip in the break room.
There really is.
I mean, just people just chitty-chatting about Jim and Pam and Danny Cordray. They clearly needed a little drama. They needed something.
Everyone is still stuck on the fact that Pam dated Danny.
Yeah.
They're like discussing, is Pam gonna choose Jim or Danny? She's married and has a child
They
with
went
Jim.
to the wedding. They're happy. Like, what is going on?
Dwight interrupts everyone and says, listen, Pam will choose whichever guy sent most matches that of her father.
And then he's like, does anyone know what her dad smelled like?
And Phyllis seems like she's going to start to remember what Pam's dad smelled like.
Oh my gosh.
Angela.
It's fucking violent shit.
Your mom's dating.
Did you? Well, I recall a study that I read about years ago about women and the sex of a man that they are most attracted to. And so I looked up the details to make sure I remembered it correctly, and I did. Do you want to hear it?
I mean, I really do.
It's fun, Rabbi.
Instant info.
Okay. So in Women really do seem to pick their mate based on smell, as do other animals. This is a thing.
Okay.
You have these genes called the major histocompatibility complex, or MHC, and
I gotta
those
take a poo.
genes, I guess,
How
play a
big?
role in your immune system and fighting disease. And this is what we're smelling for. We're smelling men for their
Your account has
MHC
been locked.
gene. Okay. So they did a study at the University of Liverpool. Okay. They recruited 110 women between the ages of 18 and 35. And they gave these women t-shirts that men had worn overnight, and it had different men's scents on them. The women never saw what the men looked like. They just smelled the shirts, and then they had to rate them on their pleasantness, like which ones were you most attracted to, and they asked the women, based on the smell, who would you most pick as a long-term partner?
Right. Okay. Which t-shirt are you picking?
They found that the women tended to be attracted to people with an MHC that was dissimilar to their own. And they concluded that's because it would be beneficial to mate with someone who is most genetically different from you, because you're less likely to share genetic defects that you would pass along to your children.
Oh my God, that body is so cool.
Isn't that crazy? That's cool. But here's what they were really studying during this test.
What?
They were
There's a twist?
There's a twist.
What are you talking about? These ladies just signed up to smell t-shirts.
Well, they wanted to test the effect of birth control pills on our ability to smell out a good mate. So at first, none of the women were taking birth control.
And they could smell better?
They could smell out a mate that was dissimilar from them.
And then when they got on birth control, it changed, it dulled their senses or something?
It changed who they were attracted to.
Oh.
Suddenly, women were attracted to the smells of men who were more genetically similar. In general, the effects of the study said if you meet someone while taking birth control and then you stop it, or if you meet someone not taking birth control and you start it, it might affect your attraction to them because you smell different. You're attracted to a different thing.
That's fascinating.
There was a study in psychological science of 365 couples that found that women who went on the pill during a relationship were now suddenly less sexually satisfied than women who had been consistently on the pill or never on the pill. All right, but here is the other thing. Of course, I had to Google this thing that Dwight says about Pam picking the person who smells most like her father.
That's where I thought you were going.
Well, if you can believe it, there was another study, another t-shirt smelling study. New ladies came in and smelled some new t-shirts.
Okay.
This was published in the medical journal Nature Genetics. This study found out something new.
Wow. New t-shirt smelling info.
Yes, women were attracted to men who were genetically different. However, it found that they were attracted to men who were genetically similar in one way, otherwise different. Do you know what the one way was? I have no idea. They smelled like their fathers. That's right. The t-shirts they loved most were worn by men who also had the same MHC genetic code, smell, disease-fighting genetics as their dads.
Well, Dwight, you got it right.
He got it right. I guess Jim smells like Pam's dad.
Yeah. And thank you to all the ladies who smelled shirts.
And to the men who wore them, who were not allowed to smoke, use cologne, deodorant, have sex, or eat certain foods during the experiment.
We thank you.
Everyone go home and smell your mate.
Well, this is going to lead to a Jim and Pam Talking Head, where we learned that 4 years ago, while Jim was in Stanford dating Karen, Pam went on 2 dates with Danny Cordray. And you know what? It wasn't a big deal. They had 2 dates, no big deal, right?
Yeah. He didn't call her back.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Well, this isn't sitting well with Andy and Kevin.
No, for some reason, they think that they can't go to Danny's party at public school because they need to show support for Jim and Pam.
Yeah. And they're really bummed because they don't get invited to a lot of parties, you guys.
They don't. This Kevin and Andy talking head has a lot of tooth play. Did you see the tooth play?
Fake teeth in and out.
The in and out. Andy as this vampire character.
Bill Compton.
That's right, from True Blood.
Yeah.
He is going to use those plastic Dracula teeth like nobody's business. In every scene, they're in, they're out, they're in, they're out. I wanted to find out who invented the plastic Dracula teeth. I went down a rabbit hole, and I never found out. We'll never know. I don't know who invented them. You can get them everywhere, though. That I did find out. We already knew that.
Well, I think we should go to break because when we come back, Madge from the warehouse is going to make a sale.
Yeah.
And Michael really wants everyone to congratulate Daryl.
He really does.
Now we're going to find out some information.
Oh. Well, we are back, and like Angela said before the break, Jim has announced that Madge from the warehouse just made her first sale. Well, Michael feels bad because he feels like Daryl has never gotten credit for this idea, and clearly the idea is going well. So he asks Aaron to call Daryl on speakerphone. Oh boy.
Why was that so hard for Aaron?
Well, it's like Pam said, like she was able to call him, she just can't hang up. It's like same button you pressed before. Aaron ends up sitting on the phone to try to hang it up.
Well, Daryl reluctantly comes out, and Michael really blames corporate that they stole this idea from Daryl, and Dave is like, no, corporate didn't steal anything.
Crazy.
Daryl told me the idea. I took it to corporate, giving Daryl full credit, and they liked his idea.
In fact, let's give Daryl that round of applause.
Yeah.
Now Michael is mad that Daryl went over his head.
He's peeved.
That's right. Dwight tells Michael that this kind of behavior is going to make his job obsolete. Like if people can just go around Michael straight to corporate, then what is Michael's job really?
This is going to make Michael spiral out.
Meanwhile, Kevin is going to walk up to Danny Cordray at the water cooler and he's going to smack him on the butt. Did you catch that?
I did.
That's how he gets his attention.
Yeah, I did. And I also caught Timothy Oliphant as Danny looking back at him like, what's happening? What are you doing?
They need his attention because Andy and Kevin are going to explain that as much as they would like to come to public school for this party, they're going to bow out. Because Jim and Pam asked them not to go, is what they say.
Danny's going to talk to Jim and Pam, but Kevin's like, don't say me and Andy talked to you.
Or we'll kill you.
Or you'll be dead.
Yeah, I mean, what is going on?
Kelly is going to arrive back to work in a new costume. It's very elaborate. I looked in the shooting draft, and here's what it said. Kelly walks in with some shopping bags. She is an elaborate, sexy clown.
That's what it is. I wondered. I thought maybe she was being a pop star from a music video or something.
She's an elaborate, sexy clown.
Okay.
She also shares about how much she spent on this costume. It's in deleted scenes. Let's hear it.
My costume cost $600. If I had the coupon code, it would have cost 20% less than that, which is why I need the coupon.
By the way, we have another coupon. No one has said coupon.
Well, now Angela is peeved. She says, Kelly, you cannot change costumes in the middle of the day. Pam, she's out. This leads to a back and forth where Oscar jumps in. I want you guys to know I improvised the line. Yeah, shut it, Oscar. Pam?
Nice.
And I also wanted to share with you guys, we could not get through my talking head in this penguin costume.
I can see why. It's so funny. You're such an angry penguin. You're so mad.
The penguin costume was so incredibly comfortable, but the way the beak went up and over my forehead kind of limited my side vision. So even when I turn to you, when I say shut it, Oscar, Pam, if you look at how I turn, it looks like I have a crick in my neck, but it's just the way that penguin head set on my forehead. Anyway, Dean and I were cracking up so much in this talking head, I kind of felt like we had to hear it.
Yay!
No, this is an amazing prize. I mean, I don't even want to give Pam a compliment because she's so good, but she did a good job. I really want that coupon book.
I love when you're like, bleh.
She said, "Bleh." That was so much fun to do. I loved that penguin costume. It was like wearing pajamas all day. Minus the way the head fit, everything else was awesome.
Well, next up, Dwight is, what is he doing? He's throwing magnets away.
In the trash. She doesn't like magnets that are too busy, that have too much going on.
Yeah, they're interesting enough. You don't have to tart them up with some design. At 10 minutes 33 seconds, I'd like to point out a personal Halloween decoration.
What?
I have the same spooky spider that's hanging over the table in the kitchen. I decorate with it every Halloween. Spooky spider.
Michael is watching a conversation between Kevin and Gabe. It's pretty animated, and Michael is just freaking out. He thinks everyone is going over his head, around his head. What do you also say? What do you call when someone takes you from the back? And Dwight's like, no.
Oh yeah, what is it? Let's take them from behind.
Yeah. Michael thinks everyone's going to Gabe behind his back.
So he storms in to this conversation and really lays into Kevin. Kevin is so upset and apologetic.
Shout out to Brian Baumgartner, who crushed this moment.
I agree.
He's such a good performer.
So good. It turns out that he was just suggesting some Lady Gaga moves. But in the future, he'll tell Michael first.
There's a really great robot move he was going to show him.
Yeah.
And Michael's like, just don't let it happen again. And Kevin is like, no way, Jose.
Yeah.
I did look in the shooting draft. The you gave was not in the script.
I suspected it was not. And the reason why is because they cut out of that so fast.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure everyone cracked up after he did it.
Yep.
Next up, we're in the conference room with Danny, Jim, and Pam, and they're just having a big laugh over this crazy notion that Jim and Pam wouldn't want people to go to his party.
Jenna, you are so great in this scene. You are so good in it. I rewatched it a few times. I even recorded it. When you say, no, actually, it was 2 dates. We had a plan for a third. We have to hear it. It's too good.
It's two. So two of them. No, we have plans for a third, but they're not. I don't, you know, call them back.
It's so awkward. But you do that thing. You and I do this in real life sometimes when things are awkward. We go, well, somebody didn't bring their homework today.
Yes, exactly.
It's like, uh-oh, I feel uncomfortable. I guess I shouldn't have backed into your car. But it It was not in the shooting draft stage direction for you to be sing-songy or do any of that. That was all your choice, and I thought it was fantastic.
Aw, thank you, lady.
Yeah, well, there's one other time I love. I'll bring it up later. You're so good. You're so good in this episode.
I really loved it. I have to say, I found Pam absolutely adorable in this episode, and I'm very, very proud of my performance. If I could toot my own horn for a moment, and I'll use a voice to do it.
Toot it! Well, Michael is going to confront Daryl. He says the chain of command is crumbling. He just made Kevin cry.
Yeah. And Daryl says, I'm sorry you're upset. And then Michael is like, well, thank you for your apology. I'd like this apology in front of everyone. And Daryl says, I'm not apologizing to you.
Yeah, he's like, you made a bad call.
Yeah.
And I fixed it.
There is a line in this scene that
She forgot to happen all the way up to parts of Missouri and Illinois tonight because there's going to be mostly snow as the storm moves into Pennsylvania, New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, and Rhode Island tomorrow. U.S. Central Command says some American soldiers are being evaluated for traumatic brain injuries following an attack on a U.S. base in western Iraq. Officials say Iran backed militia fired multiple ballistic missiles and rockets in the days overnight. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says most were intercepted by air defense systems.
One reason why there weren't more injuries or more extensive damage was because we have taken necessary force protection
China's mountainous Yunnan province has buried nearly 50 people, killing at least 9. ABC's Britt Lynette says the slide has forced about 500 people from the area. As rescuers work through freezing conditions after a night of heavy snowfall. Rescuers have been trying to find people buried in 18 separate houses. The landslide comes just over a month after a magnitude 6.2 earthquake hit China's northwest region, killing at least 149 people. The KO5 financial update: the Dow is closing up 138, S&P 500 up 11, Nasdaq up 49. Southland weather for KO5: showers with a slight chance of thunderstorms.
Yeah, he's like, you made a bad call.
Yeah,
and I fixed it.
There is a line in this scene that I thought could go on a Halloween mug. You tell me if you like it, Angela.
Okay.
It's a Michael Scott quote. Halloween should be a day in which we honor monsters and not be mad at each other.
That's a good one.
Right? And then it has like little monster people on it. Little Frankenstein and a mummy and everything. It's cute, right?
I like it.
Thank you.
Well, one of my favorite lines from the whole entire episode is coming up.
What's that?
Made me laugh so hard.
Is it Ryan?
No.
Oh.
Andy says Suke, which is a character name on True Blood. And then he takes out his teeth and says, Bill Compton from True Blood. He says that to Stanley. Stanley looks at him and says, how many freaking vampires am I supposed to care about these days?
I love that line. That was so good. This is very similar to the person who doesn't want to give a standing ovation.
Yeah. How many vampires? Seriously? Well, we have our second costume change. Oscar has taken off his disco guy ensemble, and he's now just a rational consumer. He's so proud of this.
He does, and that's when Ryan has his snarky line.
So much Ryan snark.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, I heard you say it to Phyllis.
Great lines.
Good one. Yeah.
Pam is going to start passing out the ballots for the costume contest, and she explains that you cannot vote for yourself. That's how this is going to work.
We're going to have our third costume change. Michael's going to show up dressed as a warehouse worker.
He has Daryl's shirt on. He's Daryl.
Yeah.
And he's a jerk.
Yeah.
Pam says this is a bad idea. When has this ever worked for you? That's a line I appreciated.
Michael says, never. He's so bummed out that Daryl went behind his back to Gabe, and he's just acting like an asshole.
He really is.
The costume parade contest begins. I want you guys to know, if you go to the DVD on deleted scenes, there's an extended cut of this, and you see pretty much every single person do the catwalk.
I think that this was based on our real life costume contest that we did every Halloween with our crew.
Yeah.
And I recently got a picture of me and Vartan judging the Halloween costume contest. One year I got to be the guest judge. He would always judge, and he would have a guest judge, and I got to do it. And I'll give that to you, Angela, so you can post it. It's really cool.
I love it. Well, we're going to have our fourth costume change, which is Angela has gone from the penguin to the sexy nurse. She has a talking head where she says, I don't like your tone. Look, they were sold out of all the other costumes, okay? I think we all live in the real world here. Let's not pretend to be unaware of what's in this office.
Let me say, as your best friend, being on set with you while you wore that costume, it was very skimpy. I kind of can't believe it made it on the air. It was. You were wearing like nothing.
I
Truly.
could not bend over.
No.
I had little mesh biker shorts on because didn't want to, ruin the mystery. I had little high heels on and these like stockings, a tiny little dress, and then Alicia brought me a box of the chicken cutlet boobs,
Yep.
and we played with a few different sizes. I want you to know, the first size that they had for me, I would have looked like Dolly Parton. I love you, Dolly. I wasn't ready to be full Dolly Parton. I said, can we scale back on the cutlet size?
Well, the very odd thing was that they recycled the nurse costume.
Yeah.
The same costume that Jackie DeBotton wore when she held up the big check for science.
Yeah, it was the exact same one. I think they just had to trim the length a little for me.
Well, they trimmed it too much.
They might have.
They really did. It was so short.
I will tell you that Kim Ferry, who did my hair on the show, we had so much fun because I got to have like fun sassy hair.
Yeah.
And just so you know, I would take the penguin costume over that any day because the penguin costume was like wearing a sleeping bag. There were so many different costumes at Dunder Mifflin. Jenna, it made me curious. What was the most popular Halloween costume last year?
Oh,
So I went and looked it up. I was a lady who Googled.
we did a lot of Googling in this
We really did. Here was the top 10, according to Google Trends, Frightgeist Halloween costumes of 2021.
Okay.
Number 1, witch. Number 2, rabbit. Number 3, dinosaur. Number 4, Spider-Man. Number 5, Cruella de Vil. Number 6, fairy. Number 7, Harley Quinn. Number 8, cowboy. Number 9, clown. Number 10, Chucky.
Wow.
Yeah,
What was number 2?
rabbit.
Rabbit.
Mhm.
That one came out of left field for me.
I know. More Halloween festivities are happening now. A few folks are playing with the Ouija board by front reception,
What?
and Michael's determined to make a ghost call Daryl an ass. And then in the conference room, folks are bobbing for apples.
We have a fan catch from Emily H. in Tennessee that is so amazing. It's about this apple bobbing scene.
Okay.
Emily said, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but I'm not making this up, in all caps. All throughout this episode, Meredith is wearing a blonde wig. But in the opening credits, starting with Goodbye Michael, I believe, the scene in which Aaron is bobbing for apples is used, and it shows Meredith in a red wig. I had to go back to this episode, and sure enough, her wig is blonde. Why did they do that? I am sure many people have written in about this, but I just never noticed it until now. So here's what I did. These extended credits of Aaron bobbing for apples, they've actually been playing since the beginning of this season. So the first thing I did was go back and look at the opening credits, and I even took a screenshot. The extended credits are in Andy's play, and Meredith is wearing the blonde wig. Just like in this episode. And I thought, oh, well, maybe Emily is just mistaken. So then I went forward to Goodbye Michael. Same credit sequence. Her wig is red. What? Yeah. I took screenshots of both. Look, here's the shot from Andy's play. That's Goodbye Michael.
Oh my gosh, that is bizarre.
What is that about? Yeah, they clearly went in and recolored the wig for this credit sequence in Goodbye Michael. But they've been playing it with a blonde one the whole time, the rest of the season.
There's got to be a reason.
You know who we're going to ask.
We're going to ask Randy.
So when we get to it, we'll have an answer. Emily, thank you so much for pointing that out.
I
That was
know.
bonkers.
Fantastic catch, Emily. In the kitchen, Todd Packer is sitting with a bunch of, well, they're like little brown lunch bags. And they list all these different organs. And the last one is in his lap.
And it says trouser mouse.
Danny says, I don't think that's going to go the way you hope it will.
Well, Jim's going to come into the kitchen and he is going to confront Danny. He's going to say, hey, man, I'm just curious. How come you never called my wife back for that date? And Danny's like, really? Oh.
Yeah.
Packer's like, you looking for someone to bang your wife?
I love that line
I love
so
that line
much.
so much.
It made me laugh out loud.
Danny says, you know what? The truth is, I didn't call her back because all she talked about was you. She was clearly in love with you.
Well, that's not true.
No, it's not. There's a deleted scene where you see Jim walk over to Pam, whisper something in her ear, and she looks at him and shakes her head like, nope, And then the next scene is them confronting him outside of the men's room.
Yeah. And they demand to know the real reason why he never called her. Because if he doesn't tell her, it's just going to keep gnawing at her like, nah, 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 nah.
I thought you were so fantastic in this scene again. I looked at the shooting draft to see if there was any stage direction. This was just all you. The only thing they spelled out for you was the excuse me.
Yes, it was all scripted. One part that I added was the
yes, that was so great. All it says in the shooting draft is that you awkwardly exit, and how you chose to do that was all you.
I showed the scene to Lee because I said to him, this might be one of the most me performances I've ever given. I I am a little dorky, and I feel like the writers were onto something about me, Jenna, because I do all of these things in my life.
And you also remember stuff, so you would be the one like, nope, it was 2. We had a 3rd. You didn't call. That's how it went down.
Yeah, they also really made all of this even more awkward by the fact that I am in a full, elaborate, wigged costume, and I'm talking to these 2 handsome men just dressed in normal clothes.
Yeah.
It really even further highlights Pam's dorkiness, and I
your
love
little,
it.
Your little flat ponytail kept flopping around.
I loved doing this scene, and I really am so proud of it. We had a fan question from Ashley W. in Suffolk, Virginia, who said, "Why does Danny Cordray disappear after this episode? I loved the character, and Timothy Oliphant isn't too shabby to look at either." I'll tell you, he is mentioned again in Michael's last Dundies, when Michael gives him the Hottest in the Office award. And there was a little bit where Michael tries to bring Danny up via satellite, and it got cut out. It's in the deleted scenes. You know, the story is that Danny's on the road. It's how we see Todd Packer so infrequently. But this storyline did kind of get unresolved. I agree, Ashley, because that scene was cut from Michael's last Dundies. We assume that after Michael leaves, Danny is let go. He was a hire we didn't really need. We already had our traveling salesman.
Right.
But anyway, that you would have had at least a little nugget of information on him.
But we're about to have a sit down with Gabe, Daryl, and Michael to resolve all of this issue of who brings what information to what department, right?
Yeah.
Gabe is going to tell Daryl that Daryl needs to get Michael's approval before coming to him with anything. And Daryl says, well, you know what? You're going to miss out on some good ideas. And then Gabe goes, well, then my door is always open. And this leads to a back and forth where Michael's like, after everything I've done for you, and Daryl looks at Michael and says, listen, Ed Truck hired me. Joe promoted me. Gabe listened to me. All you've ever done is say no to me. I have ambition. This is part of Daryl's storyline of where his ambition is going to take him. And he's really starting to feel it. Like he has good ideas and they're changing the way the company works.
And he's going to have a scene with Andy where he initially says, sometimes I think things were better down in the warehouse. And then Andy goes on this very sort of elaborate metaphor.
Using a cappella.
Yes. And at the end of this scene, Daryl says he does have big plans.
Yeah.
And big ambitions. And we're going to see that storyline now play out through the rest of the series.
Yeah. And Michael and Daryl make up. They both decide if they ever disagree with Gabe, they're going to go straight to Joe. And they shake hands on it. Michael says, you know what? Friends fight.
Mm-hmm. Well, I like that Daryl got to call Michael out in this episode. He deserved it.
Jim is going to have a very sweet talking head. He's going to say, to be honest, I can't believe he didn't call her back. Who doesn't call a dork like that back? And now Jim is going to arrive dressed in the Popeye costume with Cece as Sweet Pea, her hero.
How cute did they look all dressed up? I mean, I'm sorry. It was so freaking adorable. Did every woman's heart leap out of her chest when he walked in the door as Popeye carrying Sweet Pea or what?
So cute.
So cute.
The day we filmed that, I took a picture of John in the Popeye costume and holding the sweet little baby. I still have the picture. It's so cute.
Well, John is very much like Steve. They both just love kids so much. And John and I would just dote on those little babies all the time. I loved having those girls on set.
We are now going to reveal who won the coupon book. We get to see some people flash up their cards, kind of like Survivor style, who they wrote down. Kelly voted for Oscar. Ryan voted for Oscar. Creed voted for Oscar.
Oscar won.
Yeah. There was a scene that would have come after this. It's in deleted scenes. Creed, Meredith, Ryan, Kelly, and Angela have gathered around Oscar as he reads from the coupon book.
Oh, I love this.
I feel like they gave Oscar a lot of alts for this. Here are a few that were in the script as well as deleted scenes. Oscar says, who wants $30 off any full fare ticket on a flight to Chicago? Blackout dates apply. Who wants a free power boost at Body Shake's Boba Bar? Who wants a 100 megabyte MP3 player? Special bonus. Does not play iTunes. Who wants a free estimate on carpet cleaning? Oh, look, 5% off your Dunder Mifflin order. Ask for Stan the Man. And then the camera reveals a smiling photo of Stanley from 20 years ago.
I have a question. How are people reacting in the scene? Are they getting it? Are they like finally getting that maybe the coupon book wasn't great? Or are they still wishing they had the coupon book?
No, with each one they're like, pass, and then Kelly's like, Oscar, get to the good stuff. And then that's when he gets to Stan the Man.
That's great. Oh, well, guys, that was Costume Contest.
Yes, we hope you have a great week. Thanks for listening. Thank you, Randy Cordray.
And thanks to Phil Rosenthal for coming in and eating some, in my opinion, disgusting chips. And thank you to all of you,
yes,
for sending in all your wonderful messages and gifts. We love ya.
We love you so much.
See you next week.
Bye.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello, everyone.
Hey there.
Today we're talking about Christening, which is season 7, episode 7, written by Peter Oko and directed by Alex Hardcastle. It is C.C. Halpern's christening, and the whole office shows up to the dismay of Jim and Pam. Michael is not the godfather, but during a post-christening reception with too little food, he is moved by the spirit of the church parishioners and impulsively joins a youth ministry trip to Mexico. And Andy goes too.
I mean, the whole office shows up because Michael invited them.
Yes. Not Jim and Pam. Michael invited them.
And they didn't know better not to come.
I know.
Like, aren't you like, weird that Jim and Pam didn't invite me, but Michael did. I guess I'll go.
I mean, it's really sweet that everyone showed up, actually.
It is, but I don't think Jim and Pam invited them.
Fast fact number 1, both our writer and our director are new on this episode.
Yeah.
Let's start with our director, Alex Hardcastle. He is a British television director and producer. He has directed such shows as New Girl, The Mindy Project, Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, and Grace and Frankie. He was recommended by our executive producer, Howard Klein. And I remember him well. He was delightful.
He was so charming. You guys, he had a really cute accent.
I mean, we were such suckers for the accents. Charles McDougall.
I know.
Idris.
Alex Hardcastle.
I know. Randy said he worked with Alex on other productions after The Office, and he was always awesome. Now let's talk about Peter, our writer. He was a new writer on staff with us for season 7, and he had previously written on Dead Like Me and Pushing Daisies. And Peter was quoted in Andy Green's book about The Office, and he specifically talked about the christening episode.
Oh, what did he say?
He said, quote, "When I first started, they had this idea for a christening episode, which is as unsexy an episode as you could possibly pitch." And when they brought it up, the entire room looked at me because I had a lot of kids. And that's true. He had 5 kids.
He has a big family.
And then he said, I think the thought was, we'll let him write it. And I felt this sense of how do you keep what we all loved in Jim and Pam in this post-marriage, post-baby world? But he said they just tried to lean into it and acknowledge that The Office was as much of a family for Jim and Pam in season 7 as it was for Michael. And so that's where they got the idea that in the christening episode, you would bring The Office into that story.
Yeah. I can imagine your first writing assignment, the christening, to be a little tough. I love hearing all of that. My memory of Peter is that he was so nice, and I was a big fan of Dead Like Me. So I was like, oh my gosh, that's such a cool show, and now we get one of the writers from that show.
One of the fun parts about working in this industry is that you get to run into people you're fans of, and you get to hear all the inside scoop about what went into making this show or movie that you love so much. Do you want Fastback 2?
Can I guess what it is?
What is it?
Because we're becoming like that old married couple.
Oh no! You know what I order for dinner?
Maybe. I'm gonna guess. Sam, you guess too. Okay, Fastback 2. I'm gonna guess that it's a location breakdown of the church.
History of christenings.
Those are two good guesses, I think.
Angela is correct.
Is it?
Yes. We had a fan question from Faye B in New Hampshire who wanted to know where were the church scenes filmed.
It was beautiful.
It was gorgeous. We shot at Church of the Angels in Pasadena, and I want to give a shout out to this gal Lindsay and her blog, quote, "I'm not a stalker," because she goes around to different like film and television locations, and then she writes a little history about them, and she pulled together all this cool information on Church of the Angels.
Let's hear it.
So this church was built in 1889, and it is the oldest church in Pasadena. It was built by Mrs. Frances E. Campbell Johnston in memory of her husband, Alexander Robert Campbell Johnston, who was one of the first settlers of Pasadena. He was British. And the church's design was based on Holmby St. Mary's Church in Surrey.
I was going to say, it looks like an old sort of English country church.
I thought you were going to say it looks like Hornby St. Mary's. Yeah, definitely.
That would have been funnier. But it really did when I was looking at it. I was like, oh, all the old stone and all of that.
Yeah. Well, speaking of stone, the very first cornerstone of the church was laid in place by Frances herself. It's an Episcopalian church, and I don't know if you remember this, Ange, but there's a large pipe organ inside the church. It is functional. It was built in 1889 by the Roosevelt Organ Works in New York City. This church has been featured in a lot of film and television. It has appeared on Knots Landing, which is why Lindsay stalked it. She was a Knots Landing fan. It has also appeared on Desperate Housewives, The X-Files, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, The West Wing, Jag, the Mick Jagger God Gave Me Everything I Want music video, the movies Just Married, Heathers, and of course, The Office.
That church has a longer resume than I do. That's impressive.
And incidentally, our base camp with all our trailers was in the Rose Bowl parking lot.
Well, I loved that location breakdown.
Thank you. Thank you, Lindsay, for blogging about it. Couldn't find your last name. Fast fact number 3 is all about our amazing guest star, Zoe Jarman, who played Carla. Carla. I mean, when she popped up, I immediately started giggling because we were so taken with her when we were shooting.
She was so fantastic in her scenes with Steve. She held him toe to toe. Zoe, I was so excited to rewatch these scenes.
I could not find Zoe on Instagram or Twitter or anywhere social media. Respect, Zoe. Whenever I can't find somebody, I'm always like, oh, they're a real actor. I do. And so I could not slide into her DMs.
Zoe, if you hear this, we would have loved to have spoken to you. If you ever do get a social media, slide into our DMs.
Yes, it's an invitation. Well, let me tell you a little bit about Zoe. She is a comedian, sketch performer, and also a writer and director. She studied theater at Northwestern University in Chicago, and she also studied at both Upright Citizens Brigade and the Groundlings. I am sure a lot of people know her as Betsy in the first 2 seasons of The Mindy Project, and that was a role that she got thanks to this guest role on The Office. I did find an interview with her where she said this, quote, I knew Mindy a bit before the show through the comedy community. She's been really supportive and kind to me in the times that I had gotten to be around her. Then she was really nice to me when I was on the set of The Office and made me feel really welcome. Zoe said she had a really positive experience doing The Office and was really happy with the way her part turned out in the episode.
Well, Zoe, we loved you, and I kept hoping for some kind of wrap up to Carla's story. Like, I wanted to hear how it went.
I mean, I would have loved if, like, in season 8,
Yes,
someone got a card from her.
from Carla
Yeah,
in Mexico.
well, that's all I got for Fast Facts.
Well, I have a fan catch.
I'd love to hear it.
This starts the beginning of a new DVD. You know, I'm watching the DVDs. New DVD. It's very exciting. Clearly, it's more exciting for me. Jenna's looking at me with such a blank expression. I get very excited, Jenna, when I finish a DVD and I set it aside and I go get the next one.
I know you have commented on the DVDs before.
Okay, clearly I brought it up too much. But I have a fan catch from Sam S. from Canada. Sam says, in the delivery, Jim announced that their daughter's name is Cecilia, CC for short. I have the DVD box set, and on the description for the christening episode, it says that her name is Celeste. Quote, it's overcrowded at Jim and Pam's christening for baby Celeste when everyone from the office shows up. But then throughout the rest of the show, she's referred to as Cecilia or CC. Was this a production error?
No,
It had to have been.
what did your DVD say, Angela?
My DVD said the same. Celeste.
What
Does anyone else's DVD
is
say Celeste?
happening?
I think there was a little bit of an oops.
There was an oopsie. Sam, I want you to know that you have made Angela's day.
Yes, you have, Sam.
You have also scrutinized your DVDs, and that makes Angela's heart happy.
It really does. And for anyone else that got a DVD box set that says Celeste, let us know. I think Sam and I need to know. Speaking of baby CC, guess what I have thanks to Joya Balfour from NBC.com.
Lady, I hope you're going to tell me that you have Pam's christening blog because I couldn't find it, but I remembered it existed.
Yes, I have it. Joya sent it to me. Here's how it read. CC's christening, posted by Pam Halpert on November 4th, 2010 at 19:42 hours.
19:42 hours.
You know, you minus 12. So I 7:42 p.m. Didn't say.
Well, that's what the 17 is.
Oh, right. That's why we're doing military time.
Yeah,
Right.
so that you don't have to.
So you don't have to worry if it's AM or PM.
Right,
When
'cause
you're
you
in a
know
stressful
it's in the
situation.
number.
Yes.
Yes.
That way, if things are going down, you know it's nighttime and not the morning.
Yeah.
Okay, here's what it said.
Okay.
7:42 p.m. It's official. Cece is a member of the Covenant community. Baptism ceremony was beautiful, mostly. Cece looked so cute in her christening gown. She was almost in it long enough to get a picture. It was wonderful to see all of our friends and family at the church. My apologies to everyone that went to the reception. We promise that Cece's wedding will be catered. Although the day didn't go as smoothly as planned, all in all, it was a truly blessed event. I know all babies are equal in the eyes of the Lord, but Cece was definitely the cutest baby there.
Aw. Very sweet.
Pam's baby blog.
Who is she writing this for?
It's like who I used to write my journals for.
Yeah, I don't know who's reading her blog.
I might have brought it.
Please
What?
say yes.
Yes, I found one of my journals.
All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back and break down this episode, and at some point, Angela will be getting out her journal. Oh, I can see it. I can see it.
I just
What nugget?
wait. I just need Jenna to read. I just need Jenna to read what's on the front of my journal.
I am here to live out loud.
Yes, I am, guys. Yes, I am. And when we come back, we're gonna break down the christening, get into my journal, and who knows what else.
I have a present for you.
You do? Oh my gosh!
There's so much to do today. We'll be right back.
This is an ode to the McDonald's French fry. They are so delicious. I get very excited about McDonald's French fries.
Because they're the best fries. They really are. From my childhood to my adulthood, I love the McDonald's fry. Why are they so good?
I don't know.
Is it? Is it what they're cooked in? Is it the way they're cut? What is it? I don't know. Everyone knows this though. The McDonald's
You know what?
fry. What?
My happiest moment, because I love to get a Happy Meal, it's just the perfect size for me. But sometimes some of the fries fall out and they're at the bottom of the Happy Meal. And I think I'm done with my fries. And then there's a few bonus ones at the bottom. Get your favorite McDonald's fries today.
This episode starts with Pam in her role as office administrator, and she is leading a conference room meeting all about hygiene.
Yeah, and she's got a big sign. If you go to 12 seconds, it says Saber Hygiene Day, semicolon. Simple steps to a cleaner working environment. Always wash your hands. Remember to get your flu shot. Wipe down your desk daily. Stay home when you are sick or contagious. Use the hand sanitizing station often.
Dwight isn't happy about the hand sanitizing stations or any of these suggestions, really. He says that the best way to not get sick is to be exposed to germs, and he would like a hand desanitizing station.
Did you hear what he wants in his hand desanitizing station?
No, I missed it.
He wants, and I quote, a simple bowl at every juncture filled with dirt, vomit, fecal matter.
Oh, God.
And then he gets cut off. What? What the heck? This got me curious because Pam said, according to a study done by the University of Arizona, they discovered that your keyboards have hundreds of times more bacteria per square inch than a toilet seat.
That's true.
It is true.
I know. So does your phone, by the way.
Oh, I went to WebMD. Are you ready for the top 5 most germy places in an office?
Yeah.
Number 1, elevator buttons.
Many of them don't work, as we've learned.
Yeah, stop touching them. Who cares? Number 2, door handles. Number 3, your actual desk, like your actual desktop.
Okay.
Number 4, your keyboard. Number 5, your telephone.
Yeah. Is this a good time to tell you that when I go into like a hotel room or something, I wipe down the remote and the light switches and like everything with a little antibacterial wipe because I watched a whole, whatever Dateline or something like that, all about it.
I feel like we all saw that Dateline where they went in with that special light and everything glowed blue because it was poop or earwax or something disgusting.
The most disturbing part of that show for me was when they showed like secret cameras of how they don't really clean the water glasses that are left in the bathrooms. Like a lot of places, they just like sort of rinsed them underwater using the same rag that they had just used to like clean the bathroom. I never use those cups. I don't.
I've been using them.
I put my makeup brushes in them. I don't drink out of them. That's a no for me.
Okay. Well,
Just saying.
it's a new no for me.
Well, Pam also suggests that you should cough into your elbow as a great way to prevent the spreading of germs, or sneeze into your elbow, like the Dracula.
Yeah, the vampire cough.
And I read some studies on that, and that is good advice.
Yeah,
You should do that.
They teach all of our kids to do that at school. And now all my kids cough like that.
Well, Dwight says that he would rather people just cough or sneeze directly on him. So we have a montage of people sneezing on him, his food, all kinds of things. We got a fan question from Rosie S. in Edinburgh, Scotland, who said, I spotted a small error in the cold open.
What, Rosie?
Dwight talks about the cost of wool in Transylvania, and he blames it on the euro. But Rosie points out that Transylvania is in Romania, which does not use the euro. It's in Europe, but they have their own currency.
Right.
And they have for a while. Now, I believe they are converting to the euro in a few years, however.
Dwight got it wrong. That's rare. Dwight often we find has got it right, but not this time. The episode starts outside of the church. Angela's walking up to Jim and Pam, and they're holding little Cece.
Yeah, the whole office is kind of congregated outside before the ceremony begins. And I'll have you know, Angela, we shot this episode the week of September 13th, 2010. And we are recording this podcast almost exactly 12 years later in September 2022.
That is crazy.
Now, you know what the temperature is today, right?
Oh, yeah, it's like 103.
Yes. We did all of these exterior scenes outside this church in heavy wool coats, pretending it was fall because this aired in November.
Yeah.
But luckily, it was only 83 degrees. But still, when you watch all of these scenes outside the church, just know that we are very hot. We did not put a coat on baby Cece on purpose. We did not want to overheat the baby. But Pam is in a wool coat.
Well, I got so tickled rewatching these scenes, Jenna, because I had so much fun being so sweet to the baby and so snarky to Jim and Pam.
I know, I really loved those turns every time.
I even went to the shooting draft, Jenna, to see if there was stage direction about it. And it said, Angela is cold to Jim and Pam and cutesy to Cece. And you know, Jenna, in this episode, I have 2 improv lines that made it in.
Oh, I think I know one of them.
Well, the first one comes in this little couplet of dialogue when Angela turns to Jim and Pam and she goes, Jim, Pam, and the precious bundle of God's gift to everything. And then she goes back to Jim and Pam. I wish you both a pleasant day. And then I improvised. And you too. Yes, praise God. Okay.
Aw,
I just couldn't get enough of those little girls. Those babies were so cute.
people just turned into jelly around those babies.
I know.
They were the sweetest. Once again, they were played by Bailey and Sienna, although there were a few times that we used the creepy jelly baby.
Oh, I caught it.
Yeah, Phil got it for us. They're really expensive. We've talked about these before. They're like thousands of dollars, and we had to be careful with them. I have some catches. I have some jelly baby catches.
I do too.
But in these opening scenes, it was all Bailey and Sienna.
You know, in the shooting draft, there's a series of talking heads where everyone would have weighed in on whether or not they want kids.
Oh.
Yeah. But Andy saying that he wanted Nard pups is the one that made it in, and it's definitely the best one.
Well, as everyone's entering the church, Dwight is going to hand out his business cards.
And you know what cracked me up about this moment, Jenna? It's very small, but Rain chose to deliver the line where he hands the business cards in the way that when you walk into church, they hand you the program.
Yes.
I thought that was so great. Was it Dwight Schrute, regional sales? Dwight Schrute, business card. Like he did that cadence.
Yes.
This is part of a bigger storyline for Dwight. It's in deleted scenes. It comes out throughout the episode where he is really trying to work this church crowd for business.
Well, the one person who's having trouble getting into the church is Toby. He says it's been a few years since he's attended a church service.
Yeah. He and the big guy have some catching up to do.
Mm-hmm.
I went to deleted scenes and looked in our candy bag alts because I was curious if there was any more backstory. I mean, we learned in season 5, Casual Friday, that Toby had been in seminary and dropped out because he wanted to have sex with his girlfriend, Kathy.
Yes.
And then followed her to Scranton and took the first job he could find, which was in human resources at Dunder Mifflin.
Well, I'm curious what you found because we had fan questions from Rachel C. in Suffolk, Virginia, and Kaylee E. in Indianapolis, Indiana, who said, so Toby has trouble going into the church, but wasn't he at Jim and Pam's wedding as well as Phyllis's wedding? He didn't have a problem going into those churches.
Oh, that's such a good catch. Well, the candy bag alts were all versions of this. Here's one of them. Toby, I studied for the ministry, but well, it didn't work out. So I'm going to walk into the church, maybe look up at the altar and say, hey, remember me? It's Toby.
Okay.
They were all versions of that he left the church and there was some mystery and he's got a little bit of beef, maybe with the big man.
You know where my brain went?
Where?
You know who wouldn't want to enter a church because they have a problem with God?
Who?
A strangler.
Oh! And he started strangling after Jim and Pam's wedding and Phyllis's wedding.
Yep.
Sam, is Toby the Scranton Strangler?
Will the Reddit threads be abuzz with this new development?
Michael, of course, is going to try to weasel his way into the family sitting area at the church. I mean, this is what he does. Remember Phyllis's wedding? He wanted to be in the family photo. And he's doing his Godfather impression. And I loved this line so much, Jenna. You said, you know, I love it when you do that voice, but today, I'm sorry. I need you to tell me that you know you're not CC's Godfather. And then Michael's like, yeah. And Pam says, I'm sorry, Michael. I need you to say it. I'm so sorry.
I have to say that exchange sort of reminded me a little bit of Carol Stills.
Yes.
I felt like it was something Carol would say to Michael.
Michael, we're breaking up. I need you to know that.
And I need you to say it back to me.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know if you noticed, but little Cece is holding a little toy in her hand through all these scenes.
I did. It's like a little tiger.
So that was a real little toy. I don't know if it was Bailey or Sienna in this scene, but it was just a great way to help make her feel secure. That was something that we did sometime. We just let them carry their own blankies or their own little toys.
Yeah.
You know, something that is revealed in this scene, Angela, is that the godfather of Jim and Pam's baby is their friend Seth, whose wife Pam met at Mommy and Me.
I mean, isn't that sort of just like a quick turnaround to godfather status?
Fan mail flurry, Angela. So many people wrote in to say, why did Pam and Jim choose two people they essentially just met to be Cece's godparents rather than one of their siblings or even an old friend?
I am part of the fan mail flurry.
Well, this made me wonder, hey, where is Pam's sister?
Yeah, this is
At
a
the
big
christening.
moment for
I
Pam.
know. Also, where's her friend Isabel?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people
Are no-shows.
Jim's brothers.
Yeah.
They all live in town. It's not like these people had to travel far. I don't know. Maybe,
Yeah.
you know, we did have a lot of guest stars in this episode. Maybe we just like couldn't pack anybody else in.
Well, I'm with Michael. Michael's like, he can't believe that these two, in his eyes, random people are going to hold such a huge part in Cece's life.
We never find out the godmother's name. It's just Seth and his wife. Anyway,
Well, the pastor is going to welcome everyone. I loved this scene. It just reminded me so much of Sundays during football season in church because the pastor says what a terrific day this is, and not just because the Eagles are playing. And Kevin is so tickled. This is like the biggest laugh that he's had in a while.
we had a fan question from Kirsten L. in Minnesota. I really appreciate that the church pastor was cast as female. As someone who is considering becoming a Lutheran pastor myself, there aren't many women pastors depicted in the media. I'm wondering how this came about. Was Allison Jones looking for a woman specifically for this role? Is this woman an actual pastor? Well, Kirsten, the script called for a woman to play this role. Minister Gail was played by an actress named Carolyn Wilson. She's also appeared in Veep and Space Force. And get this, she was the casting associate for that 70s show, including the episode in which I played Stacy Wanamaker.
Huh. Yeah. Well, I thought Carolyn did a great job.
So believable. I mean, I wouldn't believe she was a real
I
pastor.
mean, I was like, I want to hear her sermon. Well, as part of her welcoming everyone to church that day, the pastor is also going to share with us that their young adult ministry is going to be leaving for Mexico. And they all like applaud. They're very excited. And they're also going to have their prayers and remembrance section.
Yes, Justin's mom, who was played by Sarah Zinser, is just going to ask everyone to keep Justin in their thoughts and in their prayers. And then there's going to be a standoff for who speaks next. Because both Dwight and a gentleman stand up at the same time, and Dwight stares the man down until he sits, which was an amazing moment, in my opinion.
Well, Dwight is now going to just basically hit everyone up to buy a printer. It's like so inappropriate. And I have a jelly baby catch.
Oh, is it at 5 minutes and 55 seconds?
Yeah.
Yes. During this whole scene, I had Jelly Baby, and I hope you noted some of the ways that I was trying to move Jelly Baby to make it look like it was a real baby.
You were like bobbing her on your knee.
Yeah, and like kind of like moving her arm with my thumb. Lady, this reminded me of the most famous Jelly Baby in a movie. Do you remember it?
Oh, I do. Wait, no, I've got it. Because Josh and I were like, this is ridiculous. This is a big budget movie. Wait. No, I have it. Wait, I can see the guy's face.
Bradley Cooper.
Yes, Bradley Cooper.
In American Sniper.
Yes, he's holding this baby that is so fake.
He does a lot of the same kind of Jelly Baby stuff I was doing. Like there's one part I rewatched it where you see him take his thumb and move the baby's arm. But this is like an emotional scene.
Yeah. And that baby was so distracting, and I feel like he was doing a really good performance, but all I could look at was this jelly baby.
When this came out and it was all over the news, I found an audio clip.
There's plenty of buzz and controversy surrounding American Sniper moving towards a convoy, but this morning moviegoers are highlighting one glaring issue in particular. You see it? The baby. It's fake. It's a prop doll. For 1 minute and 13 seconds, Bradley Cooper pats, cuddles, cradles, and oh so gently lays down that fake baby. Now Twitter erupting with the hashtag fake baby with posts like, did they not trust Bradley Cooper with a real baby? And had CPR class the other morning found the baby used in American Sniper.
So I can't remember who it is, but someone associated with the movie tweeted but then deleted why they used the fake baby.
What was the tweet?
It said something like the real baby showed up with a fever, and then the second baby didn't show up, and so they had to just use fake baby and do their best.
Why do you have to delete that tweet? That's just information.
I don't know. I guess maybe it was like not his place to say why there was a fake baby. I don't know.
Or maybe the studio was like, don't call out the fake baby.
Yeah, exactly.
Enough with the fake baby. I loved that clip from the news so much because I loved how many different stings were in there, Sam. Did you hear them? There was like the screech and the glass breaking and like, I don't know, was there a helicopter?
It was like zoo time radio.
Yeah, there were so many things. Well, I have a great photo of our jelly baby. It was in between scenes. It was pretty hot because they kept turning off the air when we would film. I was in the main part of the church sitting area. You were up on the dais, and I looked over at you, and you looked at me, and the jelly baby had flopped over, kind of falling off your lap. And I took your picture. It's in our book, The Office BFFs. It cracks me up every time I see it.
I love that we have that picture because Jelly Baby was a big part of my life, starting out until the end of the show.
Yeah, you spent a lot of time with Jelly Baby, and then you did too, and then I did too. And Jelly Babies are heavy, and if you're hot, they can also make you more hot.
Oh, we got another fan question from Angela V in Ontario, Canada, who asked, who picked the hymns for this episode? Also, Jim Dever sings. He's laughing with Pam. Oh, okay. Good catch. Randy said most of the hymns were chosen because they were public domain, with the exception of one, which was With Grateful Hearts, Our Faith Professing. That was scripted, and it cost $5,000 to license. About the cost of a Jelly Baby.
Well, I think it's time for a break, and we have a few things outstanding. We have a journal.
Yep.
We have a gift.
Yes.
Baby Cece needs a whole new outfit.
Yep.
Let's take a break and get to it.
Someone stole the scones. I won't say it.
What? I didn't steal them. Someone else put them in my bag.
All right, we are back, and Cece's diaper needs a change. But before we do that, Angela, I want to give you your gift.
Oh, okay.
All right. Here it is. I wrapped it.
You really did.
So, you know, we shared with everyone last week that we got desks and that we opened the mail. Wait, before you look. What? I want to give it.
I thought I was allowed to open it. Okay.
I just want to say, what have you been saying you wish you had?
A letter opener. Because there's so many letters.
Yes.
And I've been opening them with my little finger, and I snagged that little side part of your fingernail.
So here, this is my special letter opener for you.
Oh, the Night's Watch. Wait, it's a Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
It's a Game of Thrones letter opener. Oh my gosh. It is the Longclaw Sword letter opener. Yes.
Yay.
Winter is coming, and so is your mail.
So here's the thing. I really wanted to get Arya's sword for you. By the way, I don't know anything about what I'm saying. I did a lot of Googling to figure out, like, what Game of Thrones item.
This is one of the most thoughtful gifts you've ever given me in all of our friendship.
I mean, they don't, from what I know, make Arya's sword into a letter opener.
The needle. It's called the needle.
The needle, yes. You can get a replica of it for your house, but you can't open letters with it. So I hope that this long claw sword is good.
Yes, I love it. I will take a picture of it and I will open mail happily with it. Something that keeps coming up in our mail, I'm holding up my letter opener. Something that keeps coming up in our mail is what is next for office ladies? What are we doing next? Are we going to be ladies who Google? Are we going to be mom detectives? What's our next podcast? Are we going to do movies?
I know, lady. This is the question because I can't believe. What do we have, like a year?
Wow. OMG.
I know.
I like it here. I want to keep doing this with you. I love our office ladies family.
I know, me too. So we do need to figure out what's next. I think we should try some stuff out. That's how we got here, right? We put the phone between us and we started chatting. What should we do next?
Like a bonus episode, like on a Monday or something.
Oh, this has gotten bigger. I thought we were going to be in your garage again, but yes, you're right. We could.
What are we going to do? Just sit and record, not play for anyone?
Okay, you're right. You're right. Okay, yes, I like this bonus episode. But what should we talk about? I like the idea of doing maybe let's break down a movie.
Ooh, should we put it in Office Ladies Pod? People can weigh in. What movie, guys?
What movie? Why are you even asking this question? It's so obvious that this movie is
John Wick.
Yes, or stars Keanu Reeves. Oh, what about Speed?
Oh, I love Speed.
That's how I started on my Keanu journey.
That was your introduction to Keanu?
Yes, that was my gateway drug into Keanu.
Pop quiz apple.
Yeah.
Come on, I'm ready. I'm ready. Oh, and we know Beth Grant.
Oh, she would give us all the inside info on sitting on that bus, I'm sure.
Beth Grant played Dwight's babysitter / date to dinner party. She was also on the bus in Speed. Oh, guys, it's coming together.
I feel very inspired by this Speed idea. Should we put it to a vote, though? Because I would love to point out some background details in John Wick that I know you missed, a.k.a. the coffee maker, a.k.a.
Excuse me? Do not even come to me. You're going to want to back away from that statement. About things I missed. And the first time you ever watched it, you stopped watching at 15 minutes. This is the other podcast idea we could do. Just the first 15 minutes of every movie. We call it Jenna's Breakdown.
Well, I would thrive on that podcast because I'm very good at watching the first 15 to 20 minutes of a film.
I know. And then you fall asleep.
But I come back.
You do.
In the days that follow.
Okay, well, we should get back to this episode. That's lots to think about. And it all started with my letter opener. Thank you.
What a gift.
What a gift.
That letter opener may lead to our next thing. Who knew?
Who knew?
But that is the power of the long claw sword, clearly. I don't know what I'm talking about, but is that true? Does it hold power?
I hope I wield it with the justice it deserves.
Let's pivot back into this episode because Cece has pooped all over her christening dress.
And Jim is going to hustle out to his car. This was such a real dad moment for me. Like, he's like looking desperately. And of course, Pam has packed a backup outfit.
Yeah, Jim said that he saw it in there. He checked.
He didn't bring it.
Yeah, he did say that, is what he says.
Yeah.
There's two lines that Jim has that made me laugh so hard as a parent. First of all, he says to Pam, this is happening.
Yeah.
Because you've had those moments where, like, one parent is already halfway down the road and they're bringing the other one up to speed.
Yeah.
And they're like, this is happening.
Trust me.
This was our best option, was this t-shirt. So we're going to go from here. And then she's like, no, there's this backup outfit. You said you checked the bag. And he's like, I did say that.
That's what I said.
Maybe not what I did. So I loved those. And I personally was charmed by the fact that all of their photos from the day would have Cece in this t-shirt. That would just become fun family lore, in my opinion. Like, if that happened to my kids, they would be so delighted to look at those pictures and hear that story again.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, you can't get too upset over these moments.
Well, the christening is over, and Stanley thinks he can go, but Pastor's going to let everyone know that the Halberts are hosting a reception next door.
For everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone's invited. Well, this mistake really angered Chelsea L. from Houston, Texas. I want to say that in Chelsea's letter, there are a lot of all caps.
Chelsea, what got you? Was it the Halbert?
It was so many things. Here is what Chelsea said. Quote, okay, this bothers me so much every time I see this episode. Why does Jim not correct the minister when she announces the Halbert reception? come on, Jim. Or Pam. I suppose Pam could have corrected this too. And I don't think anyone in the church would be angry if they corrected the minister and asked folks not to come to the reception unless they knew Jim and Pam. This makes me so irrationally angry for them. Chelsea. But Jim and Pam do not correct the minister. Instead, they are now going to host a reception for which they do not have enough food.
Well, this was kind of a recurring thing with Jim's last name because it happened in Niagara as well. Remember, outside of the reception, there was a sign that said the Halprit reception? This happens to me all the time. People put an L in my last name, so they'll say Kinsley.
I've heard people call you Kinsley.
Over and over. It is time for the reception. It is very crowded. Angela's going to clock this right away. And I have one of my lines that is quoted to me coming up. I have seen it stitched on a pillow. Angela says to Pam, "You don't know them all?" Pam says, "Nope, and we're going to need a loaves and fishes kind of miracle to feed them all." And that's when Angela says, "Jesus is not your caterer. But he should be your caterer because you're a little angel. Why didn't your parents get you a caterer?" And now, do you know what I improvised?
Because they don't think.
It was so Southern. When I heard it, I was like, they don't think. Everyone is hungry. Everyone is angry. There's a lot of hangry folks at this reception.
Well, Angela isn't the only person who's miffed at the lack of food. We also have to deal with Doug McPherson Davies' uncle. It's one of my favorite character names. He was played by Emil Beheshti, who is a very accomplished comedic actor. He's been on Will and Grace, The King of Queens, Greg the Bunny, Grounded for Life, Big Love. The list goes on and on. Even after finding out there's not really any food, everyone is still staying. Leave, everybody. Just go away.
My favorite grump was Sconesy Cider.
Sconesy Cider. Lady, there is a Twitter page for Sconesy Cider.
No way.
Yes, it is basically a bunch of posts about cider and scones. Also, if you'd like a Sconesy Cider bumper sticker, you can find one over on the Etsy page. That's what Soap said. We even got a fan question from Patrick R. in Aylesbury, UK, who said, "I did a mini deep dive on Sconesy Cider, and I find out that if someone questions where the food and drink is at a party, you call them a Sconesy Cider. It's a whole thing."
That is awesome. We've got to start using Sconesy Cider. Why haven't we been using that all this time?
Well, because we haven't done this rewatch yet, and now we have a new catchphrase. Yep. Don't be a Sconesy Cider.
Sconesy Cider.
She's amazing. Well, Sconesy Cider was played by actress Stephanie McNay. She's been on Parks and Rec and Superstore and like a gazillion things because she's fantastic. I didn't point it out earlier, but she had a great background detail in the church. It's at 8 minutes and 25 seconds. Sconesy Cider is putting on powder with a little compact.
There's no way.
Aw, so, before she gets up to go to the reception to be disappointed by the lack of food, she is going to powder her face.
Carla is going to stand up and give a really great speech about the youth ministry, and she thanks Jim and Pam for hosting them, because after this reception, they're going to Mexico. They're going to spend 3 months building a school.
Somebody make a secondary plug in to keep this Rabbi that's following me
By
all
the
the
joy
way.
that's sort of emanating from this youth ministry table, and nobody else is taking it seriously. We got table of sass, basically.
So much sass. And Michael is like, "Let's go build an airport. Okay, we'll start small with a car wash." Ryan is like spinning his iPad.
Somebody make a plug in. Do you see this shit? It's hilarious.
It's not appropriate. He brought it to Andy's play.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And now here it is at the christening.
Well, Michael is just like, "Guys, I don't get it. We should hang out more." Like, I think he's seeing the fellowship of that table, and he's seeing the lack of fellowship at their table. And then Daryl has the best sass line. I loved it so much. He says, "We are hanging out right now. You want some more of this?" It's so good. I loved it. Michael is so bummed out by his table that he's going to storm out at 12 minutes 48 seconds. Did you see the sign as he leaves the reception hall? No. It says Halbert christening reception. They made a whole sign. Yeah.
How many accounts is going on?
Well, meanwhile, Pam is gonna go out. She's gonna grab some subs and sodas.
Yeah, everyone's hungry. They need to get more food. Well, Jim is going to be looking for some chairs, and he needs a place that's quiet for Cece. Jim finds Mima in a little side room on a sofa, just sitting by herself, and this is what she has to say.
Oh, hey, Mima. Would you watch Cece for a second? Don't worry, she's asleep. I'm just going to track down some more chairs.
Fine. I guess I'll watch Suzanne's purse and your baby.
I'll watch Suzanne's purse and your baby. And I want to say later when Jim comes back and he can't find Cece, he comes into Mima again and he's like, Mima, where is Cece? And she says, I lost the purse too.
Yeah. She's so matter of fact. She's like, I don't know. It's so, she doesn't even turn around and look at him.
Well, like you said, Jim is on the hunt for some chairs, but we had a fan catch from Kristen H. in Austin, Texas, and Jesse T. from Chicago, Illinois, who said when Jim gives Cece to Pam's Mima, he says he's looking for chairs. Why does he not just use the chairs right behind him in that room? Are those special holy church chairs? Lady, it's true. There is a dining table surrounded by chairs. And he walks right past them and says, I need to find some chairs.
I didn't catch that. That's great.
I mean, I thought maybe he's looking for some folding chairs or something, but there are clearly 8 chairs right there. Didn't need to look so hard.
Well, it is time for the youth ministry to leave. Their bus is waiting, and people are gathering outside, kind of making a long line to give them high fives and hugs as they go.
It kind of reminded me of like when a football team is entering the stadium and people give them a high five as they take the field.
Yeah, and Michael joins right in. He's just very into it. He's wishing them all the best. He's really caught up in this, and all of a sudden, he's like, you know what? I'm going with them.
Yep.
And he gets on the bus.
We had a fan catch from Maricela K. in Riverside, California, who said, at 13 minutes and 45 seconds, did anyone else notice that the camera crew was already on the bus and like in the back of the bus before Michael even got on?
I totally noticed that. I totally noticed that. And I was like, why is the camera crew on the bus?
We had another question from Liam M. in Brisbane, Australia, who said, was there ever a discussion in the writer's room about the integrity of the camera crew? Would they have really gone all the way to Mexico?
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Oh my goodness. None of them have any bags, including Michael, and then our other volunteer, Andy.
Well, Michael has a speech that he gives that cracked me up, Jenna. Phyllis says, Michael, what am I supposed to tell my clients if they ask about you? And Michael, leaning out of the window of the bus, says, tell them that I died. And I turned into an angel. And when they feel a breeze in a room with all the windows closed, or that chill on the back of their neck, that is just me watching over them. And then Phyllis is like, okay, but what about the bigger corporate accounts? And Michael says, tell them I'm in a meeting.
I loved all that too. And Andy decides he's going as well.
There's a great thing in deleted scenes. So you know they give Michael a t-shirt. Michael's very excited.
Oh, he puts it on.
Yeah.
Put under his suit jacket. Yeah. Over his shirt.
Yes. Andy, when he gets on the bus, is like, can I get a shirt? And they're like, we're all out. Here, you can have a pin. And if you guys go to 15 minutes and 41 seconds, you can see the pin on Andy's like jacket. All of this talk about being on a bus and travel is making me think of my journal.
Oh, is it time?
It is time because I used to write a lot in my journal when I was traveling. Nothing like writing when you're on a bus or a plane. All right, Sam
and I have both sat forward in our chairs.
Okay.
With anticipation.
All right. You guys have a choice. Do you want to hear what I've titled Anniversary or do you want to hear what I've titled Airplane? Both.
Yes. They must be selfish.
Okay, let's start with Anniversary. September 10th, 1996.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. 1:28 p.m. p.m. is underlined.
Oh,
just so you know. Today marks my 1-year anniversary in Los Angeles, California! Exclamation point. Can you believe it? Question, exclamation point. Time has flown here. It crawled in New York. I haven't accomplished a great deal yet. Or accomplished a lot.
Why is it in a riddle?
Today's photo is so embarrassing.
What is it?
Oh gosh.
Angela's wiping tears from her eyes.
Because it's so dorky. I was such a dork. I'm still a dork. Okay. I haven't accomplished a great deal yet. Or I have accomplished a lot. On whose measure am I judged?
It's written in Game of Thrones.
Oh my goodness. Oh God. All right, that's how that one ends.
Okay.
Okay. Next one. Let's see the date here. December 24th, 1996, Christmas Eve, Delta Airlines.
Oh, okay.
Okay. 5:16 p.m., Utah Airport. I just got bumped up to first class! Exclamation point. What a nice Christmas present! Exclamation point. Fun! Exclamation point. This has never happened to me. I am so psyched. A window seat in first class makes up for that 2.5-hour layover in Salt Lake City. I'm drinking my complimentary pre-flight drink. Oh, and in first class you get a hot meal. Ha! Economy gets a sack lunch.
Oh my gosh, now you get nothing.
I know. I wonder if they upgraded me because I don't feel well. My cold is getting worse.
How would they know? Did you tell someone?
I feel pretty sick. My nose is driving me crazy and dripping a lot.
Did you go to the airport and go, I'm so sorry about you. I don't feel well.
Well, first class rocks, but I feel really sick. I might be getting the flu.
You know what? I want to see the journal entry of the person who sat next to you on this flight. My first time paying for first class, and they seat me next to some sniffly, runny-nosed, wide-eyed weirdo who's downing a drink pre-flight.
She keeps telling the flight attendants how sick she is.
Okay, all right. The stewardess is the nicest lady. She's really taking good care of me. I'm pretty sure now I have a fever. I'm getting worse. This is now 2 hours into the flight. Oh, goodness. This is how it ends. Feeling so sickly! Exclamation point. Sad face.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Did you have the flu?
Yeah, I got the flu. I showed up on Christmas Eve with the flu.
I like that it has callbacks like you're like, not like the other airport, as if we're going to be like, I remember that entry.
Wait, I didn't count on this one, but here is January 2nd, 1997. Well, 1997 is here. Can you believe it?
You and the reader have been through so much.
Oh gosh. All right, I'm going to stop for today. My journals are so embarrassing.
Thank you so much for that.
Well, that was delightful, Angela. And I just want to say we do also have the option of a spin-off podcast called Angela's.
No, we can't
I'm
take it.
just saying.
No.
As we figure out what's next.
You can write down a journal entry each episode.
Oh.
Deep dives on it.
I mean, who am I writing to? Always is the question. Okay.
I'm sorry you were sick that Christmas.
I know.
That really stinks.
But I did get to fly first class.
You did.
Yeah.
The bus is on the road and Toby has made it inside the church. Finally. And we had a fan catch from Sean L in Indiana. It's wonderful. Sean said, "This is not a question, but something fun to look out for. When Toby enters the church toward the end of the episode, you can see Dwight put his business cards inside of the Bibles in the pews."
Oh, Sean, this is something I was about to bring up.
Yes, it's at 15 minutes and 50 seconds. You can see Dwight's little business card popping out of the Bible.
That's right. In deleted scenes, there is a scene, if you go to the DVD, Dwight is stuffing all of the Bibles and hymnals in all the pews with his business card.
Incredible.
Well, Jim is panicking. He cannot find Cece, and someone says a little blonde lady took Cece.
Yes, that little blonde lady is Pam's mother, but Jim doesn't know that. So just as Pam is entering with a tray of sub sandwiches, Jim screams, "Stop that woman! Stop her now, she stole my baby.
Kevin grabs Angela and her big bag right as Pam is entering, and they all collide, and this tray of sub sandwiches goes flying in the air. Jenna, this was like a stunt for us. Do you remember?
I do remember.
We had to break it down. We had to time it out. Someone was cueing you on the outside. Brian had to be in the right place, and I did, and you had to come in.
I'm not gonna lie, when I watched it, I thought my tray fumble was a little forced. I don't know if you saw, I brought the two trays together almost like symbols.
It looked like a cartoon. It looked like Looney Tunes. It looked like so crazy. And I also wanted to know why the silver platter.
I don't know.
She would be bringing them in bags. This whole silver platter thing was so over the top.
Well, we got a fan question from Kirsten W. in Fort Myers, Florida, who said, when Pam comes back from getting the subs, she drops them when Angela bumps into her. And then they insinuate that they can't eat the subs because they fell on the ground, but all the subs were wrapped, so why couldn't they just pick them up and eat them?
I agree.
Yeah, I thought the same thing at first, but then I remembered that we were implying in our blocking that we were stomping on them. That when they were on the ground,
they got tripped on and stepped on.
Yeah.
Because of the whole struggle with Kevin and Angela in the purse.
Yes, that was the idea. But like I said, I'm not sure we sold the moment exactly as well as we could have.
I want to tell you who is selling the moment. There is a background actor behind Angela and Kevin while they're struggling with Angela's purse and the scones and all of that. He gave me life. He is so horrified by this behavior.
Oh my goodness, I wish I could see that.
It's so good. And I was so tickled by it.
Well, Kevin's going to go through Angela's bag thinking he's going to find a baby, but what he does find is thousands of scones in Angela's bag. Thousands. All the scones, basically. Sconesy cider is
Angela.
not happy.
Angela's the new Sconesy cider.
We got mail about this scone theft.
Oh, yeah?
Sarah M. from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania said, I never understood why Angela took all the scones. Did she do it to sabotage the christening luncheon? And then Susanna H. from Clermont, Florida said, hot take, I think Angela stole the scones to make Pam and Jim look even worse for having so little food. I don't think she even likes scones. Angela, what's your take?
Strong words. Well,
are you a saboteur?
I don't think she's a saboteur. I think she might just be that person that takes extra rolls when they leave a party, or a few extra party favors, or if you have fruit set out, she might take some of your bananas and apples. I think she might be that person. Well, before we're done closing out this reception, there was a deleted scene I'd like to talk about that happened at the reception. It was sort of the end of the day, and a lot of people had left, and Jim and Pam finally got the small, intimate gathering they were hoping for, and Jim gives a really sweet speech. I thought we should hear it.
We can have your attention. Today, we christened our daughter, Cecilia Marie. And yeah, for a moment there, I thought she was bailing on her own reception. But I guess she decided to stick it out. We named Cece after Pam's grandmother, Cecilia, and after my grandmother, Marie. And I always remember how cool Marie was. She loved people, and she loved a full and crazy house. And nothing ever rattled her. So she would have loved it here today. And we just hope that Cece has that same carefree spirit.
Thank you guys all for coming and sharing this special day with us. Who wants to go pick up Michael and Andy?
Okay, so that's how that really sweet speech ends. And when Pam says who wants to go pick up Michael and Andy, Erin flies out of her seat, doesn't say anything to Gabe or anyone, and sprints out the door.
Wow.
Yeah. But wasn't that a sweet speech?
That was really sweet.
We found out sort of inspiration for the baby's name. I love that.
Well, I guess we should go to the bus because Michael and Andy are regretting their decision.
It's going to take 2 days to get there. Their next stop is Tennessee.
Yeah, Michael and Andy want off the bus.
They're changing their mind.
Full stop. And they asked the bus driver to stop the bus. The bus driver was played by Terry James. You know, Randy said that Allison Jones read stunt drivers for this role. They had to hold a certain category license because he was really hoping that the person they cast as this actor could actually drive the bus. So our stunt coordinator, Wally Crowder, suggested Terry James. He read for the role. He did great, and he could really drive during this scene.
I thought Terry did so great. I loved it when he said, "You shouldn't talk to a bus driver."
Yes.
Well, they start making a scene. They're screaming, "Stop the bus! Stop the bus!" Andy is, I mean, he's like starting to cry. And the young kids that are on the bus are like, what's going on, you guys? What's happening?
Yeah, the female student was played by Erica Murr. And then the other gentleman, the kind of scraggly-haired fella, we got some mail about him. And that led me down a road. Zian from Amarillo, Texas said, "My brother-in-law had a small guest spot in this episode. His name is Seth Allison. He is the youth group kid with the scraggly hair that says, 'Are you coming with us?' and 'Stop the dang bus.' He is still in Hollywood working in comedy. In fact, he was on an episode of The Gong Show that Ed Helms judged. He has also been on America's Got Talent several times and traveled to other countries to be on their versions of the show. His stage name is Sethward." Angela, Sethward has appeared on 12 episodes of America's Got Talent over multiple seasons.
Wow.
5 episodes of The Gong Show. He always appears as a type of animal who, I don't know how to explain it, but he has been Sethward the worm, Sethward the phoenix, Sethward the peacock, Sethward the walrus, the caterpillar, the snake, the chicken, the cow, and the bunny.
What does he do when he's an animal?
Well, it's very interesting. So the first one that I saw was Sethward the caterpillar.
Okay.
He is in a caterpillar outfit, and when he comes out onto the stage, he falls down. He rolls off the stage, and then he goes up on the stage, and he goes through a metamorphosis and turns into a butterfly, but they didn't let him finish. They judged him out.
Oh.
But he became sort of like an audience favorite. So he came back multiple times. Finally, they let him move forward, but he was just a recurring,
like a recurring fan favorite of the show.
Of America's Got Talent, coming back in different forms every time. I went down a rabbit hole. I watched all of his appearances.
Is it lots of like physical comedy?
Yes, yes. But also just very charming and funny.
I'll have to check it out, Sethward. Well, they finally stop the bus and let them off, and we see that they call someone to come get them, and it is Aaron.
Yes, and another student gets off the bus with them too.
That's right. He's like, "Don't tell my parents."
That student was played by Jeff Loveness. He's a writer-performer. He's worked on Rick and Morty, the Onion News Network, and has been a writer for the Emmys and Oscar televised programs. We got some fan mail from Melania D. in Wisconsin and Lauren H. in Santa Clarita, California, who both pointed out that he looks a lot like Steve Carell. They thought he looked like Steve's teenage doppelganger. They wanted to know if he was related to Steve, but he's not.
No, he's not. I can kind of see it. Well, they're going to get in with Aaron, and Michael wants to know, is the reception still going on? And she said, no, most everyone left. In fact, I think they all went to see a movie. And Michael got what he wanted. Everyone's hanging out. They're having a memory together. And he's very happy to be back in this country.
Yes, the country he never left. That's right. Well, that was christening, everybody.
Thank you so much to Randy Cordray for sharing behind-the-scenes details with us.
And thank you, James Carey, for sending me over those call sheets.
Sam and Cassie, you guys are the best. Thanks for sitting through my journal entry. And Jenna, I can't wait to open letters with my letter opener.
I can't wait to watch you do it. It will bring me joy.
Have a great week, you guys. We'll see you next time.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Rabbi. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
It's okay. Everyone needs some support sometimes. Together for Wellness connects Californians to available resources for emotional health and wellness.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies. Hello!
Hey, you guys! What's going on? How are ya?
Wow, Angela, you're bringing the energy today.
I just played an hour of tennis.
So you're amped up.
I'm like, someone throw a ball at me. I'm going to hit it. I'm going to do something with it.
She's in her tennis uniform, so she really is ready.
Uniform.
What is it? Tennis clothes?
Outfit? I mean, you know, I'm not on a team.
No, I guess that's true.
It's true. I would wear a tennis uniform. Sign me up.
Did you notice that all the men during the U.S. Open were wearing kind of the same tennis shirt? It was like a gray, burgundy.
There was lots of burgundy and pink.
Yeah.
Kind of a modern neckline.
It reminded me of the shirts from Star Trek.
Yeah.
It felt very Trekky to me.
Very Trekky. Look at you with a sci-fi reference.
I know. And tennis? Am I becoming you? Am I going to come in a tennis outfit next week?
Oh, I hope so.
Maybe. Well, today we are talking about Viewing Party. It is season 7, episode 8, written by John Vitti and directed by Ken Whittingham. New writer alert, John Vitti. He came to us after writing for The Simpsons and King of the Hill and was nominated for an Emmy Award for writing episodes of The Larry Sanders Show. And he also wrote the Angry Birds movie, which is a favorite of my kids.
My kids love that movie.
Yeah,
I love it too.
He was new for this season and he wrote Viewing Party. Would you like a summary?
So much.
Okay. Aaron and Gabe host a Glee viewing party, but Michael's hatred toward Gabe threatens to ruin the evening.
He is in such poor form. Michael is like a little kid.
Andy has an adverse reaction after ingesting wine and crushed seahorses. Meanwhile, Jim and Pam are conflicted to discover that the key to soothing a crying Cece is Dwight.
Yeah, and we're going to interrupt part of the punch card action.
Yes, I was going to say, Angela spends a large portion of the evening nudie in a car. Fake nudie. I was going to ask you what you really had on when we get there. Well, fast fact number 1 was a fan question from Sarah M. in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Why did they pick Glee as the show to watch for the viewing party?
I'm curious about that too. Do you know the answer?
Well, at the time, Glee was, I believe it was, the highest rated scripted show of any network. And supposedly at the 2010 Emmy Awards, the Office producers and writers were seated near the folks from Glee. And Paul Lieberstein told me that during the commercial breaks, he started chatting up one of the showrunners from Glee, Brad Falchuk, and Paul pitched this idea to him at the Emmy Awards. This idea of the folks from The Office having a Glee viewing party.
And Brad liked it?
He loved it. He said, I give my blessing.
Amazing.
Well, it wasn't that easy because, you know, Glee was on Fox. It was on NBC.
The Suits got involved.
They did. Randy had a lot to say about how difficult it was to pull this off.
I bet there are a bunch of fun stoppers.
Yeah. We had a couple of fan questions. Natalie V. from Winnipeg asked, is there a process for asking one network to shoot an episode that promotes another network? And Leah Roberts from Downington, Pennsylvania said, did you have to get special rights to use the Glee content in your episode? I'd love to know the story behind all of this. Well, Randy told us that the folks at Fox approved this episode, but they really pulled back on the amount of footage we could use. We couldn't run any unaired clips from Glee. We could only use clips from older shows that had already aired, but that kind of went against our idea that we had all gathered to watch this brand new episode.
So we had to kind of like, you know, scoochy around it.
Kind of make it work. Like, if you notice, there's very few clips. That's also because it was very expensive. They had to pay large fees to any performer, writer, or director credited in the clip. Remember, that's what happened with The Banker. It ended up being a really expensive episode. They also had to pay any music licensing fees. So Randy said we managed to go ahead with it. And then what we did was, if you notice, a lot of times our characters are describing what they're seeing, and you just see like a flash of a Glee character on the screen, but you don't really gather any plot from the actual clips. So that's how we did it.
Well, I think it was short-sighted on the suits. I do.
Yeah.
Because guess what? Had they put some of their clips in our show, it would have been such a huge buzz. It would have driven more people to Glee.
I don't think they needed more people to be driven to Glee, is their point. They're like, we already have a larger viewing audience than you.
They're like,
we don't need you guys. They're like, here's a few puny clips, you're welcome.
Yeah. It's like my friend, her honeymoon was in Hawaii, and she kept thinking she'd get free stuff if she said she was on her honeymoon, and they were literally like, take a number.
Yeah, you and everyone else. All right, are you ready for fast fact number 2?
Yeah.
This is a fan question from Fabi in New Hampshire. Was this episode filmed at someone's apartment, and if so, whose was it? Well, Faye, it was not. This entire interior location, Gabe's apartment, was built by our crew, designed by Michael Gallenberg, built by our construction head, Tim James, and then decorated by our set decorating team headed by Steve Rothstein.
I mean, what a phenomenal job.
I know.
It is so well done. We're going to get to this in later seasons, but I felt the same way in Oscar's apartment. They built the whole thing.
Well, I guess this was a really big endeavor because they had to build multiple connecting rooms as well as a drop ceiling with a ceiling fan in the kitchen. Yeah, because, you know, when Michael tosses the pizza dough, that was scripted, that it would hit the fan. So they had to like really figure that out.
Because imagine this apartment being built inside like an aircraft hangar.
Yeah,
That's how vast and tall the ceilings are in a studio.
Yeah, they built this on our warehouse set. The exterior, however, was real. You know, when Michael goes outside and he's messing with the cable box, and then Pam meets Angela in the car, we filmed that on location at an apartment building in Sherman Oaks. We had one evening. Are you ready for fast fact number 3?
I am.
Fast fact number 3 is that James Carey shared all of the call sheets with me for this episode, and you know I love a call sheet.
Oh, no, you do. That's so much information. You get so excited.
Just a chart of their
Times and so many moving parts. Your brain's like buzzing.
Yeah,
I don't even want to look at it.
they tell you what time sunset is.
Yeah.
They tell you, you know, the weather of the day.
Yeah.
All kinds of things. Well, these call sheets reminded me that while shooting this episode, this viewing party episode, we were also having the nepotism premiere viewing party as a cast. It was Thursday, September 23rd, and as a result, the next day we had a later call time of 1:30 p.m. so that we could all stay up and watch.
Oh, that's so fun.
Isn't that so cool? And it worked out perfectly because that Friday night was the night that we had to shoot all of the stuff outside in the evening.
I loved our cast viewing parties. They were so fun.
I know.
I also just love that we were 7 years into this show, and we were still so excited to get together and watch an episode together.
Yeah, and this wasn't like, I feel like we should say, this wasn't one of those like publicity viewing parties.
No,
This wasn't.
Someone would volunteer to host.
Yeah.
We did it often. It was a tradition with our cast starting from the very beginning. We had so many photos of viewing parties for our book that we couldn't even include because we ran out of space.
People ask us a lot, was there anything that you didn't get to talk about in your book?
In more depth.
Yeah, and for me, it's always the viewing parties. We couldn't figure out where to put them.
Yeah.
Because they were just such a big part of, I think, what made us feel like a family.
I'll never forget the one I hosted. I did not have enough places for people to sit. I had that one couch everyone gets from IKEA. What is it? Ektorp or whatever. You know what I mean?
Sounds about right.
And so a lot of people had to sit on the floor, and I have this great picture of like, Steve and Mindy on the floor and everyone. I ordered pizza and I love it.
Steve always took the floor.
He did.
We did get one picture in the book. We're talking about our book, The Office BFF. Which, by the way, we are signing copies of right now.
Yes, because we're going to have them as part of a really fun holiday bundle on OfficeLadies.com.
Yeah, but there is one picture in there of a viewing party, and it was at my house, and Steve is on the floor.
Yeah, I'm going to post the one at my place.
Yeah, you should. Yeah. Well, listen, that's all I've got. Should we take a break and then come back and break down this episode?
Yes, I have some fun stuff.
Me too.
This is an ode to the McDonald's French fry. They are so delicious. I get very excited about McDonald's French fries
because they're the best fries. They really are. From my childhood to my adulthood, I love the McDonald's fry. Why are they so good?
I don't know.
Is it? Is it what they're cooked in? Is it the way they're cut? What is it? I don't know. Everyone knows this though. The McDonald's fry. What?
My happiest moment, because I love to get a Happy Meal, it's just the perfect size for me. But sometimes some of the fries fall out and they're at the bottom of the Happy Meal, and I think I'm done with my fries, and then there's a few bonus ones at the bottom. Get your favorite McDonald's fries today. Hi, we are back. Gabe is when I arrived to work, and there's no one in the bullpen. Aaron rushes out and says, "They got the Scranton Strangler! There's a chase!" And everyone is back in the annex around Toby's desk. Did you notice?
Who isn't there?
Who isn't there? We never watch videos at Toby's desk. It's always at Oscar's desk.
Well, what's crazy is in the script it said we were all gathered around Kelly's desk, but he must have changed it because we're at Toby's desk and he's
not there. Dwight says he doesn't think these kind of chases should be televised because it will only encourage copycats. Angela says, "Just say copies. Why do you have to drag cats into this?" That got a laugh at the table read. And it's interesting, Jenny, because when I think back to these episodes, I remember the table reads.
Yeah.
And if something got a laugh, you knew it was going to make it in. So I was like, oh, I know I'm going to have that cat line.
Well, we're watching all this footage, and I asked Randy, how did we get this footage? He said that the footage of the standoff was a real standoff.
What?
Yeah, that was like a real thing that happened.
Are you allowed to do that?
I don't know. We borrowed it. We got that from the actual WBRE, the local NBC station in Scranton.
So that was an actual standoff that happened in Scranton.
Yeah.
And ran on the local news.
Yeah. Wow. But then we did film all of the car chase stuff ourselves. We used rented police cars, precision drivers, and we added the voiceover of the newscaster, obviously. And Randy was really bummed. He couldn't find any information on who did that voiceover. He really looked for it. And then, what really made me laugh was when the one single cop car goes down our street, as we all run, we realize it's coming by us, the chase.
Yeah.
That street is a dead end.
I know.
So I was imagining, I know that cop car had to, slam on its brakes right after it went past our window. There's nothing there.
There's nothing there. Well, I have a few background catches. At 12 seconds, did anyone else catch that Toby has an adorable coffee mug on his desk that is a candle?
I don't understand. How can it be a mug and a candle?
Because, Jenna, the candle is in the mug. It's so cute.
What?
The candle is in the mug. I took a picture.
Is it a functioning coffee mug or a functioning candle?
It's a functioning candle.
I don't understand.
Oh my God, I'm going to show you.
I feel confused.
Look at it. It's so cute. I was like, what a cute gift.
Okay.
It's a coffee mug candle.
Oh, I get it now. Okay, so it looks like a white diner coffee mug, but the mug is filled with wax and has a wick coming out of it. Okay, I like it. Now I want it.
Now you want it. I have another background catch. I'm going to call it Kinsey Busted.
What is it?
At 1 minute, 3 seconds, I am behind Pam next to Creed. Then I am standing and reaching towards John, passing him something behind everyone's back. Busted. In the next frame, I am seated. What's going on?
Yeah, what is going on?
I was passing something to John.
You're all over the place.
I'm all over the place. And then I have an overall what I called a what the heck moment, okay, which we discussed, which is, where's Toby?
Yeah.
Did you get a fan mail flurry about that?
I didn't.
What?
Not a single letter.
You're kidding!
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Ella B from Ontario did mention it.
Well, Ella, you and I were clearly thinking the same thing. Where the heck is Toby?
I did look at the call sheet, thanks to James Carey I mentioned, and there was a person listed as the Scranton Strangler on the call sheet.
Who?
It was one of the precision drivers who was driving the Scranton Strangler's car.
We almost solved the mystery of the Scranton Strangler.
I know.
We were so close.
Yeah. But on the call sheet, it says police driver number 1, police driver number 2, police driver number 3, Scranton Strangler. That's what it said.
Well, the episode is going to start with Michael walking through the office at kind of a brisk clip, and Erin is like scurrying behind him. She wants to invite him to Gabe's party.
Mm-hmm.
There was an alt beginning to this. It's in deleted scenes where Gabe is passing out the invites to his party.
Oh,
and he gives one to Stanley, and Stanley's reaction was so funny to it, Jenna. I wanted you guys to hear it.
Crossword clue. 10 letters means time of your life. Games party.
Well, look at this. Thank you for thinking of me. Why the hell? I got my own crazy idea for tonight. I'm going to watch a TV show I want to watch with people I want to watch it with in CIS by myself.
It was really funny. His talking head, he had the invite in his hand, and he's like holding it up like, are you kidding me? I did zoom in on the invite.
okay.
It was a pink invite with purple writing, looked very festive. It said the party was taking place Tuesday at 7 p.m. and it has a make-your-own pizza bar.
Well, Michael starts out by pretending like he doesn't have time for TV shows. He's never heard of Glee. He's walking in a circle, and then it's a prank. He does know what Glee is, and he'd be happy to be there. Erin has a talking head where she basically says she's really glad Michael's coming. She's not sure if Michael likes Gabe very much. And then she talks about the Glee mashups, where they mash up two songs that don't really go together to make a really great song. Do you remember how big those mashups were?
Oh, yeah.
Glee would do?
People loved them.
Yes. I looked it up. Glee did 43 mashups in total. And there are websites that rank them. Like, what's the best mashup? It looks like, for the most part, everyone agrees that the best one was the Thriller Heads Will Roll mashup.
Oh, please tell me you have a clip. I want to hear it.
I have a clip, and it's pretty amazing, and I wish you could see the visuals because it's like the football team on the field, and they all look like they're from Thriller.
Oh, cool.
It was great. Here's the clip. There you go.
That's so cool.
It's so catchy. They all are. I watched many of them to prepare for this episode.
I'll tell you what, if I could sing like that, I'd be trouble.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm. It's like something I would love to be able to belt out a tune like that. I'd have so much sass in me. I'd be a sassy singer.
You would? Well, if you were on Glee, I would be a full-on Gleek for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, you know, there was a deleted Michael talking head where he shared his thoughts on Gabe. There's part of this talking head that made me laugh so hard. I rewound it and rewatched it again. I just want you to hear this part.
I don't really know Gabe. I know that whenever I hear his name or see him, I am surprised, and then I remember who he is.
I'm sorry, that made me laugh. It just cracked me up. Yeah, whenever I hear his name or see him, I'm surprised. Like, who is this guy? Oh, yeah, like every time.
Oh, that's pretty amazing. Well, Kelly has a pretty great talking head where she gives all her thoughts on Glee.
Oh, yeah.
We got a fan question from Abigail R. in Niceville, Florida, who said, I feel like Kelly's opinion on the plot of Glee is actually Mindy's opinion. Is that accurate? I think there's a good chance of that.
I think there's a real blurring of the line.
Yeah.
We've got a little Dwangela in the kitchen.
We do.
Angela wants to know if Dwight's going to go to the viewing party. Dwight said no because I want to. With all the feeling to base a show around Glee, Thirst. Now that's a show I'd watch.
You know, there was a show called Thirsty.
What was it about?
Here's their log line. What does modern courtship, sex, and love look like between damaged individuals?
Oh my God, this is horrible.
Thirsty.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was a comedy.
Oh,
it came out.
I thought it was a reality show for a minute, and I got really nervous.
No, it was a scripted show. I think it came out in 2020. It was might have just been a pilot episode. I didn't see a number of other episodes. But there are lots and lots of movies called Thirst. I mean, Dwight and Angela could have a real, movie night around the word thirst if they wanted.
All I could think about this moment was the fact that Creed a few years ago insisted that Josh and I watch Alone. He was like, you gotta see it, you gotta see it. And now we're like hooked on Alone, and Creed was like, it makes you look at animals different, huh?
Why? Like you're gonna eat them?
Because you're high, like they're starving, they've got to eat. And Josh was like, yeah, totally. No, and like you look at the squirrel differently.
Goodness. Well, Erin is going to extend an invite to Andy, and it's a little awkward.
They're so awkward. The two of them are so awkward.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Andy doesn't want to spend an evening in Gabe's apartment watching him be a couple with Erin, but he can't say no. He says he'll be there. This moves us to the kitchen, and really one of my favorite looks from Oscar at 4 minutes and 29 seconds. I don't know if you noticed it in the background.
Is it when Kevin refers to Gabe as the boss?
Yes, it's so amazing. So, like, you have Daryl and Oscar, and they're making sandwiches on the kitchen counter. And then Kevin makes this faux pas of referring to Gabe as Michael's boss.
Yeah, and he's like, backpedal, backpedal.
Yeah. And then when Michael goes to ask Daryl and Oscar's opinion about this, they're gone. They've exited. There is a tiny moment before that where over Michael's shoulder, you just see Oscar clock what's going on. And it's perfect. It is so good.
We're going to travel now to Gabe's apartment. It's the evening. Erin is giving Michael a tour. She's so enamored with Gabe's apartment. It's like a fancy grown-up apartment. There's big wine glasses, Jenna.
Very large wine glasses.
Which Phyllis is going to enjoy.
I had a fun background catch at this entrance moment at 4 minutes and 45 seconds. You start by seeing an exterior shot of the building and you hear a door close. And then it cuts to Erin and Michael, and the apartment door is already closed. It says if they'd entered, but that way we didn't have to show what was behind the door.
Oh.
You will see what's behind the door at the end of the
movie magic. So Gabe is going to walk Michael through all the toppings for the make your own pizza bar. There's a really fun thing in deleted scenes, Jenna.
What is it?
Michael wants his own ingredients for the pizza. He doesn't like all of these amazing ingredients that Gabe has laid out so nicely. He goes into Gabe's pantry and he picks out SpaghettiOs. And Gabe says, I was saving that, for one of the children I mentor.
I remember shooting this.
Yeah. So I remember because I remember being worried for Steve. So Michael makes a pizza with SpaghettiOs as the topping, and he takes this huge bite.
I remember this.
Yes, Steve had to take a huge bite out of this pizza topped with SpaghettiOs. It looked so disgusting. I thought he was going to gag, and then as Michael, he spits it out into the trash. It looked so nasty. It led me down a pizza rabbit hole.
What's a pizza rabbit hole?
Pizza rabbit hole is, and I barely scratched the surface, but here are a few things I found about how people eat pizza around the world.
What are they?
Let's start with Australia. There is a Aussie pizza that is topped with barbecue sauce, that's the base.
Yep.
Mozzarella, cheese, little bits of chopped bacon, sometimes ham, and a few eggs.
Oh. The last one surprised me.
What What about barbecue sauce though? No tomato sauce.
Well, I often eat a barbecue chicken pizza.
Oh, well there.
And it's very good.
Why was I so surprised by barbecue sauce?
I don't know, but I would eat that Australian pizza.
With the egg on it?
I would.
Okay. Would you eat this one? In Russia, there is a popular pizza known as the makva, if I'm saying that correctly. It contains the following: sardines, tuna, mackerel, salmon, onions, and it's traditionally served cold. No, pass on makva. Finland has a funny pizza topping story. They have a pizza called Pizza Berlusconi, and I'll tell you how this pizza came about. I guess there was an Italian prime minister named Silvio Berlusconi, and he made a jab at Finnish cuisine. He said the Finnish food usually consists of marinated reindeer. Well, guess what the Finnish did?
Did they put marinated reindeer on a pizza?
They named a pizza after him, and they included a bunch of Finnish stereotypical food, including smoked reindeer, mushrooms, and red onions. And this pizza is now served in restaurants across the country and is called the Pizza Berlusconi.
I would try it. I might feel bad about eating reindeer because it makes me think of Rudolph, but I guess I'd try it.
I think I would try it.
Okay.
Here's just a fun tidbit. A pizza tidbit. Every pizza in Sweden is served with pizza salad. It's a tangy coleslaw salad with red pepper. Some people eat it as a side, others eat it on top of the pizza.
I would eat that, and I would put it on top of my pizza. Okay. California Pizza Kitchen does a pizza. They do a BLT pizza, and there's kind of a salad on top of it. It's really good.
Quick pizza fun fact: Norwegians are said to consume the most pizza per capita in the world.
Not America?
Norwegians!
What?
I know.
New Yorkers, you're letting us down.
I know. Lastly, according to the internet, Korea might be the most adventurous pizza makers out there.
Why?
Basically anything goes. Toppings on pizzas can range from kimchi to snails, potatoes, T-bone steak, and calamari. Some pizzas even have stuffed crust. But guess what it's stuffed with?
What?
Sweet potato.
Oh.
There you have it, guys. That's just scratching the surface. There's a lot of pizza content out there. I want you to know.
Have you ever had a St. Louis style pizza, Ange? I really wish I brought one in today because it's so on theme.
No, I've never had St. Louis style pizza. What is that?
Okay, we have a pizza place that's called Emo's Pizza. They're most famous for serving the St. Louis style pizza, but other places do it as well in St. Louis. It's a very, very thin crust, and it's
I love
crispy.
thin crust. Ooh, I love that.
So when you bite it, it's crispy. But the topping is sort of a cheesy sauce that then hardens into a kind of a plastic.
Plastic? This isn't selling it.
Well, it's made out of a made-up cheese called Provel. So
It's not real cheese?
No, it's in sort of the Velveeta category.
Okay.
It's a processed kind of made-up cheese.
Okay.
So St. Louis style pizza, and then you put the other traditional toppings on, sausage, pepperoni, whatever you want, but it's the crispy crust with this Provel cheese on top. BJ Novak went to St. Louis to do some stand-up, and he was like, tell me about your local cuisine.
Where should I go?
Yeah, and I said, you have to get toasted ravioli. You have to probably go get some Tedros frozen custard, and then you've got to try a St. Louis style Emo's pizza. Still to this day, he gives me trouble about this pizza. Anybody who's not local St. Louis does not appreciate this pizza.
It's interesting. BJ reached out to me when he was filming in New Orleans, and I told him where to go to get good gumbo.
Oh, yeah. He's really cool. He likes to eat the local cuisine when he goes places. But, shoot, what a missed opportunity. I could be eating some Emo's pizza right now.
I'd be so happy about it.
Well, next up, Michael's going to have this talking head where he's kind of, I don't know, he's going on and on about how Gabe likes to entertain versus how he likes to spend an evening.
It was total sad sack. He just has like a bag of steamed vegetables from the microwave and a sangria.
Yeah. Well, we had a really fun fan catch.
Oh yeah?
Emma R. in Hoboken, New Jersey, who said, I noticed that in the background of Michael's talking head at Gabe's apartment, you can see Oscar out of focus and he's doing what looks like charades. It starts around 5 minutes and 17 seconds, and I think he's acting out the film Back to the Future.
No way.
Yeah, Emma watched it a couple of times just to be sure. He only does the first 2 words, but it really does seem like that's what it might be. I checked it out, and he does. Oscar does the charade for movie, 4 words. First word, back. And then he does second word, and then he does like the number 2. But then it cuts off.
Was that in the script?
It was not in the script. This was just some amazing background performing that we came up with on the day. But it's really fun to watch.
Well, Michael is going to insist on tossing his own pizza dough. And there was a blooper. You know, my daughter loves bloopers.
Oh, yeah.
And she watched this episode with me. She was, oh, Mom, there's this great blooper where Steve is tossing the pizza dough and it flies up and lands on the boom operator's mic.
Yes.
And so we went and watched it. It cracked me up. It was Brian Whittle who was doing the boom for this scene, and he got a microphone full of pizza dough.
Randy sent us a really cool video of them testing out this pizza dough hitting the fan bit.
Yeah.
And it was really cool. You see all these guys, all our crew guys, like just in the warehouse throwing pizza dough at a fan to see like where does it go when it hits the fan? Like how fast should the fan be going? It was cool.
Gabe is going to welcome Pam and Jim into his man cave. We find out he spent his senior year abroad in Japan. And also, he loves to play some soundscapes on the keyboard.
Yes. We had a fan catch from Hal C in the UK who said Gabe said he spent his year in Japan, yet for the rest of the episode, everything in his room is from China. Good catch.
Nice catch.
Yes. Also in this scene, you know, Cece is awake. It's evening.
She's reverse cycling.
Yes, she's up all night, which means Pam's up all night. You gotta let Pam.
Did we really?
Yeah, I want to hear it. First of all, from Andrea D. in Chattanooga, Tennessee, why does Pam get upset about Cece waking up at night when she has her out at a party with the lights on?
Oh!
Caitlin A. from Westfield, New Jersey says, as a mom of 3 babies under 2.5, if your baby is reverse cycling or having any type of sleep issue that's causing stress to your family, why would you bring said baby to an evening party?
We got some fan mail sign-ups.
We did. Basically, people said they didn't understand the logic. If she didn't care, they could understand why she brought Cece. But if she's stressed out about it, why?
Stay home.
Yeah. And then people wondered, is it because it was her boss's party? Did she feel obligated to come? And so, yeah. I sort of think if it were me, I would have welcomed the excuse to stay home and just have Jim represent us at the party.
Yeah, here's the amazing thing. When you become a parent, you have an instant out that is acceptable. And lean into it.
Yeah.
Like if your friend that like, you know, is like, oh, you guys, please come over. I'm going to try different fondues. And you're just like, I don't want to go over there and try a bunch of fondues tonight. Like, you know what? We're actually getting the baby down earlier. I should probably stay home. There's always.
Yes, we're introducing a new sleep routine,
Yeah.
and it's not great timing. So,
Or as they get older, like, you know, it's school night. So, yeah, there's just so many ways to lean into the acceptable parent. I can't make it excuse.
this is our advice: have children so you have an excuse not to go to.
So you have an excuse not to be social.
Well, the show is starting. Aaron gathers everyone in the living room. Let's watch Glee.
I could have watched Kelly and Phyllis on that couch all night.
I know.
Their dynamic was cracking me up. Phyllis is driving Kelly crazy, asking her all these questions.
Well, then Oscar starts annoying her because he keeps pausing to discuss.
Yeah.
And she's got a great sass line. She says, oh, I'm sorry. Is this a Glee watching party or a Glee pausing party?
I'm with Kelly. Don't keep pausing it to chat me up. And if you're going to come to a viewing party, know the show. Phyllis.
Oh, boy.
Michael is in rare Michael mode. He's acting like a bratty kid. He's going to say, hey, I'm going to have my own Glee watching party in the bedroom where we can crank up the volume. And he tries to recruit people to Gabe's bedroom. Yeah. But the only person who's there is Pam, who's trying desperately to get Cece to go to sleep. In fact, in the next scene, when Gabe is showing Ryan all of his stuff, his stereo from the 1970s and his 5 Chinese virility herbs, you can see Pam at 8 minutes and 34 seconds in the background, still holding Cece's carrier, rocking it back and forth. By the way, there was a baby in that carrier. Oh, that's heavy then. I know. But you know what? Babies were sometimes lighter than the jelly babies. I think they were always lighter than the jelly baby. Yeah. We're going to learn that one of the virility herbs Gabe has is powdered seahorse. And apparently, they say that 15 Chinese soldiers fought off the entire army of Genghis Khan just using powdered seahorse. We got a fan question from Abigail R. in Niceville, Florida. Please tell us everything about the Chinese virility herbs. Oh, get ready. Abigail, I will.
Abigail, should I tell you what Jenna texted me when she went down this rabbit hole? I'm going on my phone. This is what happens when you search Chinese virility herbs. Wait, just that phrase brings up a lot. Abigail, here's the text Jenna sent me after researching the Chinese virility herbs. Hey.
Unfortunately, this is not the first time I've had to interact with families of victims, and my heart goes out to you. And I want to apologize in some ways to you that you are here really to share your story, but being used as a witness for an impeachment investigation, and obviously, given what your experience has been, you don't have the background to understand what a high crime misdemeanor is and how it relates to this. And so I hope that you're handling that okay. Can you imagine the fall of that guy, the condescension in his voice? You don't have the background to understand. First, he tries to think sympathy. Yes, my heart goes out to you. And I have prosecuted all these kinds of cases. Yeah. And it leads you to defend Alexander Mayorkas for allowing all this mayhem. You know how many thousands and thousands of Americans have died from fentanyl overdoses? How many teenage kids have died because they thought they were getting a pill, an Adderall pill, or a Percocet pill, and it turned out to be fentanyl, and they died? He knows, and it's all from the border policy. It's all from the border policy. She's being used. Her story is why Mayorkas should be impeached, why Biden should be removed from office, and why this policy should be shut down immediately. And then you come out, it's the same today. That was being worked with County Douglas over the rape and murder of Douglas. I've heard that so many times from about these progressive Democrats. You have a terrible story to tell the committee, and they don't have the respect to listen to your story. They may disagree with the policy that's being stated, but at least have the respect to listen to the grieving mother, and they don't anymore. I hear this goes on at city council all the time. They stare at their phones. They should be on their phones during a hearing. They should be listening to the witnesses, especially the ones whose children died. And that is the sign of a psychopath. Would you be there if you were sitting on a committee? Would you be staring at your phone while some mother is pouring her heart out about her dead son or dead daughter because of the policies that you could stop? Congress could stop these policies. The president certainly could. Okay. Psychopaths. No other explanation for it. All right. Let me talk to Eric Sedal coming up. He's another strong candidate for LA County District Attorney. And he was in the debate last week against George Gaston. He works for George Gaston, and he's also the vice president of the prosecutors, basically, the Association of LA County District Attorneys. And he'll keep talking to us next. Oh, Instagram Live special. How about that? Yeah. Yay. John Colbell Show. Never watch live at KFI 24-hour newsroom. I don't know what you're thinking, but I kind of like that. It's a fun. And the KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
New way to snatch and grab. I'm Deborah Mark, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. A mob of thieves in Bellflower has used the stolen government car to ram into a clothing store.
The car that thieves used belonged to the Navy. It was reversed into the building several times before the group of about 15 people ran into ransacked the store. More than 500 items were stolen yesterday. The owners of Hype Kingdom posted on social media that the break-in has led them to stop the opening of a second location in Rock Alameda. They also encourage customers to shop online as in-store shopping has been paused. Blake Foley, KFI News.
Faculty members have rallied outside Cal State Northridge demanding higher pay and better working conditions across the state. Union members are demanding a 12% pay increase for gender-neutral bathrooms and lactation stations for nursing mothers. The student walked out of class in solidarity saying professors need to be paid livable wages to be able to teach their classes.
Especially with inflation going up, it's hard to even make up earnest income, especially for students as well, so expenses need to see that.
Faculty says the median in-country income in non-tenured professors is about $60,000 a year. It says the PhD is only offering a 5% pay increase. The chancellor's office has not yet responded to requests for comment. In Northridge, KFI News. Students at TRUMAN Benedict Elementary School in San Clemente have been invited to attend an after-school safety club. Calvary Chapel Pastor John Randall says the attention-seeking group wants schools to have a Christian club to ban the safety club so the school to be free for discrimination.
What these guys do is they find out where the clubs are and then go to those schools and see to start their own club. And apparently, illegally, they can be denied the opportunity.
Toronto School District for State Law permits to use the school grounds to IRS recognized religious groups. The National Safety Club says it's an alternative to current religious groups to teach schools and indoctrinate children. State Senator Brian Daly says he is trying to get rid of taxes on disaster settlement money.
Building costs are skyrocketed so much in the last 2 or 3 years where most people are uninsured or underinsured.
Daly says the money people get from either insurance companies or utilized following disasters is out of the people's income and tax. The taxes have been blocked for years. The Daly's bill would ensure the taxes are always blocked. The bill would block taxes for federal and state emergencies. The parents of Kristen Smart are suing South Holly for negligence and wrongful death. Smart was a student at campus in San Luis Obispo and she disappeared in 1996. The parents' lawsuit said the officials had properly investigated harassment and stalking claims against fellow student Paul Flores. Their daughter would still be alive today. University officials say they cannot comment on pending litigation. Flores had been living in Long Beach when he was arrested. He was eventually convicted of Smart's murder in 2021. And it's a wrap. The Benito is on its way from northern to central Mexico, where the climate is much more like the native Africa. It is used to ride the trip to the African Safari Park in the state of Puebla will take many hours.
Benito has plenty of proven bed of alfalfa on the floor of his cabin. Once in Puebla, Benito built a roof to roam the company of other giraffes, something he didn't have in Juarez.
Benito's special nature chamber is more than 15 feet high, and the giraffe was allowed to become familiar with it over the weekend. Benito's head picked up through the top of the box, so the shark covered so that he was not hidden with cold, wind, and rain. The KFI financial update: the Dow closed up 138. S&P 500 up 11, Nasdaq up 49. Southland weather: KFI will be cloudy tomorrow with highs in the mid-60s for Metro LA Valley, upper 40s to mid-50s in the high desert, low to upper 60 degrees in the sea and the IE. Right now, 62 in Dana Point, 61 in Anaheim, 55 in Diamond Bar, and 56 in Twin Valley. We're going to a crash on the 210 in Lakeview Terrace. Let's move on the left downside coming up on the weekend. That is where the two right lanes have been blocked. Big delays are backing up from just about the Trinity Canyon Road. We've got a full driver in from Michael Bryan this afternoon. Looking at Zomar, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, north side of the 5 is next. This is going to be right around the block with track clearing there from the strike to carpool. Left lanes, traffic jammed up all the way back from the 5 and 170 split there on the northbound side. Also slow, just a little bit slow on the
That's fucking ViralRabbi.
Becoming heavy right around the river, the wind taking it ahead to the 71. KFI in the sky, hope that you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
For over 10 years, I've owned and recommended the Ice Source Water from Civic House Water Filtration System. The Light Source system delivers highly filtered, delicious water from every tap in the house. Tap water just doesn't cut the face, but up to water. The Light Source system filters out the chlorine and other contaminants for clean and safe delicious water. And it needs no maintenance. Call 1-800-WATER-99, 1-800-WATER-99. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Limited innovation supply. Hi, this is Scott Travis, Cordell & Cordell. You're a dad, you're facing divorce, there are extra layers of stress that may include stereotypes and assumptions. No two situations are the same. Our legal experience and dedication prepare us for whatever legal challenges we face together. You need a partner you can count on. For more than 30 years, Cordell & Cordell has represented men in divorce. 1455 Gracie Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at CordellCordell.com. 18 years ago, I weighed over 300 pounds. Then I underwent bariatric surgery, and it literally changed my life. If you need to lose 50 pounds or more, what is suggested to you is West Medical? They change the lives of thousands of patients. West Medical works with both PPO insurance to help cover the cost of your weight loss surgery. Call 1-800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com for free consultation. 1-800-WEST-MED or visit westmedical.com. You listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KMI AM 640. Along with Instagram? Yeah, it's always entertaining watching me sitting in an empty room talking on the phone, right? That's great TV there. All right. No, people love it. They do love it. Yeah. All right. John, put out show. Yes, we're live on Instagram for this next segment. KFI AM 640 and also live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And we're on the note 4 at the 4 o'clock on the iHeart app as the John Cordell Content Podcast. So then, we're showing up on all the different ways you can hear this. We are now going to talk with one of the strong candidates for LA County District Attorney against George Gaston, Eric Sidal. He's a deputy district attorney. He is also the vice president of the assistant deputy that's the title of this organization. I'll get Eric on so you could get the proper title. It's the Association of Deputy District Attorneys, right? Yeah, that's right. Something. So, I think this is, look, I think I've been on your show for about 5 or 6 years. This is the first time we don't have 10 on. Yes, it's a bit of a shock for me. It's why I can get easily confused introducing guests. Eric, how is it doing that debate? I know you've done other debates. This one was live streamed at LAMag.com. It was really an interesting, fast-paced event. How was it for you last week, going up against Gaston? Well, it was interesting because I really do think it kind of shows that three different paths that LA can take. Most of the people that are running don't really have a path forward. George Gaston has no path forward either. And then, you saw his little mini-me next to him. That guy doesn't have any path forward either. Yeah, so, were you the one called him Mini Gaston? That was me. That was good. That was good. I got a laugh at that. And then, I think it's, my vision about what we're going to do with Los Angeles is very different from everyone else. I actually have a path forward, how we can make our community safer. In particular, I have a facility so that they are not just roaming the streets and killing other people. And then, the homeless issue, I think we up for, again, I mean, what George Castro wants to do. George Castro wants to be absolutely left on the issue, look at the thing, and I have a plan about banning homeless sports so that we actually get people off the streets and get nowhere. This is all interrelated. The homeless problem is directly connected to the mental illness that's out on the streets, and the drug problem, and their behavior, which often becomes criminal. And sometimes they got to be put away somewhere, right? They got to be put away from mental health treatment, drug treatment, or in jail entirely. And none of it's being addressed. That's the thing. It's a complete breakdown in government order. And I know we're paying, millions and millions for thousands of employees, and none of this is being handled anymore. Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, is that we get someone who's mentally ill in our criminal system. Right now, what's happening to that person is they're being thrown back on the streets, and they're giving, community mental health treatment. Well, if they're extremely violent, putting them back on the streets is not good for them, and it's certainly not good for the community. And we see this time and time again where someone gets released from jail on one of these mental health diversions, and then goes and stabs their neighborhood or their boyfriend. I mean, this is a problem. And right now, the way that George Castro is handling it is he just pretends that it doesn't exist and throws it back onto the street. I found his performance to be baffling because he doesn't give an inch. He thinks everything is fine in Los Angeles. And it's our problem that we have the wrong perception of the utopia he's created. I mean, does he really believe this, or is this some kind of an act? Well, did it remind you of something that you may have read in the LA Times over Sunday? Because if you read the LA Times editorial, in terms of their endorsement of George Castro, it's not that different. I'll tell you one thing. The LA Times editorial board and I agree on one thing. If you keep George Castro, you're not going to move forward. And we're just going to continue going, in a cycle where nothing is happening, where there's no effective plan that's going to tide of crime, there's no effective plan to deal with the mentally ill, and there's no effective plan to move forward on homelessness. And so, I guess the only time that I agree on one thing is that is keeping George Castro means there's absolutely going to be no change in our system whatsoever. And then everybody else, outside of Gaston and the LA Times editorial board, is unhappy with the day-to-day quality of life in Los Angeles County. And it's clear why. You just have to open your eyes and look around. You see it every day. Everybody I talk to, and I live on the west side. This is not middle America, right? The west side is very democratic, very liberal, and everybody I know is angry and afraid, and they don't want to go out and eat beyond their little bubble. And I don't know if anybody's comfortable with the way life is done here in LA over the last 3 years. And I don't understand this denial. I mean, it really seems like a religious problem. Yeah, I think one of the things that's interesting about the editorial itself is if you read it, there's no mention of any new proposals that he has. There's no mention of how he's getting into the office. There's no mention of the fact that he's lost confidence of law enforcement. There's no mention of the loss of confidence of the line prosecutors. And frankly, most importantly, which is something I've seen in the polling that we've done for my campaign, he has lost the confidence of most Angelenos. He has about 15% of Angelenos who are supporting him, and the rest of them are either opposed to him or indifferent, but the majority are opposed to him. So I don't know what they were thinking in terms of this endorsement, but it's clear that it's not based on substance, it's not based on his plan, it's not based upon where he's going to take us in the future, and it's based upon the type of, I think he's trying to put it in full. Like, this is our job, and we're going to continue no matter how long. His whole tone in the debate, and their tone in their trial, is everything is wonderful. What's to complain about? And look, if you there's been a major change in terms of gay graffiti and gay violence. And you can't deny it because it's
I can't deny it. I don't fucking know. You know what I'm playing with me? Okay, you know what I'm playing with me? Listen to a box with me.
Hey Ange, working on viewing party. I decided to Google 5 Chinese virility herbs. It's mostly websites with photos of giant dicks trying to sell you book for herbs. Oh my god, I've seen so many dicks today. Oh my gosh. It's true. It's really true. Oh man. But here is what I learned, minus all the pics. Yeah. These herbs, particularly dried crushed seahorses, are believed to have Viagra-like powers, meaning that they're mainly used to treat erectile dysfunction, but they're also believed to give the body more energy, and they can also prevent premature ejaculation. These are the claims. They are also sometimes used in a tea to treat asthma, but here's the thing. According to the director of the School of Chinese Medicine at the University of Hong Kong in 2019, there is not any scientific evidence that consuming dried crushed seahorses will do any of these things, and there have been literally no clinical trials carried out on humans that examine these results. You think? In addition, Sarah Foster, who is the program manager of Protect Seahorse at the University of British Columbia in Canada, said about 37 million seahorses are caught wild every year because people think that they should dry them and eat them. And seahorses have dropped by 30 and 50% in the past 15 years. In response to this, Thailand and the Philippines and Indonesia have banned the export of seahorses, but there's a lot of smuggling that still occurs. But you know, Sarah Foster would really like you to stop eating the crushed seahorses. I'm with Sarah Foster. When I was a kid in Indonesia, we'd go out to the Thousand Islands, and when the tide would go out, there'd be little tide pools. You could walk out pretty far between the islands, and you would often see a little seahorse in a tide pool hanging out on some seaweed. That sounds magical. It was magical, and I was a child, and that was a magical memory for me. Stop eating seahorses. They don't help your penis. They don't. Let them live and thrive, and then maybe there can be less pics on the internet too. My gosh. Dwight is going to join Pam and Michael in the other Glee viewing party room, and he's really annoyed that other people aren't coming over, but what really starts to annoy him is Pam's crying baby. Yeah. Did you see though, I was doing the bounce move? I didn't even have a kid yet, and I felt like I was doing a killer bounce move. We got a lot of fan mail from people who noticed that the baby in this episode looked very different from last week's baby from the christening. That is because it is a different baby. This baby's name was Violet. I noticed it right away. Yes. The babies who had been playing CC were Bailey and Sienna, and they were there, but they would not fuss. Aww. Yeah. You know, Bailey and Sienna were just really chill babies. I think they had also gotten very used to you being on our set, and Violet was new to all of it maybe, and just was more unsettling. Yes, that's right. Well, Dwight is going to pick up baby Cece and instantly comforts her. She completely stops fussing. Lady, that really happened. I was going to say, you can't cheat that. There is no movie magic. From the moment Rain picks her up, we don't cut away, and the baby stops fussing. I was like, what happened? I wanted to know. It was just real. Well, it was scripted that Dwight would have this magic touch with babies, and we kept saying, how are we going to do that? We got, like, what if it doesn't work? What if the baby keeps fussing? So we had this whole plan where we're going to have Violet, who is fussing, and then Dwight will take her, and then we'll cut away to a different baby somehow in editing. The first take, Rain walks over to me. He picks up Violet. She immediately stops fussing in his arms. Oh my gosh. And it happened every single take. She loved him. She loved him. He was a natural. She completely calmed down in his arms every time. And we were just like, this is amazing.
tie a piece of string to it, and then tie the other end to Cece's toe and pop the suet in her mouth, and she'll be happy for hours.
Instantly, he's like weirdo Dwight. He went from being like amazing baby whisperer to what? Tie it on the toe? What are you talking about?
I had to know what is suet.
What is suet?
It is the raw, hard fat of beef, lamb, or mutton found in the loins or the kidneys.
Yum.
But here's why I thought I had heard of it before. Great British Baking Show.
Do they use suet?
They use suet because it is an ingredient in many British recipes, like their Christmas puddings and pastry.
This week is patisserie week. We'll be going home with Nigel. But Nigel lives with his mom in Devonshire.
I love this.
They'll be making orange marmalade biscuits.
That's right. I love Great British Bake Off.
Great British Bake Off would be huge.
Well, the common American substitute is shortening, like Crisco, but it's the sort of thing where, like, if you use suet in your pie crust, it's really good if you're making like a meat pie or it has a wet filling, and then you want to use butter for a sweet pie.
This is like when you come to my mom's house and you try her cornbread and you're like, Bertie, why is your cornbread so good? And she's like, first you get some bacon, put it in your skillet, you're going to cook that bacon. Yes, then take the bacon out but leave the grease in there. Then you put it in your mix.
That's right. Yeah. That's similar.
Now I want my mom's cornbread.
Well, maybe we should take a break because when we come back, Daryl is going to get a little tour of the man cave, and Andy's going to do something really dumb.
Oh, Andy.
Sarah Foster would not do this. No. We are back, and like we said before the break, Andy's going to make an unfortunate decision.
He pours the dried seahorse into his red wine and chugs it, like all of it.
Yeah, this is going to turn out bad for Andy. But meanwhile, in the living room, during a commercial break for Glee, Jim decided to change the channel to get kind of a sports update. What's happening? But guess what happens when he turns the channel back?
Aaron wasn't recording, so it jumped ahead.
And Kelly's very upset because they missed a huge performance.
Lady, do you remember when Steve and Nancy invited us all over to watch the Oscars at their house? And Nancy, like, this happened.
I remember now that you're saying it, I remember it.
It was literally the last award of the night. It was like the best movie of the year. And all of a sudden it jumped ahead. And we missed the final moments. And we were like, what? What just happened? And then Nancy was like, oh no.
Yeah, we had to look it up.
Yeah.
Missed the final speech.
It was so funny. I mean, we all started cracking up.
Yes, I remember that. I really enjoyed this scene with Andy and Phyllis
So much.
She smells like white diamonds.
Wow,
That
you
is
really know your perfume. And then he says his nanny used to wear that.
Yeah, he's acting weird. This is just the beginning of Andy's strange behavior. In a little bit, he's going to walk up to Aaron, faking a phone call to UPS.
Yeah.
He's waiting on the 5 minutes with Aaron he ordered. But then he starts to get sick.
I need to point out something in this scene. It is how brilliant Ed Helms is. I know that there's a lot of serious awards out there for dramatic performances and comedic performances, but I would like to introduce a new category, okay, to the Emmys called Best About to Puke Scene. Because it's really hard to do, and he sells it so well, and it made me laugh every time. I think we need to hear it.
Did you ever figure it out on purpose? Your 4 seasons.
There's a financial crisis.
You got the bottom thing going on, but if you put on maybe
50% of their total spending. After 7
but if you put on blue,
they got so radical.
it's free child rockets.
A lot of people cut off the money because they were so
I mean, it makes me start to like gag when I hear him doing it. It's so visceral.
So good. really sell it, and he did such a great job. He did. I would like that to be a category, please, the next award show. While that's going on, Gabe and Michael are attempting to make pizza dogs, and Erin enters, and it's so clear that she just really wants Michael to like Gabe. Yeah, she needs Michael's approval on this guy, and it is not going to happen.
No, in fact, it doesn't go well, and Michael ends up storming out of the whole apartment.
Jim and Angela are now going to find Dwight and Pam in the bedroom. Cece is still loving Dwight, and guess who is completely turned on by that?
Yeah. Angela whispers in his ear outside in her car 2 minutes. It's on.
It's on. Someone wants a baby.
But Pam is like, you cannot leave. You cannot go.
It's so awkward too, because Jim and Pam are like stuck there as Dwight and Angela have this weird conversation about their punch card, sex card. It's so awkward.
Well, it gets more awkward because of all the things that Dwight makes Jim do in order for him to stay.
Oh.
Dwight makes Jim feed him a piece of pizza.
Crust first.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you eat your pizza crust first? How do you eat your pizza?
I hold the crust as it was meant to be done.
That's the handle, right?
The handle is your bread handle that you then get to eat at the end. And maybe if you have some ranch dressing, you dip it in there.
Well, according to an article on MarthaStewart.com,
oh, Martha, what you got?
Here's how people eat their pizza.
Okay.
28% of people eat their pizza tipped to crust. Only 28% eat it how we're saying.
If you're not very much. Also, it's a term I never knew that I needed to know, but now I know it. Tip to crust.
18% eat it crust first.
Come on, then how's everyone else eating it?
17% folded in half.
That's a calzone, people.
14% sandwich 2 slices together and eat it like a pizza sandwich. 14%.
I respect that.
8% eat it with a knife and fork.
No, so dignified.
I know. But watching Jim feed Dwight this pizza and Rain's chewing, it was a lot.
It was a lot. And then also he made him like gently pour beer into his mouth.
It was very, this sound was so gross. I'm sorry. I apologize for making the sound. It was gross. But someone needs to go out and talk to Angela.
And Dwight says to Pam, she is in heat and she will eat your face off.
Well, Pam's going to go. She has no choice. She has to keep Dwight there. Pam goes. And Angela, I remember shooting this with you.
Jenna, I was going to say the same thing. I remember every beat of this. Everything.
Well, it was one of those scenes with just the two of us. It wasn't a scene with us and then people in the background. It was just us. It was late at night. We were the last scene of the day.
Yeah.
I remember it so clearly.
Same.
But what were you wearing? Because it looks like you're wearing nothing.
Well, no. I had on like a spandex strapless nude like thing. What do you call it?
Like a bandeau?
Is it a bandeau? I don't know.
I don't know.
A bustier? No, a bustier kind of pushes everything up and out.
Yeah.
This was just like a nude, like undergarment.
Right. I mean,
and jeans. I had on like jeans because you couldn't see.
I was shocked when I watched the scene that Angela had undressed already.
She was ready.
Yeah.
Her man is quieting the baby.
Yeah. It gets Angela's clothes off, clearly.
Yeah. Do you know what I noticed that I didn't think about when we were filming it? And then I watched it, it cracked me up. In true Angela fashion, she asks Pam her advice and then doesn't like what Pam says and then is mad, right?
Yeah.
And then she hits the button and the window slowly goes up, which led me to think she's been sitting in a running car.
Oh, yeah.
She's in the back seat of a running car.
Oh, that's such a good observation. I didn't notice that. I didn't clock it. Well, also outside is Michael, who was messing with the cable box.
Yeah, he like unplugged everything. The TV goes off. People are really upset. I would like to point out a continuity moment. At 17 minutes, 57 seconds, Kevin yells. You can hear him in the background. He's like, what's going on? He was in a bedroom eating pigs in a blanket in a blanket.
Oh, you're right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's in 2 places Magic Kevin. He wasn't yelling from the bedroom, was he? The cable went out? Could he still be in the blanket?
In your pigs in a blanket? They didn't have a TV on in there. Oh, they did have a TV on in there. Okay. Well, then my theory doesn't work. Forget it. He's not Magic Kevin. He's just loud Kevin.
Yeah, I guess so. Michael pretends like he doesn't know what's going on.
You know what I love? Creed gets off the phone and tells everyone like what happened.
I know. Michael says he has an idea of how to fix it. He doesn't know if it'll work, but he'll try. So he's a saboteur, and then he's going to be the hero. I guess that was his whole plan.
And then Michael and Aaron have this scene outside that is so sweet and heartbreaking and funny and tender and odd because, you know, they kind of have this odd dynamic. When Michael realizes that he's hurt Aaron's feelings by saying, you know, I'm not your dad, then he leans into it. He's like, go to your room. She's like, I won't go to my room. She like so quickly gets on board. And it's really sweet.
We had a fan question from Bennett C. in Jersey City, New Jersey, who said, Aaron confronting Michael as he's fixing the cable box is one of the most powerful moments of the entire series.
Oh.
When she says she cares if Michael likes Gabe, and he responds, why? I'm not your father. Ellie does not have a follow-up line, but in the next few seconds, you can see Aaron's entire life story move across her face and eyes. It's an amazing scene. And then Wyatt D. from Kentucky said, this scene with Michael and Aaron in particular is incredibly tender and genuine and really exemplifies the role Michael plays in Aaron's life. This really touched people. And me too. This was the thing about our show where, you know, we cast these people who were always just going for the comedy moment. And so when they dig deep and give this dramatic performance that's based in this real kind of heartbreak, you know, Brian Baumgartner does it as Kevin, and then Ellie does it as Aaron. It just, wow. It takes you by surprise, and it grounds the show. It's one of my favorite things about our show. We say it all the time, but it is.
So many characters over the course of the 9 seasons have a moment like this, and it's always so powerful. And of course, Ellie and Steve just crushed it. But you know, as much as Aaron needs Michael to be her father, Michael just wants a daughter. So it's very sweet.
Yeah. Well, and when Michael's saying goodbye to Gabe at the door, he says, I'll kill you if you hurt Aaron. And it's a figure of speech, but he will literally kill him in this
That is electronic.
And then he says, that girl's gonna turn my hair gray.
Yeah, it's really sweet.
You know what we haven't mentioned? What's that? The fact that Andy puked on a made bed in Gabe's house and covered it with a pillow. Gabe was gonna find that.
So gross.
And then Andy's gonna end up throwing up in a toilet as Gabe rubs his back. And Gabe's like, you know what we need right now?
Yeah.
We need a little soundscape.
Yeah, he's gonna get out his keyboard. He's gonna start playing Earthrise and the Moon. This was an original piece of music. Our editor, Claire Scanlon, had a friend named Roddy Bottom who composed this song just for us and licensed it for $500.
Well, I really think we need to hear that as we end this episode. But before we do, that was Viewing Party.
There it was. A big thank you to Randy Cordray and James Carey for helping us get lots of fun tidbits for this one.
And to you guys for listening and sending in your questions and comments. And now, you guys, here's Gabe's Earthrise on the Moon. Have a great week. Bye.
I like it.
Alex Michelson is one of the moderators of the
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins, our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only two people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office ladies. Hello, hello. Hi. Guess what we're talking about today? Wolf. Wolf.com.
Oh my gosh. Brian's startup company is here.
This is season 7, episode 9. It was written by Aaron Schur and directed by Danny Leaner. He was a new director for us.
Yeah.
He had directed Dude, Where's My Car? And Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle. We had a lot of fun.
We did.
Here is your summary. Ryan and Michael's business venture, Woof.com, has hit a snag. And their investors/coworkers are pressuring them to sell the company.
Sell the company? The company is days old.
No,
it's hit a snag so quickly.
There's a lot of graphs for it, though.
So many color copies.
Oh, I love that runner.
I don't like to be a lousy snitch.
Well, in the meantime, there's a new corporate policy, ye old commission cap. And Jim has hit his commission cap, so he no longer feels motivated to work. And finally, Dwight is going to relive his childhood by turning the parking lot into a hay festival, which leads Angela into the arms of a new man.
Oh, yeah.
You know what? This was our Thanksgiving episode, I realized. That's why there's a hay festival.
Aw.
This aired on November 18th, 2010. We're always asking, where's our Thanksgiving episode? I think this was it.
Here you go, Woof.com.
Well, we're really excited because today we are going to talk to our writer of this episode and friend, Aaron Schur.
Yes, Aaron was so lovely, and we got to talk to him for quite a bit. He was such a great guest. Jenna, you and I always love it when writers get to come on.
Well, we're such nerds for the writing process.
We are.
Well, here's our conversation with Aaron. Hello, Aaron!
Hi!
Woo! Everyone, we're so excited. We're being joined by our writer, Aaron Schur, who, by the way, was nominated for a Writers Guild Award for episodic comedy for this episode, Woof.com.
That was one of the high points of my career, was getting that nomination.
Well, we loved this episode. Woof!
I was cracking up. I hadn't seen this episode in so long. And we always say that because we are doing a rewatch in real time, but I was cracking up.
Yeah, it was fun. I really enjoyed the chance to revisit it, and the number of person hours that went into it, crazy. 25 pages of notes from Jonathan Hughes and Kelly Hannon, writing assistants.
Wow.
And then we, whittled that down to a beat sheet, and then to an outline, and then an initial draft, and then a lot changed after the table draft. The game character, Zach Woods. Normally when you're a writer, people will be like, "How much do the actors make up?" And it's actors usually bring so much more to it than just coming up with lines, right? But it's almost never as much improv as people think. Like, usually it's more or less
right.
And they come up with, they will add things, especially brilliant improvisers like Steve Carell. They're going to bring new stuff, but generally speaking, we do the writing and they do the acting. But Zach kind of improvised that whole thing about being in the men's room.
Yes, I remember that, and John couldn't keep a straight face.
No.
It's that scene where John is complaining about the commission cap, and then Dave gives this long analogy about how, well, sometimes there are regulations you don't agree with, like men are allowed to walk around naked at my gym, and I don't like it, but it's, that's their policy. I looked in the script because I was like, that sounds like Zach. He would go on these just bizarre tangents.
He's a brilliant improviser.
Yes.
And that was an amazing speech.
Well, let's take you a little bit back to the beginning. How long did you work as a writer on The Office?
Well, I was there 4 seasons. Wait, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 4 seasons. The season when the Grand Strangler was around too. That's just coincidental. I wasn't
Well, before you worked on The Office, you worked on Everybody Loves Raymond and The New Adventures of Old Christine. Those were both 3 camera shows in front of a live audience. I'm curious, what was the difference between working on shows like that versus working on The Office,
which was single camera?
Yeah.
Well, the writing part is fairly similar. The biggest difference is in the production. So when you're comparing single camera to multicam, it was my first single camera show. And one of the things is, a multicam is shot like a stage production, like you're watching a play, and usually, ideally, there's a real audience there enjoying it. You can get that energy. Whereas our show, The Office, was shot like a movie, and the camera is a character, and so you're in the space, and it's much tighter, and like people are speaking more quietly and more realistically. And but for me, being on the set, I was used to laughing loudly to try to encourage the actors and make it clear what parts were the joke. And so I had to learn not to do that. I remember my first episode was Baby Shower, and Greg Daniels was directing, and he had to keep telling me, like, hey, don't laugh, be quiet. And so I'd go home and have held in so, because, oh my God, the performances were so amazing and so funny, and it's so hard not to laugh. So I'd go home and feel all this pent up laughter, and it usually come out in indigestion and burps and stuff. But also there was sort of a generational change from Raymond to The Office, and then other shows I've gone on to, like People of Earth, in terms of how we relate to the internet, which is apropos of this episode, right? Which on Everybody Loves Raymond, we would be like, don't go to those chat boards, don't, MySpace. And then on The Office, we were, interacting with Office Tally and Jenny Tan, and we were kind of doing the equivalent of live streaming that day. But during an episode, when the episode would air, the writing staff would get on and be like tweeting. So on The Office, we would draw from the internet. It was like a reciprocal relationship where we would talk to the internet, and the internet would talk to us, and we would take stuff from the internet, like in the wedding dance was straight off the internet, and YouTube, right? And also lip dubs, like the opening of Nepotism, where there was a lip dub, and you see wolf.com in there.
Well, on our show, a lot of times you guys would pitch us lines in the moment, because we've said this before, the writers were on set with us. But my small experience with multicam is that you sort of figure out your jokes and change your jokes in the rehearsal process, and there's not a lot of on the shoot day coming up with new jokes. Is that true, or did you feel pressure while we were shooting that you had to stand there and throw new lines at us?
Yes, well, we would have, a candy bag with lots of alternative lines ready to go. We would write a lot of pages that would not end up in the final cut. They maybe would be deleted scenes. But on a multicam, like Everybody Loves Raymond, we pretty much had every page that we wrote would end up in the final episode. Whereas on The Office, we would lose 20-30% of pages.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the power of the doc style, because it's found footage. It's okay if it feels like you're not seeing every single moment, and you can lose a lot and still have the story be there. You're able to keep just the best moments. I remember once I went to a panel for aspiring writers, and I showed an episode I wrote. It might have been a book, and it was on a DVD. Remember DVDs? And I accidentally hit play of deleted scenes, and I didn't realize it. So we were watching only the deleted scenes, and it had the basic shape of the entire episode. And I thought, wow, this is oddly edited for syndication. But it was so there was enough of a upside down world version of the episode there that we'd written and shot that didn't make it. So sometimes you would have to write scenes with enough story markers in it, so that if it's the only part of this story that survives, there's enough there to hold it up as a story. So there was a big flexibility in the editing, probably more so than in multicam.
Okay, I have a question for you. Aaron, we have shared with our podcast listeners that you were the, quote, king of cold opens. You really were. You came up with some of the most brilliant ones. I mean, everyone knows Kevin's chili. That is like the spill heard round the world. But were there some other ones that you wrote that you would like to share with us, or do you have a favorite?
So yeah, I came up, especially season 5, there was a fair number of cold opens that I the PA system, I believe, was my idea.
Oh, yeah.
And actually, that was from the offices of Everybody Loves Raymond. We figured out that you can do that. That there was a code you could hit on any phone, and you'd suddenly have the entire PA system at your disposal. So that was from. Basically, I didn't come up with things. I just remembered things. Cheese puffs was another thing I came up with. Believe it or not, I was in the kitchen and I saw the cheese puffs and I threw one in my mouth. And that's, when you're a writer, that's what you do. You're like, is this a thing? Is this, I'm tapping my pencil. Is that a thing? You're just constantly desperate to come up with ideas.
Gosh, all of these are really so memorable too.
I know.
You said cheese puff cold open. I mean, I get that sent to me all the time. People want to know if we really caught them and all that.
That was an example though where people throw cheese puffs into their own mouths. It's not in and of itself a great idea, but what you did with it made it so delightful. And you were really, I rewatched that, and it's so what you did made it a thing. The way you reacted to it, and it's also kind of impressive that you were able to do that.
But I feel like that little thing, it's really cool because it's so relatable. We've all done that with popcorn or whatever. Maybe you're procrastinating or, it's such a relatable thing. And then the other thing that's so relatable is like coming up with bigger stunts for yourself, trick shots with food and then the joy when you land one that you came up with. That's a thing. Yeah, like you tapped into something.
I think you're so great, Aaron, at just observing and then bringing what you observed to the page. And I would love to see your notes because I feel like, are you someone when you go out in the world or you travel, are you like jotting down little moments? Like
yes. A lot of speak by 5 cards actually.
Oh, you're speaking Angela's language.
Well, I know you've talked about that, how much we try to externalize the stories by putting them on 3x5 cards and attaching them to the wall. And, as you've shown your book, there's all those writers just festooned with them. And, it's a great, Greg Daniels, that was always one of his many great writing ideas is trying to externalize it, get it out of your head, put it down on paper, and it makes it something you can literally manipulate your world, and it also gives you a new perspective on the idea. So it's,
was there ever a note card you put on the wall that didn't make it, but you still remember it?
Tons of them. I kept one of them is I wanted there to be if not a cold open, an entire episode where Michael actually gets rose-colored glasses because he's heard that expression and he wonders, what it's like. So he literally gets rose-colored glasses, and then drives to work. And it's true, life is much better when you have rose-colored glasses because all the lights were green. There wasn't a single red light on his way to work. And people were waving at him like your life is better.
That actually sounds like an amazing cold open. Like I can just see Michael.
That's the thing. I fully see him doing it, like buying them and be like, everyone's my friend. Everything's awesome. He's causing accidents left and right.
And I found a card that just said, all it said is, twice tarantula gets loose.
Oh,
So I don't know where that goes. Probably ends up on Creed somehow.
Of course. No, it goes in Creed's drawer of mung beans. It's like
we wanted to ask you a little bit about the talks that went into season 7 and knowing that this was going to be Steve Carell's last year, which meant that it was Michael Scott's last year. What was that discussion like in the writers' room? How to handle his exit?
It wasn't like one discussion, it was just a constant discussion. We were obsessed with this question. It was scary. And so we got 15 writers. We pretty much had every conversation you could have about how we could do this. And we even went as far as to write like a talking point memo, things that actors, producers could say to the press about it.
I do remember getting an email from, I think it was Greg, that said, here, you guys, if you're asked about Steve leaving or Michael leaving or what's going to happen to the show, here's things you can say.
Yes.
Which was very helpful.
Yeah.
Because we were asked a lot.
And I think one of the smartest things that, I don't know if it was Greg or Paul who came up with the idea, which is that he left before the end of the season. Which was just so smart because it gives, yes, he's leaving, but it's not a finale. It's still The Office, and The Office goes on. And here's an example of 3 episodes of what what we are promising you. And there's the fun of who's it going to be, who's going to actually come in and place it. So it was scary. It was scary, but I think Steve was very clear that he didn't see himself as the show, and he was very generous in letting it continue in a way that showed that as important as Michael was to the show, the ensemble was also very good.
Yeah. Coming back to wolf.com for a second, we were curious who came up with the idea of the Hay King, the Hay Place, Hay Festival, Dwight's whole hay existence.
This is an interesting journey for me because when you've been on writing staffs for a while, you learn to go with the flow, right? You read the room, and if you're a professional writer, you row in the direction that the room's going. But I actually didn't like Hay Place at first. It wasn't my idea, and I didn't love it, and I don't know why I had such a burr in my saddle about it. I think I imagined, this is sort of an obvious thing, but it's good to remember that you don't know what's going to happen. Like, you don't know when you have just an idea. It could be the best thing ever or the worst thing ever. All depends on execution. And I just sort of